Welcome back, everyone, to the Big 3-0. That's right, it's Deadlock Fight Night number 30. Kicking things off with the EU. Big day here in EU Deadlock, so a little bit, better late than never as we're at. ZP here with DDK and Jake. And gentlemen, once again, we got change afoot in the Deadlock scene. We got community rumblings on all levels that we'll get into a little bit later. But either way, I'm excited to see what comes today, especially in the wake of a brand new patch.
Yeah, wild times right now. Big new patch hitting the servers. I think it's not going to be like the biggest, most seismic change, but I'm really interested to see how the mid changes end up playing out, how the team fights end up taking place in that new geometry around the mid lane. And also a lot of hero-specific changes should be bringing things up and down in the power rankings.
But to give you a schedule here for the... Well, actually, hold on a second. Dan, your thoughts. Then we'll do the schedule. Gonna have
my thoughts, my quick thoughts are I expect we're going to see a lot more Prior on Pocket. We can go into that later, but that makes me happy.
All right. Well, the schedule here for today, and yes, some chat are going to be wondering, what's going on with NA? We've seen some questionable tweets. Well, we'll get to that. But the planned schedule for EU will go on as intended. That's right. It's going to be VP taking on one win. Of course, both teams showing all sorts of new looks this week. Abraham's, though, still the king of the hill. NA, I'll be honest with you. We're looking for a team for melee creeps. We're aware of what happened. It will probably not be the cats in suits this time around. It may just be Valhalla taking on Hydra Nation in a BO5. We got the news when you did. So, Dan, these things just happen sometimes in esports.
It does. It shouldn't, but it does. And it leaves us with very awkward discussions, doesn't it?
Jake,
little rut row, little trouble in paradise, but it's also part of the reality. And when a game is very new like this, there's always a ton of roster shakeups. And it's just like, it's one of those things that is pretty much a constant, in this early phase before there's many sponsors and contracts and stability that teams are going to break up and reform. It's going to happen. There's going to be, new teams that we haven't yet met that are also going to be big contenders in the near future. And I feel like that's just a given realistically at this phase of the game. And it's tough to please don't disband on the day of the tournament, guys. Please just do it on Thursday, man. That would really make our life a lot easier and would allow us to run things a little bit smoother, but we'll figure it out. We'll still have, some of that top level Deadlock action that you come to crave on Wednesday nights.
All I know in the, without, betray comments, I think it's one of those situations where there are team changes that are going to be done. And, the partner may have walked in and found out the real secret beforehand, which is why things blew up today. But hey, neither here nor there. We're going to move along here and talk about rosters that don't change, like the Virtus Pro roster has been rock solid across all of Deadlock for months and months. VP, I hope I'm not caster cursing you, but Jake, you look at this VP roster, it helps to stay the same roster when all you do is win, mostly.
Yeah, I mean, but that's where you got to give VP credit. It's like they haven't been, pure winning dominance really at any point in their run. They've been on top many, many times. I think probably maybe spent the most time on top of any one team in Europe. But the EU region has just been really, really competitive, and it's been hard to stay at that level. VP have made a very consistent showing at the top level, though, and I think that their roster stability is part of that, getting through the early phase as a team, and then now coming up, and you just expect them to be competitive every single meta. Patches don't seem to matter for them. It feels like they have the flexibility, they have the team comps, they have the communication. This is just one of those teams that's always going to be swinging for the fences. It's a very common appearance maker in our money matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to go wrong with this team. I love the stability that they've had too. I don't think you're jinxing it, ZP, and I've been using this new line because people love to say, "Oh, don't jinx it, don't jinx it," because in the with the CS major, I've been like, I'm really kind of going for like the storyline, and I just say to people, like, you can't jinx Destiny, and I don't know if that like makes it worse if I'm like jinxing it harder.
It's a super jinx. No, I like that, Dan. You know what? If the jinx from the caster is your excuse, you weren't meant to win it anyway.
Of course, their competition, another team that's been pretty stable over the last few months after getting their addition of ABL to the team and finding the right pieces, is a one-win team where obviously they had their absolute month of dominance from late February into about early April. Some patches hit where they've kind of been looking for a way back to the top, kind of number 3 team in EU right now by the results, but looking pretty strong in some of the recent play over the last 2 days, and maybe a better read on things now, Dan.
Yeah, I think, or at least I hope that we're getting there, because it's just such a fan favorite team because of the aggression and how they like to sort of stick to their guns in terms of seeing out their vision of the game. But I think, yeah, the week-to-week iteration, I don't think we have any reason to think that OneWin wouldn't be finding, essentially plugging the holes in this style of play. So I'm curious to see what they bring to the table today, because I feel like in this most recent patch, we have seen a pretty big diversity of how teams would like to actually play. I think VP is interesting because VP is always, I feel like, the barometer of how to play every part of the game well. But that doesn't mean that that's the only way to win in Deadlock. It just means that if you have a strategy that's more win condition, let's say there's a smaller timing for the window of your win condition, that you have to really hit it. And that's a bit more difficult to do sometimes against really good teams. But I feel like there's a lot of room for that in Deadlock. And I think we're seeing it right now. OneWin, I think, epitomizes that in Europe.
Well, moving right along here, it's not just the teams that we've introduced here. That's right, we had a big patch that just hit right before DFN, and it's one of the bigger patches for not like an item shop change or a map change. This, of course, is a community-made graphic. I was just gonna throw it up there. Mega Dirt Potato, I believe, put it together. But look, I mean, Jake, you take a look at this. We got map changes. We got item changes. I mean, a lot of these things were kind of telegraphed, right? Like rescue beam nerfs, some calico nerfs. The devs, if nothing else, are always keyed in on what the good stuff is on the top.
Yeah, I think these are, pretty solid patch changes across the board. The hero changes look good. I especially like some of the mechanic changes that you can no longer deny souls from objectives or from kills, which I think makes like that aggressive, whether you're forcing fights, looking for kills in the early game lanes, makes those more valuable, more worthwhile, because it's pretty hard sometimes to secure the souls at like a super early game kill where you're going to be out of resources when you get the kill. And same goes for clearing walkers a little bit earlier. So maybe seeing a little bit more aggression, maybe seeing a little bit more faster paced play in the early landing stage where things had felt a little bit slow, I think, in the last couple of patches, especially with the rescue beam nerf. I think that item is still good, but it's not an insane sustain item anymore.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're a viewer and you want to get a sense as to what's going to be nerfed, if you just watch the DFNs every week, I feel like it's such a good indication, because we saw the healing over abuse and it's just like too obvious at that point. And then obviously rescue beam as well. It's been such a big pickup, and it is interesting though, because it's going to get nerfed, but that I think will definitely change how people value certain heroes, because of what of the opportunity cost element that comes into play, where we saw that you could have like a really effective lineup without any true supports, because you could really easily build a support with a new item system into someone that's not typically that way inclined with their abilities, and then just add in a rescue beam, and suddenly you've got like a really sick support. So we might see more of a return potentially to some of the more classic supports that offer some more of that sustain and that kind of like ability to save teammates. Maybe, Viscus was already getting like nerfed a lot, and I feel like that was one of Viscus's roles. So I am curious, but also like, let's say the lasso, that was nerfed a bit by the fact that there's all these rescue beams. Can you just rescue your teammates and so on and so forth? So I love how small changes can have such reverberating impacts on the game.
I feel like there's people out there that look at this change list and they go, I see many nerfs. Where are the buffs? When does McGinnis come back in the fray? Even though apparently she has been played a little bit today. But, where's the McGinnis buffs? The Viper buffs? When do these heroes, maybe even Dynamo, bring him back into the fray? But, we'll just have to see. We're right now, a little bit of a wave of nerfs. Not even just in game, too. Also on the casting crew, where normally Jason would be here with us today. And, Jason got nerfed by scratching his ear. He got a massive ear infection. So get well soon, Jason, for those wondering. He's around in chat. But, just how it is, guys. Health sometimes gets in the
Look, come hell or high water, we're running Deadlock Fight Night, baby. We're back for the big 3-0. We're not canceling it for nothing. We're bringing it on, bringing the action. And I think especially in Europe, I'm really interested to see, week to week. I feel like with how tight the teams are right now in terms of like, it seems very competitive between this top three. I'm really wondering like who ends up getting the edge from this shakeup from the patch, right? I think this creates an opportunity for a team like OneWin to maybe slide into that money match where they haven't been making an appearance for quite a few weeks, right? They've been kind of going down in the challenger, even though they've been in pretty close competition every time.
Well, what else has been close competition? Our Mo's. Mo and Krill 1v1. They're greased up. They're ready to go. Dan, it's time for some Mo on Mo action. They'll be there.
I didn't realize they had to get greased up. Whoa.
I love the new theming on the map, the sewer theming. It looks really good. I feel like the artist cooked. I mean, I don't think this changes anything actually about the geometry of the pit, or nothing major, but it looks great in here. Great environment for our Mo's to never hit each other. There's the parry though from ABL. Oh, Obakim sets it by. It's very even right now. Oh my goodness, the immediate insta parry. Obakim is putting that work on.
Parries coming out, backfiring massively. I do agree about the aesthetics too. Let's get that Source 2 engine working. Let's get that. Let's get everything shiny, shall we? You know, it's been really impressive. The Source 2 engine can look really sick. So I actually imagine we're going to get a lot of iterations that are going to make the game even more beautified.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good. I mean, also, I mean, honestly, the sewer just gives me like TMNT vibes when I go down there. It's like, oh man, there's some stuff going down in these sewers. But yeah, all in all, cool changes to the game. You know, we'll see all the ramifications. It just kind of works out. You know, it happened right before DFN as opposed to in the middle of DFN or right after. So, you know, we lucked out with a little bit of patch note timings here. But as far as I know, players are about ready to get in the game. We'll be in there soon. But Jake, you know, anything you're particularly looking forward to here today?
Yeah, I just want to see, you know, for me, every time there's a new patch, I just want to see what the best players are thinking about, the way they're sort of assessing the game. I mean, obviously with a patch this recent, even for pro players, this is going to be kind of throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. Maybe you just kind of go with what you've been running before and just think, okay, you know what, there's not much change here. The buffs and nerfs are there, but they're not massive, right? There's nothing that's, I think, been like radically blown out of the water from my eyes. Maybe expecting to see a little bit less of Calico and Kelvin, but even Calico, the box running, you can like run on top of the boxes to break them, which is less efficient than it was before and not as flexible, but maybe still leaves the Calico a lot of room to grab some of those breakable souls in the early game.
Well, taking a look at the draft here, Dan, we are going to see some differences. The number one, of course, as Jake was just mentioning about Calico, is that I believe Calico is still going to be picked. I don't know if Calico is quite as high on the priority list, but even with some of the nerfs that came in, people, they love what Geist is bringing to the table a little bit too much. But it's kind of funny, though, that Mirage just went all the way back up again, where Mirage was already doing that before this patch, but we had like a week or two where Mirage was going, you know, nearly last. And then all of Deadlock woke up and they're like, well, wait, macro control is actually really, really good. You should be back up there.
Yeah, I think we might see more Pockets and more Yamatos than before. Pocket was already pretty high priority. I think Yamato was on the threshold a little bit, where you would always see that Calico coming, I think, over, you know, just like pushing a Yamato pick out. But I feel like we might see more Yamato based off of that change. But we'll just see like how much of a lag there might be from the patch to nerf and like how people feel about it, because sometimes players overreact and just don't touch the stuff that gets nerfed, and sometimes players don't seem to like care too much. So I'm not sure where it is just yet, but the Warden Sinclair opening is definitely a lot of utility. It seems like teams are prioritizing you know, the more let's say less of the playmakers first, which used to be the case, that we'd always have playmakers as you know, the first picks.
Yeah, right now I think teams are really thinking about the team fighting aspect of the game as their real focus. Like your focus in the beginning of the game is like, who are going to be your team fight initiators? Like you could have those backline damage dealers, like they can be more or less anything. Like you're not prowling that. Even the initiators aren't as valued as much, because it's just like, look, the initiations are going to come down whether we get the Lash, whether we get the Paradox, the Holiday. Like I think there's less commitment on like which one you have. It doesn't matter as much, but the solid team fight group with you know, synergy. Look at VP's like first three, right? These are like all heroes that want to frontline, that want to have like a synergistic, aggressive move. Warden Sinclair I like as well. Sinclair can kind of set things up for Warden, follow him up, and it also protects from the Sinclair as a counterpick to Warden himself.
One of the big changes we've seen. One of the big changes we've seen with VP and their recent draft stuff is that they've really been prioritizing getting haze, but they like getting haze towards the end of the draft. Like for the most part, if VP can get a haze in like the 5th or 6th pick, they've actually been going for that. And oftentimes they'll do it in lieu of, you know, a Paradox or a Holiday. They've kind of said, you know, there's multiple ways to get initiation, multiple ways to sort of, you know, express advantage in the mid game. And, you know, on top of that too, one thing we've seen in the last few days, like really exemplified, I feel like the ideal way the draft, Jake, from what we're seeing, is that teams, generally speaking, they want like 2 heroes that they're funneling farm to, and then 4 heroes that are more of an early the mid game focus, where like I think the idea is that you get through the mid game at the very least in a really powerful way, and then all that while you have like 2 characters you can rely on that will be really hard to deal with if they get over farmed like 5-6k ahead of the norm of the game.
I feel like we might be in a dangerous spot in the draft. I don't know what you feel about this, Jake, but I was expecting the pocket instead of the Kelvin, and I liked how
Same.
One Win banned the pocket to prevent that kind of going on the other side. But it does, I feel like, leave One Win in a spot where they don't necessarily have some of that playmaker power. You know, you got Yamato Calico all the way on the other side, so it doesn't feel like there's a lot of presence there. Although they are open to pick Shiv here, so that's, I think, it seems like it might be a must.
I like the Shiv here. I think it's a good matchup into Geist and Yamato, the potential to execute Geist, of course, when she's playing on low HP with their swap. And sort of the same story for Yamato makes it a little bit more awkward to like get value out of the ulti. Infernus, though, got super high prio in NA. I think teams have really woken up to the threat that this character can bring in the late game. I actually think the Infernus Kelvin lane is quite strong. Kelvin with his slows makes it like guaranteed burns for Infernus. And there's almost no one in the game who can stand up to that level of harassment. It's sort of a similar, at least in the laning phase, similar style to what Shiv brings in terms of tons of raw damage to follow up on Kelvin with all the slows.
God, right? Well,
I like the Lash for VP. I mean, we've seen Lash be a strong team fighter, but I think the Kelvin preempting the Lash pick, maybe giving One Win like a strong way to turn in the urn, a strong way to maybe clean up on some of these objective fights or deny the Lash ulti.
The interesting thing about Lash coming in from VP is that VP's actually done like a lot of hero pool reorganizing in just the last week. Maybe it's because of how the last draft went against Abrahams, where they didn't like draft to take away from them or not. But like the Shriek has been Mr. Phil, by the way, overall. So like Shriek is the one where you have like two Shriek heroes in the game at one point, where they had Warden being played and they had Mirage being played, and Shriek usually played one of the two. No, Shriek's been on the Lash, where they go, Shriek, you're up, your Lash duty, not VP. We're actually playing the hero. So they've done a lot of reorging on what's here. Like, for example, with what VP is playing here, it's likely that's probably going to be Zergy on the Geist, which we've seen from time to time. So to me, the fact that VP has done such like reinventing of their team even before here is interesting. But Dan, the Bebop coming in, it's a one-win special. They do like running it much the same way that Abrahams has been running it a lot now.
Yeah, I think it's a really important pick for One Win because they can use it super effectively, and they can often create an argument where you kind of are in this spot where you know they're forcing you to maybe have to have that as a ban, which can give them a draft advantage if it goes super well. Additionally, I really liked that you had the Lash on VP side, which I feel like kind of protects you against One Win picking flyers, and you get to pick obviously Vindicta, no problem. But then the counter with the Bebop, I really like that.
I think Bebop's great against Lash too. Can hook him out of his ulti very consistently. It's like one of the better counters I think in the game. And then to get the Shiv here on 6th pick is a great closer. Like they were maybe a little light on frontline on aggression, but now you have a great hero who does tons of damage to follow up on hooks. Haze pick, I like that as well from VP. It's like more initiation, more setup. I think both teams have gotten a draft they actually probably like, and they feel pretty good about. Maybe the big difference makers this game are going to be Bebop and Sinclair for One Win team, and how they end up executing. Like how if they can find some of these pickoffs with the hooks, with the rabbit hexes, and initiate from there, they could be in a great spot. But by the same token, VP with Yamato Calico, if those heroes are kind of out of control at some point in the game, you could have trouble on Infernus and Warden trying to stand and deliver into them.
Yeah, the interesting thing looking at this draft here is VP's done a lot of hero shuffling and who plays what. So, for example, for Haze, some games they have Zergy on the Haze. Other games they have Obakim. I feel like their general priority has been putting Obakim on the Haze as like the main Haze person because they need to play it the most. But when you look at their roster and you see, okay, do you have a Zergy hero that otherwise makes sense? In this case, no. Then it probably will be Zergy on the Haze, unless they warped something around where they put like Zergy on Geist. And then put someone, Obakim was playing the Haze, and they had someone else on the Vindicta.
Could be Michaelis on Vindicta if we've seen him play it before, not for a couple weeks, but in playing a little bit more of a carry style, which I think Vindicta still has a huge snowball threat. I mean, also very interested to see what build you get on Vindicta. We've seen some snipe maxing, we've seen pretty much actually every skill maxed, from Vindicta. So there's very, very disparate builds on the character, giving you a lot of diversity as far as addressing the specific game you're in.
Dan, the other thing is I look at this here too, that's super, super interesting to me just from the changes that came down is, you have Wraith being picked this time around. No Wraith, picked or banned. People saw the nerfs come in, they're like, whoa. We don't want to deal with that anymore. So I do wonder in terms of the nerfs where, Calico's still getting played, if the Wraith nerfs may have at the very least been a little bit too scary on paper.
Yeah. I think that was what I was thinking when I read that, because I felt like she was already kind of on this threshold where she gets picked sometimes, but it's not high priority for the class of hero. But with that said, we're going to be jumping into this one now, and I actually feel really good about OneWin's lineup. VP going with a pretty squishy squad overall. I think it's going to be an interesting game.
Well, you know, Jake, it wouldn't be EU if we didn't start with the pause. It is one of the everlasting memes of Deadlock that I don't think is going anywhere soon. It just the culture of quick pauses in EU. It's where we're at. But as we're paused and unpausing and looking at the lanes, anything super interesting to you before we let you go for a bit?
Yeah, just I think let's spend a lot of time on the mid lane, man. Let's see how Bebop works. I mean, actually, it seems like there's a lot less cover in mid. Like maybe this is a good thing for Bebop for the potential to find some of these hooks in the early levels. And we've seen, not for a few weeks, but we have seen occasionally Bebops get off to like a crazy snowball.
All right, well, I can't wait to see that because the Bebop, I think, is one of the most exciting characters. And I feel like it's one of those characters where also, for you as a spectator, it's like really easy to follow the Bebop's POV because there's so many initiations that are possible with the hooks and so many fights that can get set up off of the back of that. So it's another aspect as to why I like the Bebop's presence.
By the way, look at the full lane swaps. Both side lanes are hard lane swapping to try to hit opposite matchups. I think OneWin team started it and then VP reactively lane swapped to prevent continue the matchups they want. Kind of a sick level right there.
Oh, yeah. So this has been going on the last few days. We finally hit this realm, Jake, where it surprised me the first time we saw it. I was like, wait, they're actually doing it. Like, we had double lane swaps in one game in the OneWin bombshell tournament, and then it finally ended where a team faked a swap, didn't swap, and came back in the lane. Like, that is how deep the rabbit hole has gone for teams trying to get the lane matchups. And specifically, it's really, we've seen it, I think, for the most part, when Shiv Kelvin is being played. Because teams do not like to run against Shiv Kelvin, they want specific lanes. They don't want to run too weak of a lane against what's objectively one of the strongest lanes in the game. But
I mean, it makes sense to me. Like, it's like I think it is a worthwhile play to do, especially now where you think you can probably get it off without losing any minions if you're pushing the wave. If you clear the wave and then instantly go for it. But yeah, it's always interesting to see how deep the rabbit hole goes in terms of the meta on that one.
Speaking of deep in the rabbit hole, Dan, you actually feel underground when you look at the new mid boss pit. It's like, oh, this is a little bit dank, dark, and scary.
Yeah, it's nice. Oh, hello. Boom received that. That was very visible. I like all these small changes. Yeah, it's definitely like the whole feel of the game is certainly getting all coming together over time.
The map is really, it's gone into a life of its own, where it's just like every little bit, like we're going to look back at some of the early DFNs and already it would be the case. You just go like, wait, what was the map? Like, what was even the game? It's like, oh, they weren't kidding when they said it was an alpha. They were actually being serious.
Yeah. I sometimes think to the 4-lane days and I'm thinking to myself, how did it even look? I don't even remember because there's been so many like actually huge changes to the overall architecture of the map.
Yeah, take a look here. Lane-wise, no major advantages here so far, though. Taking Listic getting a little bit low, pushing up into the blue-hand side. And, the interesting thing when you take a look at the right lane, they have not been fully taken over by the Shiv Kelvin lane, which, by the way, there was another lane swap that occurred there. Wait, there's more lane swapping going on, Dan. The lane swapping just doesn't stop. Like, I had made this comment before and seeing this, that if teams keep doing this where, look, there's more lane swapping that's going on. Eventually, teleporters are going to get a cooldown if teams don't stop this. I'm just letting you know right now, like, this is going to cause change in the game if we just keep having this, like, continual lane swap meta.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it's one of those things where it's so new as well that teams haven't optimized, like, because it might be the case that it's actually a bad thing to do beyond like once or twice, just inherently, because then you're potentially losing out on a lot of souls in the lane. So, but maybe not. I don't know. I think it might be one of those things where, unlike just everyone buying healing novas, where it's like, you probably should change this pretty quick. I feel like Valve might wait and see a little bit on the lane swapping.
I think it just depends on how prevalent it is. Like, if every opening of the game just turns into people going back to teleporter to swap, I definitely think it'll be one of those like, okay, like hold on, sort of situations, because then it's just like, do you cast what's going on in the lanes, or you just cast the continual lane swapping? Things are getting a little bit down and dirty in middle. I think Bebop may have just landed a hook in overseas, and given that Obakim just went down, was that in middle? Yeah, it was middle. That sounds about right to me. Like reading the minimap and the life bars, I'll give overseas the credit on that one, personally.
And for the uninitiated of you out there as well, you know, the Bebop lane presence is unique in the sense that whenever the hook is off cooldown, which is fairly quickly, you always have to be worried on the other side that the Bebop could hook at any moment. So there's only certain spots you can stand in, and you have to be very careful about the lines that you take. So it gives a lot of just inherent control of the lane without Bebop really having to even shoot the hooks, because there's only certain spots you can stand because the other team has to respect it. And look how fast we have this tower down, 430. It gets to come down, and that's another area of control. That's, you know, ability that we have in the beam there from Bebop too. So it's the hyper beam. So very good character to get that opening initiation, break that opening inertia.
Oh,
that was close.
That was right at the margin where Vintig is like, wait, I actually had enough HP not to die to Killing Blow there. But that does nothing for the Kelvin. That just chases you down without a fear, has a frozen shelter, and now is trying not to get whomped by Geist. In turn, Flammable, trying to go at 150 HP, goes for the Hail Mary parry. Not going to get it. VP there in the punish.
Yeah, Overseas died as well, and so this is actually potentially kind of bad because there was such great work for OneWin to get that mid Guardian down, and, you know, with those kills getting converted, I wonder if they'll lose a lot of health on their Guardian. But with that said, actually, that's not the case, because instead, what we'll see is Demorph on the Calico breaking away from mid, going to that right side lane to provide some assistance, because that right side Guardian is under pressure as well. At the same time, we see that this is the lane that's going a bit better here for VP. Pretty deep on this one, but see if they can get some more work done.
Yeah, I mean, right lane's turned into a bit of a battleground after one Guardian is down. Xenon, Mimo, able to find Listic. And what I'm curious here is, I feel like it's going to be more or less a very mobile Bebop game when you think about the middle, where, you know, OneWin was able to take middle lane down. And, you know, as of course I say that, Bebop now over into the left-hand side, and the rest of it, they've decided, okay, Infernus, you get to farm. And this has been the flow for laning here, is that once you get Guardian down, ideally you get the Guardian down in a lane where someone can go and become a roamer, and you can funnel farm into the Survivor. And that's really become the meta for laning if you win quickly, and it's been kind of universal amongst the top teams.
Yeah, it's definitely been something we have observed. That's a big pick off there coming in for OneWin, because that's 2 Guardians now against the one that VP have.
Yeah, and Bebop's still hanging out over in the left-hand side. Tower's still down, and you know, in this case, I think Overseas is just looking for areas to get pickoffs. It doesn't necessarily have to be pushing remaining Guardians from where we're at. Also, looking over to the right-hand side, you know, just a little bit of view of Demov, who uses Return to the Shadows, hops on out. But, you know, you look at the overall game state here, 33k to 33k, dead even on the aggregate. Looking at the soul allocation, too, I mean, you know, VP and OneWin both basically funneling farm to the people that need it for the most part. Arguably, you know, Zanya should be a little bit higher, but ABL exactly where you'd want it first to be. In fact, the highest in the game at the moment.
Yeah, like big push on the left side too. Lots of pressure there. That's a pretty gankable position for OneWin's, you know, where the players are at the moment. But the problem is that every lane is under threat for the most part here. So OneWin definitely on the overall map control, kind of dictating what VP have to do. They have to react to where the aggression is. And speaking of which, we get Demov coming over on the Calico once again, trying to intercept Overseas on the Bebop, who's also trying to help to gank that right side lane. So that right side lane right now, a lot of action here. Hyper Beam coming on through there to control the fight. Lots of damage that can come out of that one. There has to be an evacuation there for VP, getting out of the range of the Hyper Beam. And they're going to escape that for now, but yeah, it looks like everyone will disengage. And that lane will be saved by VP.
Kind of interesting, looking at allocations here. Sharik actually one of the most fed people for VP, where I think it's funny how VP has had to evolve. Like, we're talking about who's playing on what. There's so many different ways that VP could have broken down this comp where they're at, but, you know, it's a return to the KLS on the Vindicta, which is something we haven't seen a whole lot recently. But Sharik had to be the Mr. Phil. Is like, well, someone has to fill and go in and be our Lash player. And Shriek's like, I'll forsake my Warden, I'll forsake my Mirage. You know what? I'll become Jacob Lash, but hey, look here. Got Hayes on the move. Looking for something else, but KLS just connects.
So we'll see if KLS can stay out here. He continues to do some damage. Virtus Pro. Oh, they're going to have the Blade Dance coming on through. But the damage is pretty nasty. Nice connection on the Sleep Dagger there. Good escape as well in the meantime. There's pressure on this right side Guardian here to try to take away this tower, try to equalize things here for, or rather, sorry, to extend the lead here for Swarm. That's the last remaining Guardian they want to take down, these early ones. So they're going to get forced back slightly with the reinforcements coming on in here. The one win. It's Kelvin, really annoying to deal with.
On the run right now. Because saying, okay, I'd like to get out of this fight, but chase down not going to be directly followed. So VP open up a little bit of a lead here. 30 seconds before hitting mid buffs and beginning of first Urn. So anyway, take a look at Urn fights. I think part of why VP may be valuing Lash a little bit more highly is that it is difficult to overstate like the impact that you're getting from Lash in some of the Urn fights and control you have there. Like you have to actually give Death Slam more respect than anything else. As okay, Empty Dreams just gets crunched. The rotation comes on in, and Last Stand definitely not going to be saving at the moment. And Guardian on the right side of the map, Zanya picking it up. So 3 Guardians down. Where, by the way, remember, you need 3 Guardians down for your flex slot now. Not just 2.
There we go, buff. They're on the Shiv. Vitality buff. Actually, kind of rough. Survival is kind of crazy as it is. But right now, it does really feel like, despite the fact that one would have managed to have this advantage on the map, they're converting off of that. It feels like they haven't done a lot in that respect. VP holding on really nicely. The fact that they're still ahead on the overall souls is a really good sign. And now that that Urn collected, and they're in a good position with the lane control on the right side to actually deposit this one, they could start to actually take over this game here. So one win, the tide slowly turning against them.
Yeah, I mean, one win can try and contest with Frozen Shelter, but this could be ugly. I mean, VP has everything set up for it. They got the Death Slam to clear the area as they move over. But yeah, it's a full commit here for VP, looking for the turn in here now. Urn gets dropped, and now looking for the team fight. Got Bebop on the rooftop. Lash looking for the engage. Shriek down dirty with it. Listic going up in here in the close quarters. Shadow transformation. Zanya gonna fall. Urn, though, meanwhile, mid-fight picked up by Orsi's. Orsi's just gonna try and turn it in while this is going on, or run away. One win, looking to reposition a little bit. Obikim got super low in the turn. It is all over the place on this fight at the moment. Left, right, and center. Bebop now bring the Urn back on in. Listic looking for the hit onto Kelvin. Gonna finish him off. Flammable down. Urn turned in by Overseas, even while the rest of one win is kind of getting cleaned up.
VP with good amount of control now. So, okay. Oh, there comes the swap. Beautiful timing on that one. Although, guys, I'm not going to be able to get the finish on the Warden. Is there any assistance coming there to try to keep Zerky up on the guys trying desperately to survive against the Shiv? Zanya chasing it down, having the success, able to eventually get that kill. And it's really important here because, again, I feel like one win, it kind of feels like that initial wins that they had in the early game are somewhat fading, and we're starting to see VP, I think, get out on the map more, find the ability to not be as reactive, but instead take some of their own fights. Obviously, I think the Urn was an inflection point with regards to that. But with that said, one win kind of grouping up in the mid area in the opposing jungle, looking to find something.
Super interesting fight overall. I think it ended up being more so of a wash. You see Shriek trying to apply a little bit of pressure towards Bebop, not going to full commit. But yeah, I mean, it felt like a little bit of a wash where Overseas got the Urn turn in, one win, lost a few players in the interim, but they were able to get a clean-up kill at the end. It was kind of one of the more sloppier Urns we've seen, but okay, we got Frozen Shelter up here. Lash stalking from the top. Getting ready to drop on down, perhaps. Not done here just yet. Back over to the shop. Yamada, a little bit of counter fire. Now, taking a look at Zanya. Zanya getting super low, maybe caught here by VP. 500 HP in a Dream, trying to get over to the vent, up and over, gonna get cover from Overseas on the Hyper Beam, and got the Death Slam coming on out. Did they catch anyone? Wait, that wasn't a Death Slam. I thought I heard a bell. I actually quite literally did not hear a bell. Or no, I did. It was Xenon. Xenon copied it. I don't think he hit anyone. All over the place, Dan.
It's hard, man. It's definitely hard. That's still definitely something they're going to be working on. I feel like helping us to make it a bit easier on the casters to understand what the hell's going on.
Yeah, you know, at this point, you know, probably a good time to call him Jake. Jake, we've just had a very chaotic last 5 minutes down to the urn fight. It's been interesting.
That's a big hook on a lash now. I mean, if they're able to convert that into a kill, it'd be nice. Seems like it could happen. And I think this kind of chaotic fighting, though, is good for VP in the end, right? Like, Obakim is able to get very active. It's almost like they have an extra core here. Kelvin playing very much for the support. And Big Deathman here could be a major problem now. Shiv being targeted down.
Yep, Shiv in danger, Zanya. Well, Frozen Shelter is there just in the time when you think Shiv is about to go down. You got Kelvin here on the save. Listic, though, still ready to rumble in close quarters. Zanya not out of fire here just yet. 200 HP, gonna get finished off, but all this goes on. Overseas, able to get down one. VP, though, again, the better of the trades here so far, but, you know, interesting enough, Overseas, again, he'll make a little bit of extra space with the Hyper Beam. Feels like more prolific Hyper Beams than the norm so far, Dan.
Yeah, I think the Hyper Beam is one of the most interesting aspects of the Bebop play. I mean, it just has such presence on the field with it. Able to control some of these fights, these big urn fights especially, I think it can really make a big difference. But right now, I mean, it looks like Hayes is, you know, Obakim is trying to find something aggressive in the jungle there. Looked like ran into the ABL on the minimap and able to get out of there. But it does feel like VP are in a position right now to potentially find ganks, obviously able to get this bridge buff. One win coming out onto the right side lane at the same time, but there's a lot of VP players here at the moment. Just looking for that urn pickup. And it doesn't seem like One Win care too much about it.
Yeah, I mean, VP, they're going to get urn control, and it's kind of interesting because you would think One Win would try and fight a little bit harder for urn control, especially when Death Slam is on cooldown, and you don't have to necessarily worry about getting absolutely crunched by what oftentimes is an advantage for the team with the Lash there. But, you know, I just kind of look at how One Win, what they're looking to take on the map here overall, and they're just kind of contesting neutral a little bit harder, trying to maintain lane hygiene a little bit more, and back and forth. But now a little bit of pressure here on the Zergy as Xenon decides wants to rumble a little bit on the left hand side.
Right, well, here we go. There's just a chase coming in here once again. D-Mod trying to take this fight. There's a lot of players here for VP though, so it might be rather challenging. It looks like One Win will go, rather ABL will go down. And you've also got a pretty forward position here for Zanya, trying to escape, but this is not looking very good for Zanya at the moment. Gets eaten alive, chased down. And indeed, VP, they're slowly creeping ahead here, looking to take some of these engagements. I don't think it's going to stop just yet. The pursuit is on, also, to try to catch Zenon on that, on the Magician. This is not... Oh my god, the catch comes on through. Beautiful hook.
Yeah, directly into the slam for the Walker, too. Perfectly set up by Overseas, but there is a really troubling problem here for One Win team. Zanya has been getting focused fired a lot. He has been a whipping boy for most of this game. It is nearly 17 minutes and your Lash is at 11,000. Meanwhile, counterparts on the other team, Geist at 18, Yamato at 17. This is so bad for One Win when one of their key goals here, you know, end game factors, is to make the Shiv a threat. And yeah, I mean, in a late game fight, you can be kind of a killing blow bot. And, you know, you do have a Warden who's another big mouth to feed along with Infernus, but I don't love the way that the allocation has kind of turned out here for One Win. It's really going to hurt when the Shiv is just kind of a distraction rather than, you know, a big beefy frontliner in some of these later team fights.
Yeah, right now... Oh, okay, engagement again. I might have to try to get out of this one. And it looks like that's... I mean, this is the beauty of playing the Calico. It's very hard to lock you down. At the same time, we get this pressure coming in on the right side lane also, as well as the left here. So again, this is VP really starting to control the map again, forcing the reactions from One Win instead. So we get 4 players going to the right side of the map for One Win in reaction to that right side push. Also having to defend the left side, but looks like VP, they want to commit to this engagement. They're looking to potentially take the fight. The TP's here for the defensive, the cavalry coming on in to aid in this fight for One Win's defense. It's not actually going super well here. VP have constructed a really good fight. The shelter comes in maybe a little bit late. The Flammable, yes, unable to really have as much impact with that one. And this gives a decisive lead here for VP, taking every single kill And they're going to be able to take down this Walker surely on the back of this as they look to try to find the remaining kills that are, I mean, you've got the overseas. He's trying to escape.
He's trying to. May end up doing it. Oh my word, if that sleep dagger had actually hit. That was so close. And overseas still going to go down. Get a little bit of counterfire. Get able to take down the KLS. ABL going up concussive combustion. Still very farm. Still very much threatening at 21K, by the way. The one really big hope for one win to turn things around. But, you know, another thing we've been seeing in this game when you look at the minimap here is that VP, you know, I wonder if we need a new classification for characters that are just hyper mobility and what they give you in scouting and extra info on the map, because I feel like there's something special about running both Calico and Haze at the same time, because they're some of the quickest characters in the game for mobility, and the nature of both the cat and just stealth, it gives you recon on the map that you don't really get with other heroes. And, you know, well, kind of a good time to, you know, Jake, what do you think about that with both the Haze and the Calico? Just, you know, not quite map hacking, but you get more intel than the North.
More intel is always good. That's why we have Jake here as well.
Yeah, that's. I think you're exactly right. I think it's sort of like almost like a scouting role is pretty crucial. You know, getting vision. Of course, there's no wards in this game, but it's almost like walking wards. The way that Haze and Calico are being played right now, and then you're seeing Obakim is a really huge threat. Like it's mitigating one team. It's like even if you just don't see Haze on a lane, it's a little bit scarier to come out onto, you know, clear your lanes, clear your jungle. You have to worry about the possibility of a turnaround. Yamato though gonna do some of that turnaround herself.
And Listic more than farmed up to take the fight directly, Zanya. No fear. No fear in this situation. You just walk right on in with Sharik. Take down 2 right as they stand. And VP looking very strong now. Obakim was getting chased down by some Claire off on the side. Frozen Shelter. Gonna come down here for Flammable, fighting Sharik. But he's just getting punched. He's actually just getting beaten up in his own freezer, Dan. And VP now has created just a very significant gap on the game. And, you know, you look at one win, and I don't think a farmed Infernus is necessarily going to be enough to turn this one around.
No, it felt like one win just was slowly slipping away from them after the initial lead they got on objectives. They just weren't able to really convert that correctly, and that might be, you know, that kind of, you know, hold that thought, because we might have a steal attempt coming on here from one win. You've got overseas looking to go in. You've got concussive combustion jumping on in. Are they able to find the steal? Absolutely not. VP are going to deny that one from them, and they're going to take the kills as well. Thank you very much. One win will lose a couple players there, in addition to the rejuvenation. And it was a worthy try, because
yes,
I think it's like you said, ZP, they're kind of stuck in a very bad position right now.
I mean, honestly, in terms of Infernus steal attempts, that was so close from ABL. Got nearly everyone with the combustion, but the end result, still not what one win was looking for. They're not going to get any relief courtesy of the Rejuvenator. And gonna lose another Walker here, where, again, remember, too, in terms of flex slots, they're going to be harder to come by here for one win. It's not just, you know, get 2 Walkers and feel good about it. No, you got to get all 3. And right now, they don't even have a single one. So this is, you know, you're going to feel pinched a little bit if you're behind on objectives now in a way that you didn't previously. Before this patch.
Yeah, it's hard to find the angle for them, you know, either in, let's say, the catch or the team fight, or you know, having someone that's super competitive on the Souls. It's really only just ABL that you could say that for. And Infernus doesn't have quite that burst damage potential, especially at this kind of part of the game, that I think would make that a pick-off threat if you get like a good engagement where you can just like burst someone down really fast. So it does seem rather bleak at the moment for one win. And I think I mentioned, you know, early in the broadcast that sometimes you have these small windows where your win conditions can kind of give you that timing where you can just win the match. I feel like we're kind of past that for one win with this case, but either way, another engagement here around this left side Walker, and it looks like a pretty good start here for VP. I think one win have the right idea by trying to take this fight, but it is overwhelming here from VP's strength.
I feel like the definition of hopelessness that you start getting when you know it's over is when you see Kelvin at +1 dome someone in. You get the 2-on-1 in a dome where you're getting regenerating HP, and nothing happens. You just fail to kill the person, the dome fades, and you instantly get smacked in the mouth. That's what just happened there. And at this point, it is VP effectively on autopilot. I mean, the lead now has ballooned to over 50,000. The win conditions are super narrow. Your top end farm in the game is 31K, and your Shiv is at 17. Jake, I take a look at this, and I don't think the win conditions really exist anymore for one win.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This one looks very over. Shiv gonna be going down here. Just way too much of a lead right now for a team as good as VP, and they're up basically 50, 55K on the game. And Obicam is such a problem. How do you ever come onto the map? I like this conservative build he's going for with the counter spell, with the spirit resilience. I mean, he's very tanky on this Haze, like deceptively tanky for how much damage Haze does. And there's just too many threats. I mean, Yamato, when she gets her ulti online, I think they may just stay and end this with the lead that they have. And Yamato is going to be the tip of that spear more than likely.
I gotta call it, Dan. When I'm thinking about like value VPs getting the draft, particularly over the last few days, the Haze has been a really big threat. I think even more so when you're able to pair it with the Calico and just having constant map information. I don't know if VP should be able to get away with getting Haze as a last pick, as they've been doing in draft over and over again. I feel like Haze's value should be a little bit higher, at the very least from the team you're playing against and denying it or otherwise, whether it be with a mid-stage ban or not, because it definitely did a lot for VP in maintaining their presence, particularly as they got into the mid game.
That's a really good point. I wonder if we'll see that as an adaptation coming in from Abrahams, because yeah, I totally agree, and that's an interesting dimension to all of this as we see what could be one of the final fights here. Reduce still up actually for VP, as one man trying to find an engagement that works, but even in these kind of sprawly fights where you can sometimes find good positioning to isolate players and maybe get 2v1s and so on, it's just too big the difference here. One win getting Zergy within an inch of his life, but somehow Zergy's health bar actually was completely black. There was nothing in there, but he's still alive. So I don't understand.
Health is a resource. Also, that might just be the GG. ABL a little preemptively out of the game. We got the well played, good job thrown in by Dmov, and
it's fine. That one's not preemptive. He's not going to be respawning before the game.
No, that's also true. That's
a true GG. Actually, GG out and make the game end, you would in the spot for sure.
That is very true. So VP looking strong at the end. It was even for a while, but man, oh man, their mid game hard to argue against. VP getting into the money match once more, and overall, Jake, pretty interesting game where I feel like VP in just the period of 1 week, they have done some reinventing of how they decide to play the game.
I think the draft priority looks pretty sick. Like I think that the vision of the heavy team fighting front line seems really strong, really hard to answer. Like, like, what do you need to deal with this Yamato, Geist, and Calico? Is it like a dynamo? I mean, it just feels like you're really grasping at straws to answer that level of front line. And then once Haze comes online, man, you're in a world of hurt. There's so many openers coming up against you. There's the lash if you're trying to overcommit too much. So I think VP just have a really sharp read on this meta. Things like the Warden haven't been looking as good, honestly, at this level of play. I feel like he's a little too one note with the ulti, being like your obvious power spike. The ulti is so strong, you're unfightable for during the ulti. And then once it's over, or if you get baited and you don't get value at it, or you get stunned and you lose the cooldown. I mean, there's so many ways it can go really, really wrong for Warden, even when he does have farm, even when he is in a relevant spot net worth wise.
All I'll say is Play With Me was ahead of his time. wish Play With Me was here to experience this Haze meta. That'd be nice.
I mean, hey, look, right now there's all sorts of rumblings with team comps. Maybe this is the time where you go, hey, play with me. Come back. It's time. Like, we got your hero back, but I think the problem is that if you're going against a new team and you see Play With Me is on their roster, I feel like you just go out of your way and you go, no Haze for you. Like, we're not allowing this to happen. We're kind of aware of the old stories. We've read the ancient texts, but I think we're just about ready here for our player of the match. And Jake, what do you got?
Yeah, so this one, I mean, was tough with the across the board solid performance from VP in the team fights, but I think this time we can reveal it right now. Our MVP presented by Intel, and I went with Obicam here. I just thought that the presence from the Haze, all these pickoffs, was such a problem in the team fights. Like, the front line was really solid from the rest of VP, and they really understand how to use this in the team play context. But so many times it's Obicam scouting out things before the fight, allowing the team to decide, what fights they want to take. A lot of solo kill pickoffs and just tons of presence. I think ABL was very farm for one-win team, had like the best chance to carry and clutch the game out. But Haze ensured that he's never getting the fight that he wants, and VP always know what threats are on the horizon for them.
The interesting thing to me when I look at this is it does feel like also a shift in team fighting strategy, where the paradigm in Deadlock for a very long time has been the idea of, well, you use something like a Paradox or a Holiday, and that is your playmaker. But Hayes is one of those heroes that kind of lets you play make in a different way, with the stealth, with the ability to get more map presence. Yeah, you still have the Lash on there, who's also like kind of in that role, but it's a different way of initiating fights and keeping pressure than just, here's a lasso, here's a swap.
Yeah, definitely. And I love the utility too. We're talking about the intel game that you have with Hayes, and that Hayes can do a lot of sneaky stuff. And also in terms of like trying to steal some of the sacrifices and kind of be just really problematic, because in those 1v1s with the Sleep Dagger as well for safety, it does give you the luxury to go out there by yourself in a ways that are, I feel like, somewhat unique to Hayes. So, and I think we could see this hypothesis from Play With Me. That's kind of how Play With Me was innovative and found a lot of value there, was really mastering that aspect of Hayes, and it just feels so strong at the moment.
Yeah, I think these like disabling actives on Hayes is a sick build, because not only do those actives, they kind of give you a lot of the catch and kill potential of a Paradox or of a Holiday, but then you can finish your own food in those fights, right? Like you can get those kills down, especially, you know, how long the fight tends to go with somebody when they're, you know, CC'd by all these actives. Just the passive kind of carries in terms of damage for Hayes. It feels like you don't really need, like, he doesn't have that much gun items here on Hayes, like pretty minimal investment there into the gun. And yet his damage is very relevant, right? Like he's lowest on his team, but still pretty significant. 20K is like just a little bit under the Vindicta. So I like this decision making from VP. I think Michaelis on the Vindicta as well, going for like more of a controlling CC tanky build. Like I just really like the way VP is thinking about the game right now, the way they're building all their heroes to optimize for like an end game team fight.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of the VP cycle, right? We talked a little bit in the open, is that, you know, VP will be on top for quite a while, and EU is competitive enough that staying on top is difficult. VP will get knocked off the throne, you know, sometimes a few weeks, sometimes even a month. But VP, they stay stable, they learn from their mistakes, and eventually they get a better read on the meta. They come back stronger. And to me, I feel like I'm very excited for VP Abrahams coming up after this, more so than even the norm, because this is 1 week here, Dan, where I feel like VP has done more work to reinvigorate themselves and really take a fresh look at the game, especially within the confines of new patch, than maybe we saw even last week.
Yeah, I think, you know, just the further we get it from big patches, the more stable and consistent things are going to look. And I do agree that VP seem to have great form at the moment. And it's rare, I think, that we have two teams that are in really good form and you legitimately can't say enough good things about both of them, and you actually don't know, you really don't, it's really hard to tell like who's actually going to win. And also I think with the VP dynamic, that it used to be that with the 1win versus VP rivalry, that they both played different styles of the game, and so that's kind of how 1win got a lot of edge. But I like the fact that we get almost like a more kind of sprawling macro game where it is more down to some of VP's strengths. Like they're getting kind of matched in some of their strengths by Abrahams in a way that's, I think, super compelling as a rivalry. We haven't had it in Europe yet.
Alrighty, well, that was our challenging match here in EU. VP up to challenge for the throne once more. Abrahams, though, they are sitting at the top and they still look incredibly strong. Will VP retake the crown this week, or will Abrahams be the ones that remain on top? We'll find out right after this.
They could be coming for me any minute. Hurry them!
We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night. That's right, number 30. It's been 30 shows. ZP here with Jake and DDK. And Jake, VP, once more, going to be challenging for the crown here in Europe. But the competition against Abrahams, it's been pretty stiff, especially in the last few weeks.
Yeah, it's a compelling win for them. I think they kind of showcased everything you wanted to see to them, which is like the hero flexibility, keeping up with a rapidly changing meta and very well executed team fights, not really giving up their advantage. Once they got it, they just built it bigger and bigger and bigger. A couple big team fights come in, and one minute we're just stuck grasping at straws. It feels like really rough for them to get back into the game. Maybe a drafting issue though, and that's where Abrahams has been very consistently ahead. They've been a real leader in terms of determining the meta, what's the top prio characters. In the last few weeks, we'll see if the patch changes any of that.
Yeah, I can add something quickly to that. Like one win, normally when you watch in the past when they were winning, you'd watch a 1-win game. They get that early advantage, and then they get another conversion into the super early mid game off the initial Guardians into the jungle invades. But they found zero value there this time, and I feel like that's to me where I was like, oh, okay, this is different, and this is why everything slipped away.
Well, it's not slipping away. The Abrahams roster are current champions here in EU, and you want to talk about the recipe that makes the special sauce. Well, you have to say they took a few different roster iterations, but seemingly the big piece that really pulled it all together was when Abrahams added in Hoot, longtime player in the EU scene, kind of floating around different teams, and eventually finds his way over the Abrahams. Super versatile, and originally stood out as Bebop, but now has shown to be able to play so much more. Most recently, Jake, one of the most locked down Calicos in the entire game.
Yeah, I think Taz is another superstar for this squad. I mean, across the board, really, they've impressed me. I feel like we've seen tons of versatility from the players. We've seen some really impressive late game farm performances from Jamside, who gets way out ahead of the game. And Saint has been playing some very interesting support characters, playing a style that I don't think many teams would be able to replicate, and looking very solid where maybe other teams with their supports are a little more limited in terms of that hero pool. So curious to see if the Sevens, the Hayes supports end up coming out here in this draft. What the prios end up being if Abrahams wants to match. And historically, they have challenged for the Geist and the Yamatos in this VP matchup. So I think this will be a pretty interesting head-to-head.
I'm very excited for this one. I think, like I said before we went to break, to me, this match represents two teams that are somewhat similar in what they're good at. And so where you see edges, won and lost is very, very interesting, and it makes the draft itself also very interesting because, again, like I said in the previous iterations of the VP 1-win rivalry, the draft wasn't contested in quite the same way. So I feel like there's more creativity that's required for both of these teams, and we'll see how they are interpreting what should be valued against not just the current meta, but against one another as well.
Here's what I think. I think Abrahams, in what they're good at, I do think they have some weak points here. And also with Wraith getting nerfed, I think the weak points are a little bit more severe. I think if I was doing a game plan against Abrahams, number one, I think you take Shiv away from them. Together has been, in basically all recent matches that Abrahams have won, it has been Together on the Shiv, and he's very comfortable on that hero. They play really well around it. I think you take the Shiv away either by banning it or playing it. That's number one. And number two, I think Jamside also has at times had the same issue where Jamside looks really good on Wraith and Infernus, but now that Wraith has taken a hit, I think if you're VP, you go in here, I think you take the Infernus earlier if you're VP. Not only because I think Infernus is quite good right now, especially in a vacuum with the hits to Wraith, but the fact that getting Jamside on a non-Wraith, non-Infernus hero, I think is a big, big win for VP if they choose to deny in that way, Jake.
Yeah, that could be true, but in the end, there's Mirage, there's other options, I think. So it's hard to prio the draft. There's also things that you want, like the Geist and the Yamato. That so I honestly don't expect these teams to be block picking each other too much. I think it's going to be more of a race for the top prio choices. And this is a big opportunity now for Abrahams. I think the Geist first pick was pretty predictable here, but Abrahams could get Mirage +1 here, which I think is a nice start. Maybe Mirage and Yamato, although I'm not saying there's not a ton of synergy there, so it's sort of interesting how you want to approach this. Do you want to play more of those long range backline carries, or play for the heavy chase down with the Yamato?
Bound to fight.
All right.
Seems like heavy chase down. Maybe a Yamato follow up wouldn't shock me here as far as the openers.
I love it. I love the Giga Chat aura that Yamato has, you know, because it's kind of unique when you like pop the shadow transformation and like it's like kind of untouchable.
Run.
I love that. I love that in this game. So hopefully, yeah, we get the Yamato as a follow-up and it becomes a bit more standard in the meta right now.
So you need a
Oh, it's a Shiv though.
Yeah.
Similar story though, right? In terms of the potential to chase things down and hunt kills. I don't mind Shiv with the Warden either, because Warden often can get people quite low, and then Shiv can capitalize on that moment when you try to fall back and kite the Warden. You're letting Shiv have a lot of free time to regroup.
Yeah, I look at this and I think Abraham's, because of their reliance on Shiv, they tend to have to other teams will pick Shiv a little bit later. Abraham's, they're so keyed in on playing it that they have to pick it early no matter what. I don't think they wanted to deal with a scenario where there's like a mid-stage ban that denied it. Warden coming up is interesting. I would expect for VP here, this may be a Sinclair that comes in. I think Sinclair has not only been more highly valued recently just because of the early lane presence, but generally speaking, still kind of maintains that niche of being a pretty good, quasi counter pick to Warden. It doesn't instantly make Warden bad, but I think it
Could
more
steal the
than that,
Kelvin though.
Today
They could.
isn't the day.
Oh,
But
Vindicta.
Ooh.
Okay. I actually like the Vindicta here. I think it's
Yeah.
pretty hard for Warden and Shiv to get on top of Vindicta due to just her inherent mobility. And I think the range catch can be really annoying, right? Like you don't really want to be building debuff remover on Warden. You can, but I think you may be forced to this game, which I think is already going to be a win for Vindicta, like pinning people down and kiting back, which right now VP has a comp that looks very sick at just kiting back in these late game team fights. You do give up the Kelvin, which I think is a little scary here for VP. You get caught in a dome, you are in big trouble, but this is like a bit of a one and done, all in rush type of a team fight that's brewing for Abrahams. And I'm a little worried, right? Vindicta slips away, Mirage, tornadoes away, or Geist maybe just has the ulti to survive just long enough that she ends up being tanky here.
Yeah, I like VP's roster a lot, especially the Mirage. I think is so nice because the punchy damage is something that scales super well, and I think both against Warden and Shiv, just like you said, Jake, it feels a lot easier for VP to find consistent damage in fights. That will probably be more beneficial for them on the whole. Abraham's requiring a bit more setup there. So I like the range the VP has a lot right now, but they just need something that can kind of get in between. I think the Vindicta, Mirage, and Guy. Well, not the Guy.
Ban the Infernus.
Range,
that's what I think here. No, they banned the Haze. Interesting. Okay, so they get rid. Yeah,
I was gonna say I think the Haze is actually a good pick for Abrahams. I would love to see like a Mo for Abrahams. They need some very hard lockdown, I think, in short order to be able to catch some of these VP characters. I think all three of those characters that VP have picked, you need to hard stun lock them down so they can't escape. And Mo, to me, fills that order. Maybe you could do the Lash as a similar story, though, giving maybe some of that same level of value.
You're about to watch my greatest trick.
So Abrahams goes for the Sinclair. They don't want to deal with VP potentially grabbing Sinclair. They're going against Warden, but now in response, I feel like they give up potentially some pretty serious power here by doing so. I mean, they help secure the early lanes. One thing you know about VP is that they do like picking Infernus for their own benefits against Shiv lanes. And what we've seen is that they're going to be very aggressive in trying to do swaps to make sure that they get a good matchup versus Shiv Kelvin lane, which is why maybe they feared it less.
Well,
Lash comes in, going to be played by Sharik in all likelihood. We'll see what the next hero they pick here is, but
I don't think you can play Infernus here. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think with the rest of your team, like Vindicta, Mirage, or heroes that run away as the fight starts and kind of kite back, and Infernus wants a lot of teammates who go in for him and allow him to like stay aggressive and attack and go ulti in and things like that. And I just don't see that team fight. But
I got you.
Okay, I'm wrong. VP are still going to go for it. I mean, and maybe Infernus, he could go for like maybe a little bit more of like get like the max charge builds. He's able to like kite out a lot of these fights. And in the end, Abraham's, they're running a
toxic pick is. It's Dynamo.
What's your
VP?
Dynamo?
oh. No,
It's kind of interesting, but I think Sinclair is too scary to be picking it into. I think you're just
That's
like
a good point. Yeah,
you're just like too.
Sorry to interrupt you with that garbage.
No, I think it's a good idea actually. Honestly, like I think Abrahams has a very stacked comp in terms of grouping up, and I love the Bebop choice. I almost still want the Mo. I want like even more lockdown and catch. I feel like that's just how you win this game on Abrahams is you lock down these VP heroes. They have no save, no tankiness, zero ability to survive getting hard lockdown. And so Bebop, the hook can be that. Sinclair with the Hex can be that. But I would love to see more. And that is interesting. That's a good way to lock some players down. It sort of counters the tornado if you can get it off early enough.
Yeah, I mean, she did show up a little bit earlier today in EU. It is not a troll pick, although I will say the first time I saw the McGinnis pick come up earlier, I was like, whoa, wait a second, that's a jump scare, because there actually was a jump scare where in draft on the one-win side, you saw McGinnis like, no, not actually the heroes. So when it actually came in for real, you know, it's a little bit interesting, but Pocket could be the final pick for VP.
Is it a gun carry build for McGinnis? Is that the what are people building? Because we haven't seen McGinnis in so long. In this draft, I feel like it probably needs to be a gun carry, because I don't think that's sort of the hole they have in the draft.
I did not see the full thing. I saw it right before taking a nap, so I could actually be awake for the DFN side. So I'm not entirely sure. You know, if chat wants to weigh in on if it was effective or not, by all means. But also, we got Parzival at the sub, of course. Parzival, coach over on the Abraham side. So always appreciate there. But, you know, Dan, the stage is set, and you take a look at the teams here. VP, they're kind of saying, we're good with one frontliner in Geist, and otherwise, we're just going to dance around the entire time. Look for more chaotic fights rather than more of the in-your-face death ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I'm really curious how it's going to work out. You know, I've been wondering with McGinnis for a while, because, you know, I haven't been in the lab or anything to try to figure out like what builds could even make sense. Because obviously since the item change, I felt like you have to, you know, throw away all of our kind of preconceptions, obviously, on how we value anything. So I was wondering, is it a matter of time until maybe McGinnis is a bit more viable than maybe we think? Because if you're a team right now, that's like going to be a go-to edge if you can kind of figure that out first. And so, yeah, super curious to see how that actually plays into this. I do think the ranges of VP with the Mirage Vindicta are still kind of nice. And I feel like Pocket kind of does serve a great purpose in terms of just like getting that nice AoE damage in the close ranges. I think that's going to work really nicely against this like more kind of brawly comp that we have from Abrahams. I like that. But I don't know, VP, I'm not convinced fully with their roster. It feels like they are missing still some tankiness and frontline at all. They haven't really gone in that direction. So I'm curious how that's going to work out for them.
It's definitely an interesting choice. I kind of think it's better to have like basically zero frontline than to have just one, right? If you just have like an Abrams in this roster, he's just going to get absolutely focus fired and melted, right? Just like unplayable. And so just having the whole team be like long range, if you can get up to the farm level where your damage is really a problem and Abrahams can't walk up to you, I think you're in a good spot. But I almost like the McGinnis as the sixth pick here for Abrahams, because this is just like they will be trying to end the game pretty early here. And I think McGinnis is a bit of a gamble in that sense. If you fail in some of your early walker pushes, you could end up throwing away a big lead and VP could get a huge comeback. But by the same token, if VP like are defending towers, I feel like it's a little scary for them. I mean, they have the Lash ulti, which could be nice, but I can see a world where Abrahams is just full running over you once they have like a 10k lead in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea when you're running something like VP is that you're looking to be mobile, you're looking to like take small advantages across the map. Ideally, you avoid death balls as much as possible, but you know, really to the heart of your point is that if Abrahams ends up ahead, where if you're running a good front line and you end up 10 to 15k ahead, you then get to force fights, and VP has very little good options to deal with it. But you know, Jake, we're taking a look here at the lanes as they've opened up here. The Shiv, Kelvin goes over to the left. How many lane swaps do you think we're going to see here from VP?
I don't know if they're going to lane swap. I think maybe the Infernus is the laner you want against Lash. But I'm more worried about this side lane we're watching right now. I mean, Ward and McGinnis are kind of getting toasted here. Lash and Geist have tons of spam, so they're gonna need a lot of heals from this McGinnis, but her cooldowns aren't gonna be up that much, and some of these healing sustain items have been pretty heavily nerfed.
Yeah, McGinnis as a hero seems to be in this weird place where maybe the devs are like not entirely sure how, like, if they should even just change some abilities completely. It's kind of almost how I feel about it. I don't know if that's where what your guys' read is on it, where like, is this a hero that needs to be redesigned totally?
It's hard to say, because I feel like to an extent, if you're the last developers that would go, well, we have so many experiences of players that undervalue stuff that may be good, and you leave it in the game and eventually people realize, oh, it's actually good. Like, there is some groupthink that goes on where people don't always realize the value of something. Now, sometimes that's where sometimes devs will embark on the strategy that they'll give seemingly insignificant buffs to underplayed heroes to sort of alert people, hey, maybe you should try this thing that's good. So I think it's hard to tell right now. I mean, obviously, McGinnis would probably be a candidate for buffs if you're looking purely at the top end, but you know, even her pub stats potentially tell a different story. So We'll see. I'm really curious to see if this will work out against VP of all teams, because if it does, you know, it's just going to be your John Wick moment. McGinnis just thinking she's back.
All right. Oh, hello. Flash being a bit scary. Flash is a bouncy boy, isn't he? Bouncing around.
Yeah, just lash things going around and around. But also, the pressure from this Bebop Sinclair lane is immense. Half the HP on the mid Guardian already down. And it says something about the absolute pressure that Tass has on this hero. That being said, Seth getting awfully low. Looking to retreat a little bit gracefully here. Jin's Mark bringing him very, very low. But the threat of Taz all the same, giving him plenty of room.
Boon received. I would like to receive a boon. Please, sir, may I have a boon?
It's very prominent now. There's no question that I've leveled up. I mean, effectively, that is a Deadlock version of levels there, but it's like, oh, you levels? No. We got boons. But at the very least, we still call things heroes. We haven't... Deadlock never went out of its way to call people occultists or something along those lines. It was just like, no. We keep some terminology simple.
To be honest, I feel like that's so good. Stop trying to be fancy. Stop trying to be different. Let's just, you know, let's just not be confusing. How about that?
Oh, and one going down there. Overall, relatively even in the left and right, but you look at the middle, and the middle lane, really big problem here for VP if they're not able to do something to solidify a task. Maybe caught and no, able to back away. But the problem that you have here for VP is that if you're not able to stem the bleeding in middle, Tass isn't going to stay in middle in all likelihood. Tass is going to start roaming around, or they could even redo lanes to send someone else here that they want to funnel farm to. And it's going to be a problematic for your left and right lanes that otherwise are even.
Yeah, it's definitely the Bebop effect that we are definitely seeing in mid. I think it's definitely such an important hero in the early to mid game for that reason. But we just saw, one, we're not able to convert off of this advantage. But hold on, we have Demov going in on the pocket. It's found a great gank. It's a beautiful gank.
Really, really important to find that there. Again, you don't want your Guardian going down super early, really in any lane, but especially into middle as unable to get away. Listic applying some good pressure off on the right. And now you talk about Guardians getting pummeled. You got Abrahams now. Right Guardian down to 50%. So VP in the laning phase really being threatening now, taking a little bit of a lead. They stabilize middle and might just be outright getting right-hand side, but Wall comes in and not enough to save the Guardian.
No, it's not. Oh, it's like there will be some conversions here. Demov taking down Saf though, and I thought for a second that maybe Taz could find something, but he's not really going to be in a position to do all that much. We got Pocket there, just chilling on 1 HP, as you do.
Got a taste of his own frogs, courtesy of Sinclair. He's like, whoa, this doesn't feel good. I've been throwing this like people in southern, from downtown. Grab Sharik, but Tornado was up, able to mostly get away. Bomb still connects, but Sharik, well, maybe he'll live if Vexing Bolt doesn't find him.
They're going to get a tower in response, so, really nice. I also feel conflicted calling it a tower, because the tower feels pretty consistent with the MOBA universe, but it's this, like, big stone Guardian dude, so, what do we do here, ZP? Do we, we're casters. What if we just say tower all the time, and then everyone says tower, but it's actually a Guardian?
I gave in and said Guardian. I'll be honest. I gave in and said Guardian. It's not as pithy as tower, but,
yeah.
Honestly, it's not that bad. It's not like one of those cases where they decide to give it a 4-letter name, Guardian of the Ancient Cosmos or something along those. Like, no. I'm not going to say that, but I can work with Guardian. Also, middle, even though middle Guardian is down, pressure's coming on in. You got a rotation Hoot deciding to come on over in the mid, and I kind of expected this because even though it's a rotation that maybe gets some of the pressure off, I also think you don't necessarily want to leave either Bebop or Sinclair as the take middle farm here. I think you swap things up ideally if you're Abrahams.
Yes. Well, on the left side, Abrahams will pick up that tower and Guardian, whatever, bloody hell. So, but they're going to disengage as a result. They don't have to continue forcing the fights. VP definitely not in a bad position though. They got that right side, and they also proved, I think, in the last match that even if you get ahead on objectives early on them, it doesn't matter too much. They're pretty stable. Oh, hello. All right, we're getting some of the challenging going to get pushed off by the Magician.
Yeah, Saf being very aggressive, but really take a look at the state of the lanes here, where it has, even though Hoot came in to help deal with some of the pressure, I think Hoot is going to stay middle here, and now it's going to be Sinclair kind of roaming between middle and right-hand side, and you're going to see Tass, I think, here potentially start considering going off to the left, roaming between left and middle to look for crimes of opportunities. So the middle Guardian being taken down has opened up some opportunities here for Abrahams, but you got the pocket pressure. D-Mob has been a menace all game long here and not stopping at all with the pressure here into left, but we do have Taz coming on in for a little bit of support. No Hyper Beam, but may not be no problem. VP getting very, very low.
Okay, so you've got Taz looking for maybe something here as assistance is on the way. So if there's a hook to be had, it could go pretty hard at this point as there are so many teammates now near Taz. Oh, and we see Abraham's pushing the lane, and there is a nice find on Listic. So that's a good pick off. A couple players left here if they would decide to keep pushing the lane, but they'll be pushing into a walker eventually, so it doesn't really make sense. Gonna back away from that one. In the meantime, overseas Taz found a Mirage in mid.
Yeah, I mean, you see Bebop players in the EU, not the most unreasonable guess to guess overseas, but, overseas in this case, next week, perhaps. But either way, taking a look at the lanes in the subs here, this is where the rotation's gotten very, very interesting. And now, a little bit of fight here over the Gamba.
See that handsome bastard.
Listic. Also worth noting, it's Listic on the Lash this time, and Shriek on the Mirage. Didn't even touch on that. Wow. Saf.
Wow.
Pretty good positioning here on Sinclair. Still has the ability to go back in, keep pressure up on Listic, gonna do so with Taz. So Listic getting caught amongst the rooftops here. 1 minute to go until buffs and earn, and Abraham's doing some really nice rotations to keep things back to even. And now we got our customary EU pause. Jake, what are you thinking right now? Both flow of battle within the middle, the McGinnis, and just some of the rotations from Abraham's to even things up when it looked like VP was starting to potentially get ahead.
I think this is the calm before the storm, ZP. I think we're going to see James side maybe around 15K really get active, and that's going to be the key timing for Abrahams to succeed. Until then, though, building a 5K lead is a great place to start. Warden ulting, just going to maybe zone away some of these divers. But I think Abraham's getting what they want. They're keeping control of the jungles. They're getting farmed up, and they're developing a small lead. Then I think the key is going to be when they pull the trigger, when they really start to fight around the McGinnis. I think that's a super scary prospect, right? When you think about the VP, all these defensive kiting heroes, who's going to defend the walkers? Who's going to actually get up and challenge the McGinnis? I don't know the answer. I guess Pocket can afflict her. If she can tolerate that and stay in the fight, that's going to be maybe the key question. But with Kelvin healing, with some sustain from the rest of the team, and maybe McGinnis' own heals, or if she gets some bullet lifesteal, there's a real chance this McGinnis is a big problem in about 10 minutes.
You heard it here first, Dan. Hashtag McGinnis Storm. It is going to be on the way. I'm here for it. She's been gone for too long, and also still one of the best looking heroes in the game. I mean, you think about, okay, what hero has something that's final model-wise? McGinnis is probably pretty close, but shifting gears here, the Taz. The Urn is dropping on down, and so is the Hyper Beam. Together, punishing Listic, setting up Saint to grab the Urn. Abraham's keeping the Urn in motion. 3K as the lead here so far, and for VP, Listic will be up in time to contest. They still have the last option here, so I'm curious to see if VP goes for the Urn contest or if they just try and take objectives on the map. We'll see how the rotations come in.
Yes, it does seem like there is some response here on the rotations from VP. At least the most farmed MKLS on the Geist is by the drop-off spot, but being alone, I don't know that that's going to really amount to a defense here. Instead, yeah, we have it conceded to Abrahams, so it's a nice pick up there for them. That's going to move them to a nice 7K buffer and advantage on the overall souls. And nothing found there from Taz on the hook, but this mid Guardian is going to go down, it looks like. There we go. Virtus Pro reacting off of losing the Urn. They take a Guardian instead. And you can see it's just a defensive posturing here from Abrahams, just waiting to see what VP are going to do. VP fanning back out, though. And at the same time, Mikeles isolated on the right side now, crossing back in towards mid. And both teams feel fairly tentative here on the fights, I got to say, ZP, at the moment. But we are somewhat even now on the early Guardians.
I think you're Abrahams. You're completely okay with the state of the game here so far. Of course, you take a look at the Guardians and where that's at. Still one Guardian to go, where they do need to get it for the flex slot. In case you're just tuning in wondering, hey, what's going on? You got 2 Guardians down. Where's your flex? Well, you don't get it, so you take down right. So there's a world where VP overcompensates a little bit on their right side defense just to make that a little bit hard, because you look at the builds here, you're just about the time for Abraham, 64k, decent spot in the game. You do really want that final Guardian, but you don't want to give it up in response to your Walker that's getting highly pressured right now by VP.
Well, there is some teasing, some poking from VP there. We can see that in evidence by Listic just being a nuisance, but yeah, that's just has some near misses.
I just look at that as like, I don't think this is going to hit, but it would be wild if it did.
You never know sometimes.
I think the meme "never stop gambling" kind of applies to Bebop. Like Bebop, I could fully believe has a very bad gambling problem, just like half of our chatters for channel points, which is the true test of anything when you're predicting games here in DFN.
Well, we do have a fight brewing here on the right side of the map over that remaining Guardian at first stage. Guardian. There goes the engage there. Oh, Frozen Shelter as a response there. That's the trap. That's a very, very trapped pocket. Able to finally escape, though. And I thought he was going to go down, but able to keep himself up. They're fighting between the Walker and the first stage Guardian now as well, but surely that's going to go down at this point. VP desperately trying to defend it, though, and Abrahams are committing to this fight. And it looks like they might be getting forced back somewhat. Mikael S here on the chase. The most stacked player, 14k souls at the moment. Looking very strong is Mikael S.
Yeah, nerfs or no...
The rest of the players.
Nerfs or no nerfs, he's ready to rumble. Have the binding word out. Mikael S does not care. Sharik out of it. Both teams trading out. You look at the VPN. Demov super low. Not going to get away. Right now, a 3-for-2 in favor of VP. As we see together with no HP, just taking the teleport saying, okay, I'm get on out of here. Meanwhile, got Listic on one side, Saf on the other. Neither necessarily looking at each other here just yet. Obakim, though, got together. He took the subway, Dan. Tried to get away, and I'm pretty sure that was a long-range shot from downtown. Obakim finding his mark. Really nice snipe.
Yeah, super nice, and it's interesting. This game has been, I think, kind of how I feel like set it up to be, in a sense, where like the feel of it, where Abrahams have been slightly ahead, but like neither team has really been able to like pull, or rather, I should say for VP, like pull far behind, or for Abrahams to pull really far ahead, even though they have an advantage. It seems just so minimal. I don't know, Jake, what your interpretation is of how the game is developing at the 15-minute mark now. Even though things are even, do you see one of these teams finding a window to take a lead?
I mean, I think now the big question for Abrahams is how they actually do scale, because I think the way they're playing, they're not doing what I sort of expected, which is to say, like, really committing hard on the Walker takes, or maybe they're not quite strong enough to do that. And so we are going to probably see this get towards the late game, where McGinnis is going to be taking on Infernus in terms of that late game challenge. In the late game, I'm a little worried, because I think it seems very hard on McGinnis to not get your health swapped by Geist. Like, kind of almost defenseless against that. You have the wall, but you just have very little mobility, and it's kind of a problem for your maybe most farmed hero in the late game. But I'm just curious to see how Jamside plays it, how this matchup ends up going down.
We got teleports coming in to defend left Walker. It was McGinnis, played by Jamside as the main defense. Walker, though, going to go on down. But if you're Abrahams, do you get any punish here? Listic looking very unhealthy. Likely not going to be get away. Wow. And on that, overall, it's still a better play for VP. You get the Walker for 1 kill. You're actually pretty happy with that. Abraham's going to try and convert this kill, though, into Urn at the same time. And I kind of look where VP is on the map. You look at the allocation of players. This Urn may be free. And then, okay, wait. That was kind of an oopsie there by Saint, is what I'm going to say. Drop the Frozen Shelter a little bit early, Dan.
A little bit earlier than you'd like, perhaps, but hey, it happens. Happens to the best of us. Oh, my monitor's gone black, CP. I can't see a single thing.
Your microphone also went out for a second, but it's back. It's just like, yeah, it happens to the best of us. Just like Dan's microphone going out. But all right, we got Death Slam coming on in here, over and in. See if the fall through is there, Taz. Right now, chasing into the fight. Let that hook back up in 1 second. Taking inventory of what's around. I'll drop the little self bomb, and they knew it. Mikael S was just hiding in the corner. And there is no doubt about that for Abrams. Meanwhile, other side, Saf going to go down. Pressure here onto the Walker as Sharik finishes it off.
Yeah, really good sacrifice from Michaelis. You know, just decides that, you know, he's going to try to delay as much as possible. He's going to die, but his team gets the mid-walker instead. So that's beautifully set up there by VP. And that's definitely an important moment, I think, because it has been hard for VP to claw their way back into this one. And finally, the game looks even more even on the Souls. And again, this is so hard to separate these two teams. It also feels like neither team has been really interested in some of these like full team fights. It feels like there's a lot of split pushing or split fighting at the moment that's happening on the map. With that said, once again, you know, being a nuisance listic on the last, not going to be able to survive, gets chased down, and Zergy and Obikim in enemy territory at the moment on VP side. Going to be falling off of that enemy jungle though now as I say that. And coming out onto the map here, ZP, there's a pretty even amount of map control, I would say. Ultimately, Abraham's maybe a little bit slightly behind on it, but I think we're in this territory now where one team fight can be a mid-boss if you're not careful. So, but both teams have to be really cautious of that. And this is going to be a great catch. This could be the catch that they need. Can they take down Sharik here? I don't know that they can chase for this one. It's a little bit deep to go for that. So you can see Abraham's expressing caution. Although how sweet would it be to get a pick off into a mid-boss at this point?
Very sweet at that point. Interesting enough, though, you take a look at the overall objectives. While it's relatively even in Souls, you know, VP has done a way better job pushing down walkers. First pressure here from Zergy. Chase down concussive concussion. Gonna get put into the dome, though, in turn. Now trying to bounce away, get some time, go in onto Bebop. Not gonna finish it off. Just barely just has live through that. Big saves coming in from Saint.
I think that was like a 1k bag as well that was dropped for Taz.
Yeah.
So nice donation. And that said, Michaelis on the right side there might run into a couple players from Abraham's there. Yeah, he's going to find Saf on Sinclair. Looks like no one's interested in that fight, but you gotta be cautious here because Taz is in middle with that hook ready at the ready here, looking for initiation, looking for an engage. VP have a few players in position on mid as well now, looking to defend that mid walker. So big pressure from Abraham's, forcing respect from VP with that rotation from them.
I look at this and it's very interesting relative to the normal VP game, where when you watch VP play some of the lesser teams in the EU, they simply just push. They continually, oh, you gotta be kidding me! There's no way you just nabbed Listic like that! Oh, and Listic is gone! Tass, the playmaker, with a juicy pick, and now everyone's in middle. Utris try and go mid-boss. You got Lash down for 30 seconds. You have the possibility. The fight is still on. Dimov over there, drops the Affliction. Tries to make a little bit of room. Giving Obikim room, perhaps, to look for some assassinates. But either way, that was a nasty hook.
Yeah, and VP do have to be careful. They can't, with a player down, they can't give up another one because that will lead into mid-boss. So they be very cautious. They go for the re-engage, though. They find a fight that they like. A nice connection there at distance with the snipe. The assassination and VP chasing it down now after getting together, the tankiest player perhaps on the team for Abrahams. Now, Abrahams are not in any position to try to take a mid-boss. And in fact, you're going to be really cautious here. Abrahams definitely got to be very, very careful indeed because VP owning that mid space now. And they pick up the urn behind it. So it was such a good timing for them to be able to find the victory there, get that map control. And now it looks like an urn conversion. So VP might be actually starting to come back again on the soul deficit that had been started to be worked on here by Abrahams.
They're speeding through. They desperately just want to get the urn in before Abrahams is able to react. Hey, look where Abrahams is at map-wise. I don't think they can do much. I mean, maybe Tass lands a hook, but do you even want this fight where the rest of your team is? See, going forward, props on into the turning point, should just have it cleanly. And yeah, I mean, VP, they realized they had a brief window to just go for urn. They get it. Turn it on in, and Abrahams wisely chooses not to go in shorthanded. So again, it kind of brings us back to the situation of largely even though when you look at the map, Abrahams has been a little bit deeper on the VP side than vice versa.
Ready to stand my ground.
Well, just throwing out the hooks. Didn't catch anything just yet. VP, again, got to be cautious. A lot of Abraham's players, they are looking for a pick here. Oh, and there we go. We've caught an Infernus, but Infernus can move pretty fast. That's the Flame Dash. Trying to get out of there here. The chase is on at the moment. Flame Dash able to recover some of that HP, but Zergi's going to go down. I think we ripped the killing blow for that one. Oh no, maybe we didn't. I'm not sure. Either way, he's dead. And the fight continues here for Abrahams, pushing forwards up the mid lane. And again, 2 players down. This has to be mid boss for Abrahams.
This way.
Yep, slide down the fire ropes or whatever you want to call them there. Fire poles? What do they call that fire side? I feel like there's a much cleaner term for it that's evading me. But either way, you hop on down, you go for mid boss because VP losing too cleanly in middle. Not really with great options for a steal. I mean, you look at who's alive on the map. Instead, you look at where Sharik is going. They're going to try and turn into a little bit of a trade. You got Michaelis and Sharik going over to the right-hand side. There's going to be a fight on right hand to try and get some of Walker, but I think Abrahams is accurately apportioned back there. Maybe not. Saint goes down, and Sharik, though, goes down in turn. So, really, take a look at it here. Warden trying to defend, and Michaelis is going to get it, and still may come at the cost of his life. This is a pretty low HP Michaelis. Still has swap, though, so if you're Hoot, you have to be really careful on how long you stay in. And swap comes in, but might not be enough to save Michaelis.
It's too many man. Simply too many man. However, the ties may be turning here a little bit. We do have VP trying to follow up there. They've got 3 players, but they will actually decide to disengage from that one. Couldn't find the opening they needed after all. And, you know, after all this said and done, Hoot surviving on no HP at all. Thanks to the pocket ult. And this is going to waste some time for Abrahams, who, of course, you know, they want to make good use of the, you know, the rejuve buff that's pushing all of the lanes, that's giving them map control. You know, you want to convert that into souls, you want to convert that into objectives. And so this is a small win for VP in how they have delayed Abrahams a little.
Also, I just need to really acknowledge this, you know, take a brief look at reactions to things. Taz has developed enough aura that he's turned into full copy pasta mode. That's what happens when you continue landing hooks like this as Bebop. And, you know, frankly, we have a little bit of a lull. You know, Jake, if you're VP, do you want to go against Taz on Bebop in the next map? Win or lose here?
Yeah, it's a tough call because, you know, Bebop hasn't been the most high priority hero, but the way Taz is playing it looks like it could be a real problem. And he's honestly going to scale pretty well with this build. I think has some pretty serious gun damage, although for the most part, it seems like he's building to be just incredibly tanky. I think for the most part, this is just Listic in suffer mode. Man, it's such a hard Lash game. You've got Kelvin ulti to worry about. You've got Saf stealing your ulti. You've got Taz hooking you away. So many problems for Lash in this game.
By the way, we just got done glazing Bebop, and he rewards us with yet another hook. Taz getting Sharik thrown into the blender. This is absurd. Just one hook after another. I mean, it is Bebop domination that is going on right now, Dan, where it has completely killed the usual tempo that you see out of a VP game, where we're used to VP setting the stage. Like, they set the menu, and you just get every course as it comes. In this case, I mean, VP, it's been brutal.
Yeah, and there's the attempt at an escape here. Sergi trying to do what he can, but it's a lot coming his way. And there we go. Who's able to take him down? The Rabbit Hex, in addition to everything else, simply too much. And the Walker can go down as a result of that as well. And VP, they have to make decisions here. Do they want to try to stop this? Looking to try to find some damage here, but it's just backfiring as Jamside comes on in with a 32k McGinnis.
And behold, at the end of the game, the McGinnis is now ready to fight, and also to be ready to fight. You talked about Bebop being, oh my god, there's no way! Listic just got put into the washing machine and he is looking completely cleaned.
Oh, that was nasty. That is nasty. What a catch. These hooks have been transcendental.
You know, if Abrahams wins this series, is there any hope that anyone else could get player of the match for Abrahams after this? I'm not sure there is. I feel like Taz has put themselves up in the lead by about a factor of 10. And that last hook may have just sealed the deal. I mean, I just feel like I saw a 3-point shot go in to win the NBA Finals. That was absurd.
Yeah, it's really nice. That constant pressure of the hooks. Just think of the cooldown, how many hooks you can shoot in a game. And that each of those hooks has the potential to turn a fight around or get an initiation. You know, it is so hard to, you can't constantly be worrying about it because it can be up all the time. So it's just going to get caught sometimes. And speaking of which, we have a split push here for Abrahams, looking to take down both walkers at once. They can walk and chew gum. They can multitask. Very impressive.
I mean, everything has been going their way. The lead has ballooned to 22K, and VP can barely really rotate around the map without something terrible going wrong for them.
Well, good thing it's a best of 3 for VP, unless of course they're able to, come back in this one. We'll see if they can do that, because here comes McGinnis once again, and McGinnis just scares me at this point. This is the thickest McGinnis I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen McGinnis in a while, and in the
also,
gym,
only McGinnis we've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, technically by that end, it's also the worst McGinnis we've seen in recent times. By that same logic, really, is your glass half full or is it half empty? And well, it is about to be full empty. Virtus Pro on their amount of walkers, 1 left remaining. And I got called back in, Jake, and it's just the last 5 minutes. How does VP rotate on the map when they've just been terrorized? How does this keep happening?
Yeah, they're in big trouble. I think McGinnis is just very online right now. Fury Trance up for Jamside. I wonder what he'll build next. Maybe like building to a Vamp Burst could make sense. Maybe though, opportunity to kill McGinnis. That's gonna be the key. Feels like the first step for VP. But it's so challenging. I mean, in playing these annoying poking fights, McGinnis with the walls, Kelvin with the dome is like creating all these problems. And I love that Hoot went for like a heavy committed Spirit ult build this game. I think that's exactly what the team needed, was a little bit more frontlining, a little bit more catch. And VP just, it feels like they're not able to take these team fights. I mean, they're just getting harassed and the range play is just not working.
All right, Abraham's looking for the last walker that even up the objectives. And yeah, Obakim just gonna get caught. Shelter goes on down, locks people in the Thunderdome, as it were. And Abraham's right now overwhelming stat differential at this point. Some of the VP cannot really fight evenly. The dives keep on happening. A little bit Death Slam action here from Listic, looking for some pound of flesh, but guess what? We got another dome coming out courtesy of Saint. Drops it on down, and once more, Abraham's gonna look healthy enough here. The refresher coming on in, and they're just going for the base Guardians now, and very little that VP can do to stop this stand.
Yes, they sort of paying off the internet service provider of Abraham's, like of all of their, I don't know if they are the same one, but sort of like bribing someone, some kind of corruption. I don't think it's possible here. VP are getting completely destroyed, and there's nothing left at their base at this point. Just such a clean game from Abrahams from start to finish. They've been just nurturing a lead. And every time VP were able to maybe find something, finding an urn, get off of a pick, these types of maneuvers that you'd normally expect to help VP get, back in or ahead in the game, Abrahams would just build up their lead again. As soon as it gets equalized, they just build up the lead again. It's a super impressive game from them.
I mean, it's built up to 40K, and I have to emphasize how rare this is and how you don't usually see other teams do this. VP, their game plan is relentlessly strong macro gameplay, taking fights always at an advantage, but in some of these fights where you just get hit with the miracle hook, it really does interrupt things, not to say the least of the other good decisions that Abrahams has been making. But once more, take a look at things here. Obakim potentially getting caught, trying to get away here in turn. Abrahams taking the fight. Virtus Pro in a bit of a retreat at the moment, and no, Obakim is not able to get away. Hoot with the last stand, still leading the front line here, looking for more. Mikhail S cannot withstand. It's just frozen shelters for days. They keep on coming out here, and Sharik gonna be next to fall, and you may about to be able to stick a fork in this one, Dan, because it is very, very done.
Well, yeah, it's really just a victory lap at this point. It feels like for Abrahams, nothing doing here for the difference in souls for VP. And there we go, entering the pits. Finish it off is Abrahams, looking to claim victory number 1. The attempt at a Death Slam is immediately going to be foiled there by Abrahams as they pick up the dub here. Patron goes down, and it's the first map for them. And again, they are the picture of consistency. With as much as we built up VP over and over again, Abrahams are looking just scarier every week.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, we saw that there, and VP really did reinvigorate their play style prior to coming into this. They've made all sorts of changes, but it's that old quote where every battle plan goes awry after the first engagement. And man, oh man, Abrahams are also adapting, also staying strong, and even with the patch, didn't really miss a beat.
I thought that McGinnis build was pretty sick. I mean, Jamside is basically like all in gun damage and just absolutely ridiculous, building the glass cannon and the weighted shots. I mean, he's able to clear objectives in no time. Like, so it felt like while the Walkers lived a long time for VP, once Abraham's hit this moment where they were ready to fight, ready to seize advantage, it felt like they could just end the game in one engagement. I mean, and clearing mid boss in a few seconds, like that level of objective taking was massive from Jamside. And Jamside had a pretty rough opening to the game, right? The Lash was kind of dominating him in the lane. It looked a little bit rocky, but slow and steady wins the race. And Abraham's slow and steady. I mean, I don't know if it was that slow, but Taz with the hooks, man, this guy was a huge problem together, following up on almost all of them with the executes. Just a really well-played engagement.
Well, I got news for you, Dan. I hope you got some popcorn, if you're the popcorn type, because we're about to go to the movies here. Really, I just want to see more Taz replays. Give us the good Bebop stuff. Starting out with here, realistic. I mean, he looked at the calendar. He was wondering if it was Halloween. He got put directly into the horror movie.
Yeah, these hooks are a problem. I think last week we saw the same thing from Abraham's, right? Where we had incredible hooks, like just dominating the space. And we talk about the hooks and dominating, you know, the early game. But when you get into the mid-late game, the hooks have the potential to be even more powerful because of how, you know, how one pick can snowball into a lot of either map control and objective, more kills on the opponents, all these sorts of problems. And that hook is up so often. So if you've got someone that can connect it as much as Taz has been, it is a huge issue. And it now, you know, we have to ask the question, do they ban Bebop?
Honestly, I mean, that's so sick, but Taz played really well this game. I do think, though, this is kind of a draft problem from VP. Like, I just feel like Abraham's responded really well. I mean, Virtus Pro's whole theme in this draft was to be able to, like, kite back forever, but, you know, in the end, it's a pretty passive concept. And when Hoot starts to go, he gets Phantom Strike and very early Majestic Leap this game. So he's like, you really can't escape the Warden. He's going to get on top of you. Feels inevitable. And then, you know, in that slow kiting playstyle, you're giving Taz just opportunity after opportunity. He misses some hooks, but like, he's just going to keep trying, keep throwing him out. And it feels like you're just waiting for that to happen on BP. You don't have much of a way to force the issue when a key cooldown is down. It's like, who's going to step up? Who's going to initiate the team fight? I don't feel like there was a hero to do that in this comp, in this strategy. And so I think Abraham's had the better draft and the better builds, not least because of their incredible flexibility and their willingness to innovate, bringing out the gun McGinnis. You know, we haven't seen that much of the full commit Spirit Warden. I thought that was really well done as well by Hoot. So
also, can we maybe consider the state of Wraith at the moment, Dan, where thinking about what Abraham's used to play, it would always be Wraith being picked by Jamside, but now it's just one simple patch, and all of a sudden Abraham's looks at it and they say, you know what, McGinnis is better than Wraith. I'm stirring the pot a little bit here, but hey, I mean, people are gonna be looking at the pick ban statistics after, and right now McGinnis up over the once champion of Wraith when it comes to doing a little bit of gun damage.
Well, I guess the one thing I'll say about Wraith is, for me, you know, whenever you're doing anything in a draft, it's all, you know, opportunity cost is one of the things. It's like the principle you need to be thinking about. You know, for what I'm paying, am I going to be missing out on something that would be better, essentially? And if you're looking for the McGinnis and the Wraith are not like one for one in terms of role. So for me, it is a different decision point there, because McGinnis has a lot more, you know, utility, has a lot more kind of area control with the ult, obviously some like sustain with the heal. I guess we're not really seeing the turrets, you know, in this iteration of the build. A lot of, you know, control also with the walls. So it just operates in a different, it gives you a lot of different bits of utility that a Wraith doesn't really give you. Wraith are looking for more for damage and late game carry. Whereas obviously we can see that McGinnis with the gun builds, I guess, can provide that. But at the same time, you get a lot of these other bonuses. And I think that's like one of the reasons why, you know, picking the McGinnis that makes sense from that respect, because Wraith on the damage equation doesn't add up as much as she did.
Yeah, you know, I think as good as Wraith is at making some of the more individual plays, I think the way Abraham's played this game is very much with Jamside as the center of the formation. And when you've got Taz looking for hooks to pull people in for McGinnis. You've got Saint ready to protect from and counter engage with the frozen shelter. We saw a lot of times Demov goes in for the affliction, gets a big one, but gets caught in the frozen shelter and ultimately does fall for that. Really hard to play pocket in this game when Saint was so on point with those frozen shelter catches. You can see Saint 25 assists, massive kill participation, and overall actually quite a low damage game, I would say, like across the board. Like both teams are just poking, but I think Abrahams were just actually super happy in a slow, patient status quo game where Hoot can cycle his ultimate for kills. Taz is just throwing hooks 24/7, and they knew the power of this McGinnis. I mean, we were unsure coming into the game, but clearly Abraham's jam side confident that they could go to the late game and that this would reach this absurd power level.
Well, in any case, VP came in strong against one win. It looked like they had a brand new plan, and they do look reinvigorated, but Abraham's showing that they aren't number one without a reason. VP, though, they get another map to try to turn things around. This is Deadlock Fight Night, number 30, and we'll see what happens when we get back from the break.
Took out another one.
This is just the beginnings, fool.
back to base. I'm getting way too. I won't be a victim.
Setting up a turret. You didn't think you were getting away with that, did you?
Take this. You think you got the best of me?
Fight night number 30 here in Deadlock rolls along, of course, presented by Intel. ZP here with Jake and DDK. And gentlemen, we didn't know quite what to expect in the last match. Maybe a little bit bullish on the new VP, but Jake, they ran into a brick wall built of steel, uncaring robotics. TAS, probably one of the best Bebop performances we've ever seen, just put a wrench in VP's plans.
Yeah, I honestly think Abrams outdrafted them pretty handily, right? With this poking style that VP were going for. The Bebop was a real problem for them. It felt like Saint did a fantastic job in the Kelvin. When the Lash did try to catch Initiation's pocket, those are like the only two characters on VP's lineup who I felt could start the fight, who could get active. And the Kelvin Dome so often was not only stymieing those initiations, but turning them into opportunities for Abraham. So I thought the build diversity was great. And honestly, it's a worrisome way to lose for VP because now I think you really do need to change up going into game 2. I think you need to have a more diverse draft and maybe change the early pick prio. But it's not obvious to me how you do that. And they're going to get first pick again. Abraham saying, hey, let's see if you can do better in the draft this time. I think giving the same draft prio again is basically because, look, you think you outdraft.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I'm super curious to see if VP will actually just get the Bebop ban in. Because I don't know. I don't know if that's the move, but it's one of those situations where it would be nice to take that, to not have to worry about that. I feel like that must be pretty tilting and very difficult to deal with. They're going to get rid of Kelvin, though, instead, first ban. And presumably Abrams would ban Viscous, right? That's like, it seems like Viscous cannot escape bans at the moment.
Yeah, Viscous seems like top prio for teams to ban away. I mean, I think Dimov is insane on the Viscous. I think it makes sense to not let him have it. It's a very scary team fight when you get like Warpstone plus Phantom Strike. It's an insanely long single target stun. Not to mention the laning dominance from Viscous. So yeah, not surprised to see it go out early.
Yeah, VP being taken out. For VP, though, they decide, actually, what we don't want to deal with here is the Kelvin. And it kind of makes sense. I mean, some of the plays that Saint was coming out with were extremely timely for Abrahams, not only for getting pickoffs, but also saving together at key points. I think maybe some of the calculus here is that we're not going to try and take away the Shiv early on, even though we know you're going to go for it, but we're going to take away one of his best buddies. That does give Shiv extra sustainability. But in terms of pure meta, it's really hard, Dan, to beat the idea of Geist first pick right now. It is the one universal truth it feels like here in Deadlock at the moment.
Yeah, Geist does everything really well. So, and it kind of gives you a bit of everything. Damage, tankiness, like control, defense, offense. You know, there's like survivability. There's so much that you can kind of build around Geist. So I'm not surprised at all. And the Warden Geist opening, it does seem to be pretty consistent. I don't know if there's, I don't know if you guys disagree with that at all. I think it seems fine, but
be good frontliners, Jake. Simple as that.
Yeah, I think these are high prio. I'm actually really happy that Hoop built the Spirit Warden. I think Spirit Warden is like criminally underrated right now in terms of the value in a team fight versus like so many people so long were building the Gun Warden, which is good and like has its utility. But Abrahams, by the way, no reason for them to change the draft, right? I think you did outdraft last game. I think this is the moment VP needs to make a different call. I also didn't like their Infernus pick in the draft last game, and I think it looked terrible in the game too. It's just impossible for Infernus to play that match. So maybe that's another place you could adapt. And with no Kelvin, maybe the pocket could come in a little earlier here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can bring in the pocket earlier, potentially, and also,
You're
I
under
think
my
here,
protection
if you're
now.
Abrahams, you have to realize that you stung VP pretty badly. I don't think VP will pick Bebop here. I mean, they could if they really wanted to deny, but it doesn't really feel like they do that over other powerful picks here. But I do think if you're Abrahams, I think in the same way that you kind of had to commit to the Shiv early in the last game, or rather not the Shiv, but the Kelvin. I think you probably have to commit to the Bebop pre-mid-stage bans, because if you don't, I think VP, you probably spike ban the Bebop. Like, I can't imagine that they wouldn't after what happened there. If nothing else, Listic alone would just be like, guys, I don't want this to happen again, especially if we're going to keep lashing our game plan.
I feel like Bebop's, it's a mistake to make Bebop because then Taz is just going to get Haze, right? And he's going to do like other crazy things on Haze. I think over focusing on the Bebop, as good as Taz played, I think it's more of a drafting issue that you couldn't deal with the Bebop than that like Taz is, you can't beat him ever on Bebop. Bebop's broken. But Abraham's maybe disagrees. They're like, YOLO, we're going to run it back. I mean, maybe he is just hitting like that. Although I think VP with the Yamato pick are better equipped to actually run at the Bebop, which is for me the weakness of Bebop. If you're playing like the slow passive style, I think Bebop's maybe insane, just getting the throw hooks with no punish. But if VP can like hard commit on a missed hook or any kind of mistake, I would love to see. I would love to see VP get a pocket here. Maybe Abraham's ban it away. I guess Calico's
I
another
was looking for, but they
thing you got to worry about
instead. Yeah. In terms of what VP want to deny here, you know, Pocket still could be denied if they're not looking to like pick it straight away. I don't know that they even need to worry about that because Pocket wasn't a problem for Abrahams in the last game at all.
You know, I will say I think it was the Kelvin that was
exactly
denying the Pocket. So I think without Kelvin, I do think Pocket is a great pick for VP
that was
here.
Savannah's fault.
On the same note, you know, Abrahams, I don't know if Pocket necessarily goes in their favor in terms of what they'd really like to pick here. I don't think they really pick Pocket as much as other teams, but you know, there's a world where they see that could be a thing and they go, okay, maybe we don't want to deal with that because precisely the entire point is that you don't have the Kelvin to add the extra layer of healing there. However, you know, I'm kind of looking at here, VP did ban the Haze because they were afraid that Abrahams would take the Haze before. Ooh, in the 7. This
is the Saint 7 support play to like go unstoppable and just ulti on walkers and secure them. I do think hard pushing walkers is a better strat now that you can't deny the souls, and maybe could be valuable to like progress the tempo of the game a little bit faster than they did last game.
What's a good response for VP?
You were
They
looking
don't
to
have
summon
any.
a god, right? Well,
I mean,
here I
I'm
am.
curious if there's a world where VP take an Ivy.
I think Haze is really good here, no?
Yeah, I think if they have any worries about Haze being, although given that they went Bebop, I don't know if they actually would have to worry about the Haze. I could probably take it last. I don't know if Abrahams is going to grab Haze while also playing Bebop. I don't think they necessarily go against each other. But if you were to put someone like Taz on the Haze,
for so long.
yeah, but also they go Holidays, so I'm not even sure they're
I actually like this. I actually really like this. I think this is like what you need to do against the Bebop and the 7 is like punish them when they make their plays. Like they're gonna go in, they're gonna try their thing. Holiday now can lasso the 7, so it's like a much more consistent. Like you don't want to lash ulti just to break the 7 ulti. It doesn't feel that good, but now Holiday can kind of do that job. And if Bebop misses a hook, like you can int on him and lasso him and kill him. And like Abrahams, they could buy the rescue beams. But remember, like the cooldown nerf now, the Holiday lasso is shorter cooldown than rescue beam, so it's not going to be nearly as consistent to save people. Now I guess do you just end with like the Infernus for VP?
Yeah, I mean, given what they like playing, I mean, Infernus versus Shiv is still very, very good. You don't necessarily have to worry about the Kelvin Shiv lane because we've gone away to ban it. But guess what? You don't get to pick the Infernus because Abrahams is going to grab it.
I think Infernus is good against the 7 too, because you could just like actually just single target kill him when he's ulting you. And same for Bebop. Like these heroes are big hitboxes, are easy to shoot. So I actually think this is a very important pick to steal away. I think almost for sure VP would have gone for the Infernus here.
Do be curious where they go for this final pick now. Slot number 6.
I am the bright light.
The Haze, okay. So you're correct on the Haze.
So they're kind of tripling up on initiation on VP. There's like the problem last game was they didn't really have initiation, and this game that is not the problem. They have 3 solid initiators. I kind of like it. I think it's potentially really strong. I think this game, if Taz, I mean, if he still is hitting every hook first, like he's gonna be in a great spot. But I could see a world where Abrahams is struggling to sustain into VP being the team that can initiate on them and can force some of these mid-game objectives. I feel like this is a much more coherent draft from VP where you've got Mirage in the back line, but pretty much everybody else is like run and gun, like let's get in there, let's kill the back line. And so this game, I think, is the Abrahams Infernus who, yeah, you stole it away, but I'm a little worried for this Infernus. Is he going to be able to live? I mean, there's an onslaught of characters that can like control you and punish you. Even for Warden or something like that. Like there's a lot of mobility and catch and kiting. I think this is a much better draft from VP. If they don't win with this one, it's not meant to be.
The other thing too, when I look at, I don't entirely love for the Abrahams draft is that more so than VP, like Mirage does not have to be over farmed to be effective. Mirage could be at the equivalent of the game or even a little bit under and still is giving you a lot of power in terms of the ability to split push and macro options. For Abrahams, Warden, Shiv, and Infernus all need a lot of farm, and it's actually pretty difficult to funnel 3 characters a massive amount of farm without one of them falling behind. So for Abrahams, this is a little bit ugly. I mean, the 7 is going to be more of a support 7. It won't necessarily need as much farm. Vindicta, of course, is just going to be constantly fighting. Bebop is constantly fighting, but some of the income allocation, I think, is going to be a little bit rougher for Abrahams than VP, where unless VP does the thing, Dan, where we've seen sometimes where they'll run like the super active battle Yamato where Listic isn't farming. And I actually hate when VP does that. Like, I don't think it's one of their strongest looks relative to times where VP is running comps where clearly they just want to like funnel all the souls into the Yamato.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm curious what the look will be like. I think the thing that is pretty interesting is where do they have to find. In fact, I'm going to pivot this question to Jake actually, right? So where do VP have to find the value? Because they've got a heavy initiator based comp. Are we looking at like a old school like kind of one win where we need to see VP sort of get ahead kind of early by like abusing the pick potential in the jungle?
I do think that VP want to keep the engagements relatively small numbers. I think if Abrahams can get the full 6-on-6 when they're like pretty strong, that'll be a potentially scary. I also think a lot of pressure is on Taz to snowball the game pretty well here. And honestly, Holiday was out of the meta for a while, right? And I think a lot of that came from the dominance of Rescue Beam, but I'm not sure that, like, I think Holiday might be insane because he was insanely good for so long. And I think it was just this Rescue Beam spam that kind of nullified her. Yeah. And I think that now that's gone, maybe Holiday is back on top in terms of being a very strong pick.
Yeah, I think I look at that, Dan, and it's kind of interesting to me because, you know what's also interesting? TAS, where the bomb just blows Listic to Kingdom Come, and, you know, we just kind of pick up where we left off from the last game, from all appearances.
We must. We simply must. Well, Jake, I want to get your take also on like the laner matchups before you know, you go away for a bit.
Yeah, I do think this Bebop in mid, oh boy, this is really bad. If Listic dies a couple times here, okay, that's a big parry. Should stabilize him for just a second. Another parry, oh my god, this mid lane is ridiculous, but Listic is gonna have no game. He's gonna die here, yeah, and that's a very rough start.
It's kind of ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous where, I mean, yes, they're able to get one. I mean, the parries kind of go a little bit in VP's favor for a moment, but also you're feeding the robot early on, right before you're, you know, not that Bebop wants all the farm by the end of the game, but get there early in the mid game, Dan, to get some super fast hyper beams. It's not what VP wanted game plan wise heading on in.
No, definitely not, because I think well, I mean, there's so many players that are low right now. Jeez. All right, well, we're getting out of there, it looks like, on together, but yeah, especially because the Bebop commands so much control of the early pacing, and if Abrahams get ahead in terms of they're taking the initiative and you have to react, defend if you're VP. We were just talking about how VP have a very heavily initiation-based comp where they want to be the ones taking the early initiation. They want to have the advantages and map control to do that. So they're not doing that. They're having to defend. I feel like that's definitely a loss in their column.
I think the thing to look at here, as we look at middle, I mean, it's been a little bit of a bloody middle lane, but it hasn't converted into Guardian damage here just yet. So it might appear to be a little bit worse for VP than it actually has been. I mean, you always have to apply a lens of scrutiny to any early kills you get here in Deadlock with being early kills. The stack charge over here on the Mirage and at least make it so you don't dive in and potentially take down Saint. To you know, we were talking about, hey, what can I expect here in the draft? Jake mentions like, yeah, I'll probably Saint on the more support 7, and of course that is absolutely what it ends up being. But things stabilizing a little bit here, although as I say that, still low HP across the board when you look at the top part of your screen.
Oh, look at everyone going in for these kills. Virtus Pro are getting active on this lane, but it looks like it. I mean, everyone is playing within an inch of their life at the moment. It just feels like it could backfire for anyone at any given moment, but somehow no one's dead. They have calculated things correctly, and no one has died. But I mean, to fall back on the lane a bit more passive VP for the moment. That's wow, how do you hit that?
Just threaded the needle. Said, hey, look, if Taz can hit the most miracle hooks of all time, I at the very least can throw a knife and hit someone across the map. Looking at the Guardian status right now, though, things reasonably even. 17k to 16k. Taz, though, about to get Hyper Beam, and, you know, that's kind of the other underrated thing we don't talk about as much for Bebop, where, you know, we kind of mentioned when people play Pocket, you can use really aggressive afflictions and get an advantage in lane that way, but also Hyper Beam oftentimes just used for push as soon as it comes online in a lane. So I think middle about to get a little bit more in depth, although you have to wait till the lasso attempt is done. So the fact that Holiday's there does like tamp down on what the Bebop can actually do.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe there's a positional way to circumvent that for Bebop. Find some, you know, like come off the rope or something, I don't know. But either way,
they use the lasso.
we'll get the aggression. There is the Hyper Beam coming on through, and looking to convert this one. No lasso to deny this. And there we go. We get the parry on the Guardian as well. Full damage trying to be applied to that Guardian, chunking it down pretty significantly. Still staying out there, looking for the harassment. In the meantime, we get some of these early buffs coming on up. And Michaela's picking up his on the guys. The casting buff for him.
Actually smart, like just going to the corner, dropping the punch, getting the Shadow Transformation. Is Taz gonna live? Taz lived. Hoot got the last little bit of damage. Taz is gonna make the great escape with like 2 HP.
Too close to Geist.
Also 7. Getting real low here. Hazelo in turn. The battle of no HP right now. Obakim finishes it off. So VP desperately getting something they kind of needed, but the middle Guardian is down, and that means the whole map may be Taz's here shortly.
Not the haze.
Yeah, definitely have to be careful about that. Right now, defense there for VP on the left side, 3 players. And with that, you know, they have the option. Do we keep the 3 players here? Do we try to push this? Well, if they do try to, there's 3 players also for Abraham's on the other end, and there's a 4th here in the Vindicta that we're following currently. Saf on the side. So you got to be cautious there if you're VP. We get caught here. Taz obviously looking for picks. He's going kind of aggressive. We can see on the mini-map there, Taz coming in from the side. Let's see if he can find anyone here. As we see VP closing the distance on this one, looking for those engagements, but not going to be finding them. Again, just a tentative back and forth here. The hook is sent, and it's going to connect. But, of course, Mirage can tornado away. It's fine, no drama.
The fact that connected, though, we went away on the camera for the hook. It's like, wait. Did we get the other camera view? It's like, did he get it? You just see someone slowly getting hooked on in. I mean, it's actually, at this point, I just believe. Regardless of circumstances, I see hook go out. I believe. I have not been this pumped for a Bebop a very long time, but, you know, perhaps some plans are brewing here. Death Slam, ready. Listic, finds 2, drops on down. Is Falter going to be there? You got the Hyper Beam acting as cover together. Still going to get finished off by Obakim, so the engage looking pretty decent for VP.
Yeah, and also Demon is coming in with the lasso as well, on from the side. So, and there's an engagement. It gets a catch onto the Vindicta. I think Saf is having to fight for her life as well, and Saf's going to go down on the side of this. VP was just coming across to actually help this push on the left lane, but they get a pick instead. And with that pick, it looks like they're going to back away from this one. And that tower, that Guardian on the left side is going to stay up for now. And I mean, Abrahams have really decided that they want to make sure that VP don't get it. They've been reinforcing that a lot, but now they may have to put their efforts elsewhere. VP spreading across the map again. And it looks like there might be an opportunity here to push back the left side of VP. It's a 3v2 in favor of Abrahams.
Abrahams. See how deeply they go in here. Shiv, for now, doesn't want to go in. Meanwhile, VP, they are rotating our Listic. Coming on in. Reverse course here from Holiday. Shadow Transformation going to be used here early. Together in the crosshairs. Flying Strike. Deep diving right now is Listic. On the other side, the Robot of Doom TAS here, ready to go. No Hyper Beam, however. Meanwhile, Saint just gonna use Storm Cloud to secure the Guardian. VP still kind of poking on the outskirts here. They want a little bit of the action, but do they really? Listic getting very, very low. It actually gets caught by Together, unable to get away as Abrahams continue to make their presence on the map known. Now up.
Yeah.
2 Guardians to
Yeah,
1.
that's going down.
For the cause.
Hey, look. You got, wait, another bomb here. TAS, this time. Looking for D-Mob, gets hit with a quick melee, knocked off and dead. Dan, this left side has just turned into a quagmire for Virtus Pro. Is Dan here? There was a little bit ago.
I'm back.
You've
Everything
returned.
blacked out again. Every so often, every few hours, everything just blacks out. I don't know why. If I'm being
Yeah,
hacked
well,
or
you
what's
see-
going on, who's hacking me? Is it you, ZP?
Well, you see, they're actually not getting hacked. We have the stats. Your PC's been fine. You just, it's a rare neurological thing. It's actually all user error. So,
wow.
I'll get that
Fair
one
enough.
checked out. Yeah, I don't know what to tell
Wow.
you. Looked at the stats. No.
Damn.
sorry,
Back on me.
It's actually a side effect from watching Bebop play that's too good. It just fries your neurons.
That's true. Well, looks like we'll get a disengage here from VP, not liking this fight in mid. And I'm worrying for them right now. They're 7k souls overall behind. And someone who also might be worrying about them is named Jake.
I am worried. Lash ulti. Oh, just barely evaded by Vindicta, and this Infernus is slowly but surely coming online. Jamside surviving a couple of gank attempts there in the side lane while we're focused on left lane, and that's allowed him to kind of come back into the game. And Taz, meanwhile, just doing his thing, securing hooks, securing kills. And I mean, Abrahams, they're getting what they want out of the game, and Hoot very farmed on this Warden. Curious to see actually how Warden is building this game. Is he going to go once again for that Spirit initiation?
Yeah. And, I gotta say, as I look at this more and more, I feel like, who doesn't like this game at the moment? Bebop mains that they're watching here, because they're just like, no, don't nerf Bebop because of this. Don't do it. As Together gets lassoed and cut down by Listic, courtesy of the power slash. But there's always that effect right now I see in the community where when something does really well in DFN, the people that play the character that's doing really well, there's like this foreboding sense of terror that takes over.
Well, it's been interesting because Abraham's here. We're trying to run this urn, but they get kind of blocked here by the 2-3 players on the right side by VP. And VP actually reinforced with an extra player. They got 4, and now they're trying to chase down the urn. They're going really aggressive for this one. The walk under the walker is where the fight's going to take place for the moment before VP are forced to have to disengage, respect the cloud, the storm cloud that's been unleashed, and now this gives an opportunity for a re-engage for Abrahams, and they're going to be able to take down Zergy off the back of that. The urn is going to be collected by Hayes in the meantime, and that maybe there's a mad dash to be had here. There's an interception from Taz on the Bebop, trying to catch the urn, trying to force the drop, but you're chasing Obikim. And Obikim is hard to find, but he's going to get caught.
I'm gonna be honest, I just saw Tass on the map. You just see the mini-map icon of Doom chasing Hayes is like, I don't know if he's getting away. Like, the chase down has been a little bit too good for Abrahams here today. And the prophecy does get fulfilled. Now, just gonna be a quick turn in where Tass's power grows. Turns in the urn, gets all the bonus from there, and meanwhile, Listic going up, down. AB start back to base, I suppose, as that's just gonna be it. You try and find your juke attempts there, but oftentimes players at this level, that they'll find a way harder to get away than you might expect. But either way, look at the overall game state. I mean, we are nearing about 13k of a lead here for Abrahams, and VP again, they have not been able to get into their flow state for macro. Wait, Taz got another.
Yeah, gotta be very careful about this Haze. That single target damage is pretty nasty. It's Mirage there as well. Being pumped full of damage at the moment. VP trying to get this tower here. Just being a nuisance is Hoot on the Warden, but can't deny that one for too much longer. Now we're all watching Taz for a moment. You've got to ask the question about the hooks, but we've got a Death Slam coming on through, but it is a big last stand coming on out defensively, trying to get the hell out of this one. Abraham's looking to reset this fight. And in the meantime,
right.
VP are pushing that left lane pretty hard, in addition to losing this Walker. So VP need to convert something. They can't just let this Walker go for free.
Well, guess what? That Walker, it went for free. It's exactly where that went, and they don't really get much on the left-hand side. And I mean, look, maybe it's because you're 20k behind here, but this is a VP that's a little bit punch drunk. from how some of these early fights have gone. Normally VP, I mean, they know exactly what to do when they have a little bit of a lead. There's probably no better team in the game of turning small advantages into big ones. But I don't think they deal with this level of just micro level dominance that's been coming in from Abrahams on continually setting fights to their advantage just from small things, or, you know, oftentimes this game, a hook out of TAS.
Hey, give it to me straight, Jake. Is it draft? Did they mess up the draft?
I do think maybe the third initiator was a little bit too much, but it's just Abraham's outplaying. Like, even that's a great moment where they're pushing the side lane. They leave Hoot basically solo to defend, and he can't defend the Guardian, but he does so much damage and wastes a massive amount of time. I mean, VP thought they would go Guardian for Guardian there, but it turned into Guardian for Guardian and Walker, which is exactly what you wanted as Abraham to start opening the map up. Now more space to make plays, more space to hunt down some of these kills. And this is a spot where the triple initiator feels pretty weak, where yeah, you can catch people, but I don't know if you actually can you know, finish your plate if you do start the fight like that. I like that Shiv going for some melee build. This game is pretty interesting to see if he might go for like crushing fists or something in the or unstoppable closer in the late game, because you're once again for VP having a little bit of a frontline issue. I feel like Listic just doesn't have the farm to do it. It's a big ulti though, and a kill into Hoot is exactly the one you wanted, especially with his ulti off CD. It's not what you want as Warden. You would love to have gotten that fight off.
And good disengage from them too, because reinforcements has arrived there for Abrahams on the left side, and VP, they might be able to isolate the 7 there. Saint is in the enemy jungle, but he's going to TP away, so he's going to be safe for now. In the meantime, the rest of VP, you know, with that group up in mid, also might be in a position as they get this Guardian to maybe convert a kill. There is 2 players coming in on the back there. There is one spotted together. Full HP Shiv. That's a scary sign. That's a scary prospect to have to be up against. And Shiv is going to get hell swapped here, but it is the Geist who is in mortal danger. Michaelis trying to escape here, trying to run, trying to juke, but there's more players. It seems like there's more players on the chase every couple of seconds, and that looks like it could be a mid boss, but there are kills still to be chased down here, going towards that urn.
Let's go mid.
Yeah, you hear the mid call come in from Abrahams. They decide, yeah, we're all here. We should go for it. And VP, they just may be taking the sad earned consolation prize. And I think you take a look at it, if Lash just hauls, you'd think we'd be able to get there, but, you know, it may be a bit of a conversation. Lash going for the turn-in, staying together, already moving. The Rejuvenator is prioritized, and surely this is just an urn that gets turned in, but, you know, while the income boost is going to come in from VP, now having to deal with the Rejuvenator, still down overall in income, it's a tougher spot to be in.
Yeah, I think the artistry now is going to be, how do you lose well against the Rejuve? You're going to concede some souls because of the map controllers converted, but you know, again, you know, just because I think you're so smart, Jake, what's the way? What do you think is the best way to like mitigate or limit Abraham's getting of an edge off of the Rejuve if you're in VP shoes? How do you do that in this spot?
I mean, I think VP are doing what they can, which is to be staying grouped up. If players come in alone, you can punish them. Abrahams are not that far ahead, right? They do need to be grouped up to have an advantage. Unstoppable on 7 is a problem. I think Hoot is about to buy as well. And then this is going to be the big push. So VP, they just need to defend walkers here and try not to lose buildings. But I just love that Abrahams aren't even attempting to group. Their full spread, which is the most efficient way to be on the map. They're stealing a ton of jungle right here from the enemy side, and they're basically not falling into the trap from VP. And VP, I guess you're supposed to push out here, but it's so scary. I mean, you just don't have vision on heroes for VP. You don't know if you're pushing into a full stack of group players. And meanwhile, Abrahams, they still have like a minute or two before they, or maybe like about a minute before they really need to push to get value to this Rejuve. And so I feel like the way Abrahams is playing, I mean, the Virtus Pro, the best they can do is hold on to walkers, but they're going to get very far behind here.
Also, one thing that I kind of feared looking at the draft in terms of income allocation, in terms of who would be getting... Oh, you can't... Wow! How does this keep happening? Sharik? This time Sharik getting hit, and that is... Oh, boy. It doesn't matter if it's Listic on the Lash or Sharik on the Lash. You know? It just happens.
Yeah.
Bebop is out here. Where we didn't really talk about even the lore element here, where the entire like Lash Bebop feud. How is it even a rivalry? Lash is just continually getting his ass kicked. Is what I'm seeing at the moment.
And it's funny because VP, I think Jake's totally right. They're kind of afraid of moving out, but it's just the nature of the thing. And I don't think Taz is even looking for a pick, but Lash is just there. So it's like, okay, I'll give it a shot, have a stab. Well, after all is said and done, The lead, I mean, it hasn't gotten too far away from Virtus Pro. All things considered, you know, this many minutes into a rejuve, I feel like if you're Virtus Pro, you can be somewhat like content with the fact that Abrahams hasn't gone too far ahead just yet.
Oh, quick little parry, close range. The read from Listic. But taking a look at the overall situation on the map, Abraham's a lot more interested in middle Walker here at the moment. In it from both sides. Listic actually getting pretty low, getting chased down by Who at the last stand, and Listic bullied back to spawn as the middle Walker falls. The lead continuing to grow for Abrahams. And by the way, you know, in terms of meta items, you kind of notice Dan and trends. We haven't really talked about that in trends a lot, but weighted shots feeling pretty popular at the moment. Whether you look at Tass's build together just a moment ago, definitely coming up the item rankings, as it were.
You got to do it. We have this left Walker under assault here now for Abrahams. They try to pressure this, but were fought back before. But now the full force of the team is here. The Storm Cloud is doing a lot of damage. And it's just so hard. This is such a good control space. If you don't have anything to stop this, you have to get out of there. And it's being allowed to do far too much. And that Walker is going to go very easily now that VP have been forced back. Oh no, VP are in so much trouble here. They're one map down if you're just joining us. So this could be the end of the road if they can't find a recovery here. No, Lass as well again.
This is, look, if you hate Jacob Lash, if you think Jacob Lash is one of the worst people in this virtual earth, let me tell you, he has never been served a bigger piece of humble pie than these last two maps. Just sheer Bebop domination, where every time we look at Bebop, it's just a Lash just getting fed. Oh boy, it man oh man. I mean, yeah, a little bit comedic timing on some of these swaps, but Jake, it's a 30,000 lead right now for Abrahams. They have dictated the pace of all the fights in the last 10 minutes or so. What is the light at the end of the tunnel right now for VP?
Next week, this one's looking almost over to me, ZP. I mean, this earn is very risky for Abrahams to attempt, but and BP are trying to contest it, but I think they're being actually caught. And I'm gonna have that last one. This is an unstoppable 7. Saint does go down first though.
Death slam.
Maybe a chance. Barrel on in. Kills there for VP. They got 2 players down already, and so at this point, the soul differential maybe not too important. What else can VP get off the back of this Hoot though with that last stand? They just are forced to have to run away from this. They have to respect the last stand. And in this moment, this is going to yield 2 kills here, evening up things here for Abrahams and perhaps swinging the fight in their favor. Sneaky though. VP able to still get the earn, so they come away with something. And they actually reduce the deficit down to like 17, 18k. Uh-oh. Abraham's in trouble. Just going to have to rip the ult, but I mean, one ult's better than the other, I guess.
I mean, getting the earn, I mean, it's not bad for VP. It helps keep the soul deficit from getting absolutely ridiculous. I feel like the problem are all the factors that have kind of brought you to this point and how Abrahams is playing, how VP has really struggled to get initiation off in a lot of these fights. I honestly thought someone was going to get hooked there. I looked at that. I'm just like, I don't know how this is going to work out, but I'm just expecting someone to come in, and didn't happen that time. But yeah, I mean, you think about VP and how they dictate fights with really good lane presence and push priority, and you know, D-Mob usually with a lot of map control when he plays Holiday, they'll be able to continually set up lassos to keep the opponent off balance. It's Abrahams that's kept VP in a very staggered state for a while now. And look, you know, we've talked about a lot on Tesla and Bebop, but it really kind of has been the linchpin of continually keeping VP off guard and, you know, limiting how confident they feel in being able to go about the map.
And the scaling is a little bit worrisome for me. Just in the case that if you look at VP, Haze is pretty low, Yamato is pretty low. If you just compare them to like the Shiv, the Infernus, the Warden, they're all around 27k there. So like that's like a tier 3, tier 4 item ahead that Abrahams are on these like key scaling heroes. So that's going to start giving them bigger and bigger edges if that continues. So big problem there, because, you know, I didn't even mention Zergy on the Mirage. You know, usually you're looking at the Mirage to ensure that they are getting farm throughout the game and that they can just pack a punch, pack an absolute wallop no matter what. But like Zergy is a little bit behind as well.
Also, the team fights may have just gotten way worse for VP. The Lightning Scroll and Leech coming in. I mean, Abraham's getting some very serious 6K buys at the end where, it's kind of been lost in all the talk of the Bebop madness, but Saint has also really picked very good times for Stormcloud. I mean, Saint went out of their way to rush Unstoppable, make it so that you weren't going to get it interrupted, and has used Stormcloud as a very tactical pushing tool for the most part, where you're going in for a push, you get high elevation, drop the Stormcloud, and it's kind of a, well, challenge us for this if you dare sort of ability. And it's actually been super, super effective. But now, D-Mob trying to make their moment known here with the lasso. Is it going to be enough, Dan?
Yeah, it's looking very difficult. The blink comes on in as we try to get an escape here. Oh, 10 HP, and they're finding the burn damage will finish off the holiday. And Abrahams are lighting up the kill feed at the moment, finishing off everybody. This looks way too one-sided at the moment. But it's Pro getting wiped clean from the server, and just a couple players left here. And I don't think there's any way to stop this. It's just overwhelming numbers again, and VP just falling. They just don't have the damage output. They don't have the tank ability, and now they are going to lose another rejuve as well.
You know, we kind of look at the, Jake, back in the day, you were the connoisseur of question marks. Tass, after that team fight, just dropped the well played. And, for a lot of people, they might say it's a little bit of BM, but you've had the series that Tass has. Oh, you've got to be, what? Velvican goes in for a steal and still gets hit for that? Like, oh,
yeah, it was
God.
desperate. Like, all right, that wasn't that hard of a hook, but that was more just the comedic timing. The comedic timing from Taz, off-screen hook. And yeah, I mean, we're just at a spot where you're just out of control for Abrahams. The team fighting is really good, and I think VP are feeling the frustration. I mean, trying to initiate with their comp, but Abraham's done a great job of not allowing those comeback fights to be unanswered, right? VP does find some pickoffs here and there in the disadvantage, but Abraham is always close enough where they can stall for time, they come, and then they punish you. They take more than you earn away, and they never give VP this time to get full map control.
Yeah, I mean...
This earn fight, I mean, like, do you even fight this for VP? Maybe you have to, but it's a scary prospect. No Stormcloud online, though, so maybe you want to play this a little slow for Abrahams. It is a pretty important asset to their team fight, considering how much Saint has invested into that skill.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go for it. In fact, right now, they think they might have a beat on Saf. See if they get a pick here on the Vindicta, though. Really,
this is desperate.
It is desperation, but what are you going to do here? Last Stand comes on in, Hoot to the front together, already chopping down Sharik. Quick swap here in from Mikhail S as Virtus Pro hopes to find the one in many millions chance to somehow turn this one around, but they're down 2. Obikim gets the parry, but it's full health bars all around, and the damage keeps on pouring through. It's yellow across the way. Not a single rejuvenator was lost. And for Abrahams, it is now a bit of a victory lap, Dan.
Yes, it is. Certainly victory lap. I mean, they've been so stable, so solid. I feel like, these guys could just be the reserve currency. They're stable. You can invest. It's not going to go anywhere. Going to be totally sorted. Abrahams just decimating the base. Not really anything that VP can do at this point. And I mean, I feel like so much respect towards Abrahams at this point. They're just like, VP, a team that looks so good until you see them run into Abrahams. And what does that mean about Abrahams? Because Abrahams have been winning these games pretty clean as well. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
There hasn't been moments when they've had to even make a comeback. They've just been always ahead. And anytime things are closing in terms of the distance between the advantage and disadvantage, they just create more advantage. It doesn't seem like it's ever an issue. As there comes the Storm Cloud, and it's an explosive finish.
Yeah, I mean, they got everything they need here. Hoot with the Last Stand finishes off anyone near the patron. The patron is gone, and Abrahams retain the crown. Absolutely dominant from Abrahams, especially in the second map. And what more can you say? I mean, VP, their fundamentals are very good, especially when they get ahead, but Abrahams playing the micro elements here so incredibly good, interrupting VP's flow, not letting them get into that macro cycle that they're so good at. And Jake, we'll talk about MVP in a moment. I think clearly everyone in the world knows who it's going to be, but your thoughts on the series overall?
Yeah, I think this is the moment at which Abrahams have just really put themselves on top with a bullet, right? Like, they've been winning 2-0, and like you said, it hasn't been that close, right? Like, VP has not won a map in a while against Abrahams. And honestly, I don't know that they've even really made the games down to the wire, right? It feels like Abrahams has always had control, has always been able to, convert advantages in the mid game and outplay on the micro level, outplay as well in the macro level. And this is sort of starting to look like the birth of a dynasty in Europe. And it kind of surprising because this Abraham squad came sort of out of nowhere. We were familiar with some of these names. Others were newcomers to the scene. But these kinds of wins back to back to back, we're way past the point of excuses and coincidences. VP have tried a lot of different approaches, and it seems that Abrahams have just batted them away at every chance.
Yeah, they look so sick right now. I mean, it really feels like we have a team that is unbeatable in Europe right now. Look at that, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I mean, what did VP have to do to stop them? I mean, firstly, we talked about the drafts a little bit, and I feel like if VP had a perfect draft, Jake, how do you think it would be significantly closer, or is Abraham's just too good?
I mean, even the draft stuff, it's like, I don't know, like that's part of your skill as a team, right? Like if you're putting yourselves in a position to have a better draft, that's part of what makes you a better team. It's just the reality of MOBAs, right? Like you need to have the flexibility, you need to have the understanding of how to play different drafts and how to use, all the tools at your disposal. And that's part of the reason that Abrahams is the best right now. And I don't think you can really separate the success in the drafting phase from the success in game, from the success in laning, the success in team fighting. I mean, they really have a deep understanding of the game, and the way they play has really impressed me. It's shown me a lot of builds where I'm like, man, I want to try some of these builds. I want to see like that approach to the game, bringing the melee Shiv out. We really haven't seen that very much for quite a while. The Spirit Snatch Warden playing like a very early Spirit Initiation Warden looked great from Hoot this game. Another thing that I think is going to be interesting to see. So it's just awesome to see these innovative players push the limits and show what's really possible in Deadlock right now.
Alrighty, well, we're coming to what may be the most predictable part of the night, at least for this last match. Dan, Jake picked it, but you get one guess as to who the player of the match presented by Intel is.
Paint.
Yeah, clearly. No, come on. We got it. The one and only, it is Tass.
I mean, Saint played really well this series. Like all of this team is playing really well, but Tass just got the highlight reel hero in this game. And honestly, in both the early draft, I was wondering if it was a mistake to draft Bebop as early as they did in game 2, but clearly it was not. I mean, this guy just, it's not single-handedly, but he is blowing the game wide open, and this has to be so frustrating for VP. It's like you feel like you're losing to one player, which is sort of the tilt-inducing. It's not really what's going on, right? The rest of the team is playing very well around these hooks to make them such a threat, but just on an individual character, Bebop is that feast or famine, and I mean, Taz ate so good today.
That right there was perhaps the main course for, in terms of overall impact on the game, not necessarily the definitive point, that last highlight, Dan, but also kind of one of those things where you talk about, if players had an invisible tilt meter, I just don't know how you react to that. That's kind of one of those things of like, that just happened. Because that was also kind of the cherry on top after Tass was just terrorizing. It was Listic on Lash in that game. And yeah, I mean, the highlight reel is almost entirely just long range hooks. And don't forget even that time where he got dove in middle in the second game by Sharik and just barely managed to come on through and, defend with a well-timed rocket punch and a little bit of fancy moves.
Yeah, I think Taz is really interesting because Bebop is a character where in theory it's supposed to be, I think, like one of the specialist characters, and we're not even in an era of Deadlock yet where there's a lot of good Bebops because it's kind of hard to also practice. It's also kind of hard to practice some of the hooks, right? Because you just have to get the hours in. But eventually there's going to be custom maps where you'll be able to like hook, against like, bots that are like, jumping around on Lash and all sorts of stuff. And people are going to get even better with these hooks. But for now, Taz combines great game sense with really good hook accuracy and creates so many opportunities. It's crazy. How do you ban against this team right now?
Yeah, like you could be banning the Bebop, but I mean, look at the stats together on the Shiv. This is not even a Kelvin game, right? He's just destroying them on Shiv. Like this is an out of control Shiv game completely. Saint on the support 7, another huge problem. Who looks amazing. I love this Warden build. Like this is like the Phantom Strike as well. It's like typically Warden has a lot of problems being kited, but I don't know how you're supposed to kite a majestic leap into Phantom Strike Warden with a lightning scroll. Like good luck ever getting away from this guy when he wants you dead to rights. And the silence wave as well to ensure that any kind of counterplay can be stifled. just the really, really impressive performances from everyone. Everyone understands their roles. Even Rescue Beam still being built by Vindicta there, showing that the item still has a lot of potential, especially maybe for flyers and heroes like Calvin that can really pull somebody very far to safety.
Also, one thing that we haven't really touched on here today that we probably should take a moment to just reflect on, Rescue Beam, Endangered. It was hunting season, and Valve decided to chop it down to size. You look at this game here, you got Rescue Beam on Vindicta, and that is it, unless I'm blind, which is always a possibility. But either way, the era of 3 Rescue Beams per team and all the Rescue Beam spam that went along with it, Dan, it got curtailed, which also, by the way, probably helps Bebop. Like, I think if TAS plays Bebop and does what TAS did yesterday, overall, a lot of those hooks just get resolved with, Rescue Beam. Not the case this time around.
And additionally, Holiday too. We didn't see like a great day for Holiday just yet, but I think that is another really big one, because I think like Jake's, in fact, actually, we even saw, I think, was it a Holiday last week in the NA portion? And even with all of the Rescue Beams and stuff, we saw, I forget which player it was now, but like we saw just absolute domination in the early game with the Holiday. So it's still a really good character. So this should definitely raise it up on the value. And for Bebop too, maybe that would be part of the consideration for people, because Bebop certainly has so many pluses. In every stage of the game, Bebop, if you have a skill player, can really do a lot for your team. So, and I love that we have Taz kind of being the player that's showing us this, because before it would be Overseas, but right now it's got to be Taz.
Well, that brings us to the end of EU, but we still got NA to go. And by the way, this is where we'll just be very straight up with you as we look at the schedule here. It's going to be a best of 5. That's right. It's going to be Valhalla versus Hydra Nation, where they wanted to change their name to Avengers, and I mentioned it to production, but I think production just said, nah, you're still Valhalla, at least for now. So, hey, if you're watching Valhalla, I relayed the message, but sometimes people always say, no, we're not doing that today. Maybe next week. But they did want to change their name to Avengers because they want to avenge NA. The new Hydra Nation, they dropped Poppers, they dropped Fishcake, and they brought on low main and AVG of Melee Creeps, and there was a whole roster shuffle, which is why Melee Creeps is not here. They wanted to play with the original roster. It was a whole thing, but yeah, we got NA coming up next. And I hope everyone stays around and enjoys, because if nothing else, everyone's going to be real chatty about what is going on. The community is invested. There's been Deadlock Fight Night number 30. EU wrapped up, NA coming up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to part 2 of the Deadlock Sound Effect Challenge. If you missed out on the first part, well, first of all, go back and watch that before you watch this. But for the people who did see it, just get you quickly up to date on where our points stand with Jake, ZP, and Dan. Jake sitting in first place at 18 points, ZP in second at 14, and Dan in last at 4th. But anything can happen, because we still have 6 more abilities, or 6 more voices, sound effects that you guys can listen to and get your predictions out on who it's going to be. We have 2 categories left. We have abilities and we have ultimates. And the first part was pretty difficult, but it definitely gets more difficult from here. And that's why I put it here into the second part. We're going to kick things off by taking a listen in on our first ability sound right now.
Huh?
Oh, I know this. Can you play it again?
I can play it again.
Yeah, play it again. Play it again.
Here it comes.
Oh.
I can play it again if you need.
We'll play it again. Like,
I don't know if
play it again, Jamie. Let's go. Oh.
This is a tough one.
I can play it again if you guys want.
I don't think the player audio is going to get me this one. I'm not going to lie. I think we might
No,
the real one.
Yeah.
maybe it'll help. You never know.
So we'll start with you, Dan, on the ability. What do you think it is?
Initially, I went like the Holiday jump pads because of the I don't know, it just seemed to like make sense. And then I was like, no. Then I was like, oh, it's Lash. And then the ground strike. And I was like, no, I'm going to go with 7 stun.
It feel like it had like a charge up into like a final moment to it, which to me kind of felt like Power Slash. I mean, it's a little bit higher pitched for Power Slash, but it's one of the few abilities in the game that has a ramp up where that would make sense.
That's a better guess.
Okay, Jake.
Yeah, I just went Holiday jump pad. I thought it was the Great Talent ulti at first. That's what it sort
Same.
of sounded like to me, but
Yeah.
but then not an ulti. So I went with Holiday jump pad. But this one's a tough one. I think all those answers seem good to me.
Okay, well, the correct answer, it is 7 stun.
Yes.
Good job, Dan.
My goat. He's back
I
on
have
top.
value as a human.
I'll play it for you. Yeah, I mean, you're at 8 points now. You're closing that gap against ZP, but Jake's still a little bit out of reach at the moment. But here's the actual sound for you to hear.
Yeah.
I see it.
Pretty good, right?
It's hard to capture the like electronic rumble in it. Like, there's no way to do that
Yeah.
with
Mostly
your
like a
voice,
little bit
so-
of bass. It was like a.
I thought the player did well.
Like I think he did like a little like R rolling in there. It might have been like.
Our next ability coming at you right now.
Someone getting spanked? What's that?
Yeah, what the? What?
This seems kind of wrong. It feels like we dialed into like the wrong radio frequency.
Because you just said such a dignified way. Can I actually get the repeat from Dan on the word ass paddle, like just with the British accent, please?
Arse battle.
To give you a clue, right? This player is doing the ability 3 times just to help narrow it down.
Okay.
A bit.
So it's not one ability that makes 3 consecutive sounds.
Yes, correct. All right, so our answers are all locked in. ZP, let's start off with you and your guess of what that sound was.
I mean, look, maybe it's too much on the nose with the ass paddling, but I went for lash and flog is what I went for.
I think that's the same one that I picked. I don't know what it's called, but the nuking skill.
I can't believe I didn't pick flog. But yeah, I put Shiv's knife. I had no idea.
Well, our correct answer is Shiv's knife.
Okay.
Serrated blade.
Way.
Okay,
There's
Jake,
no
are they
way.
colluding? Or is Dan just like, I'm actually...
I'm not. I feel like I should have guessed it because I actually play Shiv, and then I know I've heard that sound before. I think I know what the player was going for, but I just couldn't place it. But I think that's right. I think that's like when you hit the knife, it has like a sharper sound. When you kick it, it makes like a more of like a ting. But then if
I'll play the sound for you so you can hear it.
Yeah.
Softening him up.
Oh, yeah.
Catch.
So it's obviously not
Yeah,
the
so
wild
it's the
sound you
hit.
hear.
It's like the hit sound.
Yeah.
That's the really sharp sound versus the which I should have known. It was like, or I actually play because I've heard it. I knew I heard it before.
It definitely did sound more like a whip, though, also at the same time, you know?
I have to say, though, I am massively impressed with Dan right now because he's gotten 2 in a row that neither ZP or Jake has gotten.
My
and now
goat.
he's
making
2
the
points
comeback.
away. 2 points away
yeah.
from ZP, 6 points away from Jake. The
Shit,
comeback
I gotta
is
lock
real.
in. I can't be giving them this comeback. I gotta stay in control.
All right, well, here we go. Here's our last ability.
Was that an asthma attack?
Are they okay?
Dude, that's sleep apnea. Like, who has the sleep apnea?
I'm locked in. I'm locked in, guys. Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
All right, so we heard our sound. It is the final ability in the ability round. Jake, what do you have?
I went with Geist Bomb.
Oh, that's a good one. I went with Pocket's briefcase. And I thought maybe it could be Sinclair's Vexing Bolts.
All right, ZP.
Again, like, I think you could almost argue as like a charging type ability. I don't think it's the answer, but I went with Power Slash again because whatever. Like,
So our correct answer is none of your answers, actually. So we'll
Okay.
go on into the bonus round of what the ability is. I'm going to play the sound for you now.
Throwing stake.
Oh.
oh, okay, well,
There's only so much I can do in that one when it comes to the sound. I can't cut out the voice line when I do it.
We gotta. I'm trying not to throw too much shade, but hopefully we all get this.
Okay, well, I can tell you this. You all did get it correctly. That is indeed Vindicta's stake.
It's just-
I'm not.
was-
I think
that
this
was a
one
little
might have
bit
been a
not
miss
close.
from the player.
Yeah.
But that's a tough one. They picked a very hard one. Like that's a weird sound to make with your mouth.
All right, so to round out our ability round, our current tally is Dan at 14 in third, ZP in second at 16, and Jake in first at 20. It is still anyone's game here because it gets a little bit more difficult from here on. Harder than the abilities, actually, I would say.
Really?
As we
Oh.
move into our
There's so many
first
less
ultimate.
options in the ultis, but it's interesting.
Yeah, but you haven't heard the player do the sound yet.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
fine.
That's true. But
Let's kick things off with our first ult sound from our player.
oh my god, you were right, Jason.
Let's go to find out what our contestants picked or guessed for this. Dan, what do you have in our first round of ultimates?
I think this is Ivy's ultimate because it sounds like it taking off and then flying and then dropping the bomb. It like sounds like those 3 parts of the Ivy ults. That's why I went Ivy ult.
GT ult. I feel like when you had the like, "Ooh," and then the explosion at the end, that like kind of narrows it down. I think Ivy is a really, really good guess.
I went with Calico. I'm really not sure.
I have to say this. I didn't want to say beforehand because this was a very special round, actually, because it was worth more points for a certain reason. And none of you caught on to what the reason was necessarily. So what I'm going to do is, this is for 2 points. There's no extra points allotted. And I'm going to play the actual sound for you now.
Oh, I wondered about Yamato. Wait, should I have said that?
So I'm going to just say what the answers are. We had Dan went Yamato. ZP went Sinclair into Yamato, Shadow Transformation, and Jake went Sinclair. So the correct answer was Sinclair copying Yamato's ultimate, which is why it was worth additional points if you could guess it off the get-go, because there's technically 2 ultimates in there.
Oh, okay. I knew it was the
ZP and
Yamato ultimate,
Jake
but I
both
thought
got
it just
Sinclair.
counted as Sinclair because it's his ulti. But what? I don't know. But that's fine. That's fine.
We're going into our second to last sound, and it is another ultimate. And if you can keep a straight face from this, I'd be pretty impressed. Here we go.
Why did a seal just get clubbed to death? What happened?
I thought it was like a seagull, you know?
Mad respect to this player.
I can play this again if you need. Just
Play one more time.
Maybe a few more times back to back, maybe.
A few more times.
please.
Maybe just can we just do like 15 minutes straight?
Let's see. ZP, let's start off with you. Who did you pick?
I did Warden last stand. I mean, I don't know about the EU part, but that was going in there. But it's like it does kind of have like a blinker thing going on when last stand is going off, and I could sort of see like the player going for that. I'm not 100%, but I think last stand is like a reasonable guess here.
I went Warden too, but now I'm thinking. Well, I'll let Dan's guess come, but I think thinking there's maybe something else. I'm not sure. I went with Warden.
I went with the Viscous ult because it just sounded so like goofy, like a Viscous, and then just like I thought the seal sounds are kind of like the bouncing around.
like the Vistus is screaming every time his head comes up from the bottom of the ball.
That's a sound pack you should make.
All right. Well, the correct answer was none of your guesses. So we're gonna go into.
Wait. Can I make a last
sound.
guess before we play the sound?
Or do you want to give you the points
okay,
for it?
That's okay. I'm gonna write it down and then you
But
can.
you can
we'll
take
see.
it to me. Okay. Here's the actual sound.
I'll give him hell.
Oh, okay.
Dude.
You can hear the sirens.
Yeah,
I feel,
that's true.
I actually feel real bad now. But also,
Yeah.
I forgot it made the sirens. Nobody plays this character.
well, they
I
play it.
definitely
You
don't play
can
this
see it in
character.
pubs, but like we definitely don't see it in DFN.
I instantly kill her when she presses her ulti, so it doesn't last long.
Yeah.
True.
Well, you all got
I
2
feel
points
so
for that
stupid.
one. So going into our last round, it's Dan at 16, ZP at 20, and Jake at 24. And we're going into our last ultimate sound before trying to guess who the player is. And here's the soundbite.
Oh God.
I had to record these out earlier and I couldn't stop laughing.
Oh boy. Man, oh man. All right, I'm locked in.
It's ZP, it's ultimates.
Okay. Never mind. I'm not locked in. I'm not locked in.
Oh, my boy did Bebop Bomb. And I'm like, huh? Okay, ZP's got his answer. Jake's got his answer. Waiting on you, Dan.
So unsure about this.
I'm so locked in. I'm like, I've never been
That's
more
the best
sure of an
one I
answer.
got.
If I'm wrong, I'll be very upset.
All right, well, let's go into our answers. Jake, let's start off with you first.
I went with Lash ulti.
Oh.
Okay.
It's like the first
Dan?
part's the lock on and then the high pitched screech when you like pull people.
Yeah, I can see that.
I thought about that. I thought about Warden's ult because of the pulsing, and then I just was like, I just picked Infernus randomly. I don't know. I don't know.
This is why we made
Because I
this
was
Aaron
pulsing
Ice
as
test
well, you know.
advice, Dan.
Well, Dan,
Maybe that's right. Who knows?
Dan, I hope you are right because I also went with Infernus because it had like the ramp up.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it has the ramp up there. Although I think Jake might be Ryan Lash. Like we'll see.
The correct answer for our final sound effect is Lash Ultimate. It is the Death Slam.
Nice.
Big money,
Nicely
baby.
done.
I'll play it for you real quick.
You don't got what it takes.
Well, that leaves us at our final, well, not technically final score of Jake at 28 in first place, ZP in second at 20, and Dan in third at 16. But like I said at the
It all
beginning of this,
comes
there
down
is
to
a
this.
chance if you can guess the player correctly, then you will double your points. So technically anyone can still win right now. And if you need, I can play any of those sound
No,
effects
there's no-
over again
what-
if you want to hear the person's voice.
There's no way replaying a sound effect's gonna help, right? I have my guess.
I
in.
logged
I'm
it
putting
in.
my
Yeah,
guess.
I got my guess in.
All right, well, let's kick things off then. So our mystery player, Dan, who did you put?
I put Poshipov.
Okay,
I
CP.
put Deathy.
I went
Alright,
with fish cake.
Well, I can tell you that
Ooh.
out of all three of your answers, none of you are right. It is none of those three players. But for the sake of making this possible, 13 points with this last chance, because I'll give you a hint of their most played hero. So I'm going to go off of the database I have of only in DFN.
Okay.
Their most played hero is Holiday. And by the way, I did 13 points just so you have a chance to win, Dan. So make me proud here.
I'm locked in. I don't. It's quite a shot in the dark, but I'm locked in.
Yeah, same for mine.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Dan right now is just going through the calculations. Yeah.
Dan's watching every fight night back to calculate whose most played heroes are Holiday. Hold on, give me 16 hours, guys. I'll be right back.
So our first round of guesses didn't go well for a mystery guess was. The clue I gave them was their most played hero was Holiday. Let's start off with you, ZP. Who did you put?
You know, I'll say who I picked, but I realized there is one other person that it could have been, and the hint could have been like a huge mislead. But going off of Holiday, in the sense like North American players that have played a ton of Holiday, the one person that stands out is Saya. But so that's what I picked.
Okay, where do you get the North America part from? Because this easily could have been EU player.
I just feel like in this instance it was probably NA. That was my gut in terms of just the. I didn't sense a deep accent before, but maybe I'm wrong. But I was thinking.
What about you, Jake?
I actually went with Saya too. I
No!
don't have a special reason to guess NA. I just went with the same.
Okay.
And Dan?
Yeah, I did the same.
Oh wow, really?
So our three answers was Saya. And the correct answer was Saya. It was
Okay.
indeed Saya. He came in big doing those. I wanted to mess with you guys and say it was none of your guesses, but I don't want to be a dick. So our final tally was Jake in first place at 41 points. ZP coming in second at 33. And Dan, you're coming in third at 29. But honestly, Dan, you smashed them in the ability round. But Jake,
Hell yeah.
how does it feel to be the king of
It's good to
sound
be the
effects,
king.
of
Good to
knowing
be
your
the
Deadlock sound
champ.
effects?
Going to be retiring here as champion. Nice knowing you losers. It's an easy victory as I take a nice victory lap. Peace out.
Is it too late to tilt out like Vegas and act really mad at what I've just heard here? Just like, blow up my camera. So, I don't know. Like,
Dan, for you, what was the hardest like sound effect to guess across all this?
What was the hardest one? I
Or
think
category? What was the hardest category for you?
hardest category. The ults were definitely the hardest category, actually, which surprised me. Yeah, because I thought that would be the easiest because there's like less ults. I feel like they're more kind of themed to a character in a way where we hear them so often because they're so important in fights as well. So it's more distinct. It just feels like everything makes sense that the ults would be the easiest, but I thought they were hardest.
Okay, well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for participating here. Make sure you all watch and do check them out, whether it's on DFN or over on their Twitters, or even if they stream every once in a while. It's been a pleasure, and a big shout out to Saya as well for doing all this for us. I hope you guys enjoyed. So make sure you guys like and subscribe to Locked In, and we'll see you next time.
we're back here at Deadlock Fight Night, number 30. Moving on to North America in a less than conventional style, where normally we have our challenging match into the money match. But back here with Jake and DDK, and gentlemen, it is just the money match, and it is going to be first to three because, well, in classic NA fashion, we had a team implosion today, Jake.
Yeah, look, these things, they happen. They're gonna happen. They're probably gonna keep happening for some time in Deadlock, and I think we just gotta, learn to enjoy it, learn to thrive in the chaos, as they say, and make the most of it. And I think with all the shakeups, in rosters these days, I really feel like there is always that room for new entrants to the scene, new players, new teams to come together and maybe find some success, right? To make a new team to be in the top three, for new teams to reform out of those that once were. So I'm excited to see Valhalla have been rising through the ranks. Also, one of those teams who kind of came a little bit out of nowhere to look like a pretty solid contender, even against Hydra Nation.
I don't know, ZP, about what Jake just said. I'm personally a fan of gatekeeping. I don't want any new talent to come through. I want all the gatekeeping, you know, kind of old-fashioned that way.
Yep.
But no, in reality, yeah, it's the only concern that I have is that everyone's gonna like poisoning the relationships for like later when the game becomes like bigger, for example, and like, oh, you're not gonna get those real serious teams going on. And because I've seen this happen in other scenes, I feel like this happened to some degree in the old Counter-Strike days, where in CS:GO early on, the French scene was like one of the most dominant scenes. But then like over time, like everyone just has all these spats, and like, you know, some of the top French players go to another top French team, and now they've all had been on teams together, and all just imploded at various points. And at that point, then like top French Counter-Strike disappeared for a long time. So I don't know how I feel about it.
I just feel like anytime you leave with like French teams in esports, like there's just so many memorable just like explosions. It's like, oh man, there's like so many different ways you could go about this. There's also the French coups that happen where you get like back in Overwatch, there was like the rule that you couldn't add more than like 2 French players onto a team, because once you had the third, the entire team would just become a full French team afterwards, and that actually.
Vive la revolution!
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just speaking objective facts of what has happened, but also objectively, here's a new Hydra Nation. They've made the roster change. Fishcake and Poppers are out. AVG and Low Main are in. And all else aside here, Jake, talking about the pure strength of this decision, not the community smoke that's going on right now. What do you think?
Look, I understand why people are mad, but I also understand why the team brought these guys on. I think AVG has been really, really solid, and I think Hydra Nation were maybe looking for somebody to play some of those more heavier frontliners, diving in for them, playing around low main as well, giving them a bit more flexibility and comfort across a wider set of roles, where Hydration now can maybe go back towards the heroes where he's a little bit stronger, maybe getting a little bit more of a farm prio there. So I think this is a new and revamped Hydra Nation. Nonetheless, though, it's a change for them, right? And it's going to require them to adapt here today in the game. And Valhalla coming into this maybe with a bit more practice and comfort between the players.
Dan, any additional thoughts, or shall we just move directly on to Valhalla?
Let's move on, shall we? Yeah.
You know, the way I said that, move on to Valhalla, it almost sounds like we're passing from this world now. We fought our good fight. We now must ascend to Valhalla. But, you know, they've been stable here as a roster for a while here, Dan, which, you know, for an NA, it's kind of like you have had X amount of days since roster change up. And once you pass the 30-day point NA, you know, you're on the higher end, as it turns out.
Yeah, this roster's been a lot of fun, actually, to watch. And I'm looking for that consistency. You know, I feel like Hydra Nation are the villains in many respects because of just all this like roster, not just the roster implosions, but like the dominance that they had on the scene for a long time. It kind of like, I feel like, sets them up to be like these, you know, villainous cabal that, you know, Valhalla are up against, the noble Valhalla. So I'm invested in this. I think we've seen some excellent performances on both Scout and Do. I think you could probably talk about a lot of the players, but when I think about this roster, those are the 2 names that jump into my mind first.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of talent on this team. Also, you know, stop and think about it. At this point, Jake, with so many players having a turn on Hydra Nation, you know, you start looking at all the competitors. It's like, at one point you're there. Lord NM was on Hydra Nation for like a week or 2. DMB was actually a key part of the old Hydra Nation for something like the first 10 weeks. So eventually, I feel like we're going to hit a point in NA where you're going to have Hydra Nation and then like 2 or 3 other teams comprised entirely of ex-Hydra Nation players. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Hydra Nation immigrants, Hydra Nation.
Wait. No, I thought Jake got muted. I thought his like power breaker
They get like a special tax status, like when they're doing.
Yeah, you gotta invest in your Hydra Nation retirement account. When you leave the company, we'll pay out a pension to you.
Something like that. It has going to be. But also because there is no melee creeps, there's no challenging match, there's no Mo 1v1. Instead, it's going to be Valhalla coming in with choice of first pick or first ban. They opt to go second. They give Hydra Nation choice of first pick.
What is this, man? What is that? A first ban in Furnace is crazy to me. I guess they want to pick Geist and they think Infernus is always going to go in the second too. Pretty interesting.
Dude, Infernus keeps on climbing the priority in NA every week. It climbs so high now, just into the insta ban. So first ban.
I mean,
But
the burn is kind of
accurate.
crazy, like low-key. The burn is really good and just has great consistent scaling potential.
You know, based on what Hydra Nation was doing, well, the melee creeps Hydra Nation combo, I wouldn't entirely be surprised. Well, okay, actually, their first pick, it's probably gonna be Geist. Otherwise, it would expect like Warden to come in one of their top 2 picks here. But Geist is just, she's it right now, Jake. As far as the first pick goes, it not often being one of the first bans, but often first pick. I will say though, the Infernus ban does surprise me too, because Hydra Nation loves to play Infernus, and that means at some level they're more worried about Valhalla taking Infernus early. So I didn't really expect that.
I will say I don't like the Sinclair opening ban from Valhalla. I don't think anyone's gonna open Sinclair off the rip right now, like with nothing. I feel like a Geist ban would have made more sense to me here, or even like a Calico or Warden. Like, I just don't think people generally like if somebody opens Sinclair, I feel like you can kind of responsibly avoid giving him good ultimates in the draft. Not that that is easy to do, but I feel like it's not really like a first overall pick hero.
I know why. I think it's because they're coming in with Warden. I think the early Sinclair ban has to do with a Warden pick in the first 2. And, you know, Dan, there you go. It's sometimes your Warden comps are just like, we don't want to deal with Sinclair.
I hope they take a page of the Hoot's book, though, and play that Spirit Initiator Warden. I really like that. I thought the Phantom Strike was a very innovative item build on Hoot. I don't think I've seen that build before at the pro level, and I'm definitely going to be abusing that in my games now. Like, that's like the unkiteable Warden seems really sick to me.
Yeah, it did look really fun and really strong, and
Today
I
isn't the
wonder
day
how
for
much
mercy.
influence will kind of come across, because I know the NA teams, or at least my expectation was that some of them were watching Europe and what the EU teams are doing. I feel like it kind of got to, but either way, we get Vindicta. Vindicta has just remained high priority-wise in NA, and maybe there's something to that because we see EU actually picking into it fairly early today as well. Third pick, I think, we saw for one team.
Yeah, Vindicta has gone up highly in priority in EU, and I think it just comes down to the idea that I think when you're building a Deadlock team right now, the ideal scenario is that you have 4 heroes that have really high competency in the early to mid game. Like, it can be either, but, you know, here's our good laners, good early to mid, and you set that up with 2 characters that are going to be more of your backbone into the late game. And the reality is that Vindicta, you know, she's one of those heroes that is really good without taking a lot of your static farm, like in the jungle. She can sustain herself just off kills and lane, and she is a very
looking to
powerful
summon a
influence
god,
from
right?
laning phase
Well,
to you know,
here
about
I
20
am.
minutes or so.
Yeah, I think Vindicta is just one of the best sources of long range catch in the game in terms of like tethering people in the fight is often a death sentence for them, or it like forces their debuff remover. That's been the build everyone goes for, is like the Alkfire tether type build on Vindicta. I think it's very strong, so I do like getting it. I'm interested to see how Hydra Nation build around it.
Come on, put us in the
Ooh, Mo is coming in on a ban. We haven't even seen Mo picked yet today, and making the second wave of bans. Do you think that's like targeted towards Hydra Nation? Because obviously Hydration has a very, very good Mo.
Yes. It was told to me by an anonymous source that Hydration has actually become more Mo and Krill main than human being. Like, he's joined the Mo cult. He is actually full on board the Mo cult. Everyone knows it, and that's why the ban came in. So, yeah, just how it is, Jake. Sometimes you bond with a character, and Hydration one night under the moon just looked at Mo and Krill and says, "You're the one."
I feel like Valhalla may need to take
2.
Kelvin here, or because I think it's a very good pick for Hydra Nation. But I don't even love the pick for Valhalla, so maybe they do give it up. I just think, yeah,
You can only
Kelvin
run
and
from the law
even
for so
Bebop for
long.
Hydra Nation could look pretty good right now. Like, I think Bebop genuinely is just a counter to Lash. If you have a player who can handle it. Although for Hydra Nation, who would that really be? Because I think you're right, Dan. I think you mentioned this earlier. The Bebop is just, you need an expert pilot. You can't just rip the Bebop and hope for the best, right? You need someone who really understands the ins and outs of the hero, how to get the laning advantage, how to play in like the mid to late game, and the team needs to understand it too, to be ready for those hooks and to be ready to follow up.
One quick point I'll mention is that so a hero that's disappeared off in the face of the planet, like they never existed, is Paradox. We haven't seen any mention of Paradox today.
Paradox in the EU has also been, you know, not just here in DFM, but also, you know, one win that's been going on has not really been a high prio pick. You know, when you go Playmaker, you go either Bebop or you go Holiday right now, and Paradox has fallen to the wayside. But that was also, I mean, overall, while that was kind of before the patch, like now that Rescue Beam is not as available. I do wonder if the opinion will change. But also speaking of opinions changing, Jake, especially between regions, Viscous right now in EU still getting picked, pretty aggressively, at least.
I mean, it's first ban every single time. Nobody lets Viscous through.
Yeah, and meanwhile in NA, they're just like, oh, week has changed. We'll pick it 4th or 5th.
Yeah, I think
crazy.
right now, I love Hydronation's draft. I would love Valhalla finishing with the Kelvin, though. I think it's like the perfect pick here. And I think you kind of need it because I think Hydronation have a really scary front line. Like this Calico Yamato guys running at you, Viscous and Vindicta catching you and stunning you. I don't see a world in which you can team fight late game into the full power of Hydronation. I think you need to split them apart. Maybe Kelvin's the way to do it, but honestly, I really like the Hydronation draft. So even if it is the Kelvin, I think this needs to be very tight to be played against Hydronation. I think I can easily see a world where Calico and Yamato start getting really strong, Geist as well, and then Vindicta and Viscous are going to be setting them up so beautifully. And honestly, I don't even care what the 5th hero is for Hydronation. I feel like their draft is really good right now. I think they just pick whatever they want on 5th. I don't think they have an issue in the draft that they need to fix with the 6th pick, which is maybe just pick like a late game carry. But it's going to be the Abrams this time, which I think only further plays into their strength. So honestly, for Valhalla, man, I'm worried. I think this draft for Hydronation looks like, how do you team fight them, man? Like there's so much AoE, so many stun controls. If you're in a room, you just can't play against this Hydronation draft.
I was going to say, make the joke actually, Jake, when you're like, you don't care who they pick. I was like, in my head, I was already looking at it. I was like, I feel like they don't need to pick anything else. Like I was trying to think like, what should they pick? I'm like, their lineup's already
just go with 5, bro. Go with 5.
yeah. That would be pretty nuts.
I'll say this. I think the points about Hydronation's roster definitely ring true to an extent, and especially in terms of raw power. That being said, I don't think Valhalla is that far behind. I think they still have one of the best early game lanes in the Shiv Kelvin lane. I think you still have the power spike at 3K for a Holiday, and also one thing that's I think worth noting that you talk about power lanes. I would also argue from things we've seen across all data in the last week that Holiday Mirage is one of the deadliest lanes in the game when put middle. Like generally speaking, that lane does not lose. So you stop and think about it from the laning phase here. You can stack middle, Holiday Mirage as Valhalla. You get to put one of the side lanes as Shiv Kelvin. And Warden Lash, it's not, I wouldn't rate it as a super top level lane, but I mean, a lot of the Warden lanes at the moment still perform reasonably adequately. So, I mean, there's a world where Valhalla can get an edge in the first 5 to 6 minutes of this game and potentially go to a world where they do get really good farm fed the Warden and Shiv on the Valhalla end. So I think for Valhalla on paper, I don't think that this draft is that wildly out of hand. I think I actually see like conditions where they can win, but I do think they have to make the most out of the early lane, particularly the mid lane needs to win. If you're doing Mirage Holiday, that lane has to win and has to win like pretty decisively.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, as much I do love the Hydronation draft, but I do feel like there is no lack of answers from Valhalla. I totally agree. So I'll be curious to see how they employ a lot of those answers. I do think the Holiday play will be pretty instrumental, and I'm really looking and hoping that we see Holiday play that's hyper aggressive. A lot of those like barrel ganks early, very early. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I think this is a game where Valhalla need to snowball and need to get a lead and continue to grow that lead. I think I see what you're saying from the laning stage. I think they actually do have some maybe better lanes, probably better lanes on average than Hydronation. What I'm worried about though for Valhalla is it's a lot of pressure to be under to try to end the game early. I just think Hydronation this draft is like, if they come online with all their heroes, I just don't think you can win fights against like a farmed Yamato. Like there's so many stuns, so much control. And all the damage dealers are incredibly tanky for Hydronation. Like in the late game, Yamato, Geist, Calico, these heroes are really hard to kill. And then you're going to be stunned 24/7 by Abrams, Viscous, and Vindicta. It's going to be so hard to fight.
Okay, so Lord and M is probably on the lash, given the Avengers Assemble. This is for NA. I mean, this is a mindset right now. The NA players have gathered together, and they see Hydronation as the big bad raid boss with the merger of melee creep. So we'll see how it goes. Also, I'm kind of curious. Is it Hydration on the Abrams? I would get in the old lineup, I would guess yes. In the new lineup, there's a world where maybe it's something like AVG on it. I suppose we'll see, but no, it's gonna be Hydration on the Abrams. And Dan, any thoughts here on the laning before you bid adieu for a little bit?
No, I think the story that we've talked about here, where we do need to see Valhalla get ahead early. I want to see Scout be in a position to roam early, and that does. The thing is that they're set up well for it, as you were mentioning. The Mirage Holiday, if they can win this lane quickly, they can get active on Scout, and I think we've seen this from Scout before on Holiday. Like super active, that's what we should expect. A lot of ganks, so barrel ganks coming onto lanes, lasso ganks. If that stuff goes well, I think it's winnable, but I think a lot of it does pivot on Scout's performance.
You know, Jake. Oh, Lord NM thinking he was going to get away. Just instead get the mobility from Leffa there and gets away. 20 HP, 19 HP, and no, a little bit of flask for your trouble. But you got to respect that extra level of effort. And I will say, you know, it's a point of failure, but also a point of potential strength as, oh man, Scout getting a little bit bullied. But I was going to say for Hydration, if Hydration is able to get ahead as Abrams, I feel like it's over. And the same note, Hydration is kind of in trouble if he falls behind. It's the Abrams economy curse or blessing, depending on how it goes.
Maybe. I mean, I think Abrams, obviously Abrams is one of those heroes. If you're farmed, you're loving life, you know, you're feeling amazing about it. But and just like turbo running at the end, but I don't know that he needs to be that farmed in this game to do his job. I mean, he's got a lot of help in the front line. I think the Viscous and Vindicta are going to set him up. If he's farmed, he's going to be doing a ton of damage and like maybe even carrying some of the fights. But if he's under farmed and just delivering more stuns, I mean, I just don't think there's going to be damage problems on Hydration. And mostly what I'm worried about is I just envision the late game team fight with the amount of stuns coming down and Yamato Geist, Calico full inting on people. It's so hard to live on like a Holiday or Mirage against that kind of a like full court run and shoot pressure. Maybe Shiv can tolerate it, maybe Warden can. And so I think for Valhalla, those are the players I really have my eyes on. Like I really want to see Warden and Shiv come out to at least a decently strong start.
I think one thing that's very worrying for Valhalla when you take a look at what's going on middle lane, your Holiday Mirage lane is losing at the moment. And this is a lane where, yes, Calico and Yamato are both good in lane, but this is, from everything we've seen, especially recent games in the EU, this is a lane that often wins, kind of regardless of what is on the other side. So the bare minimum is like very winnable here for Valhalla and one of their key ways of getting ahead. But if the lane keeps going how it's going, where it's actually losing, it's going to delay Scout's ability to be mobile, go around the map, and help some of these other lanes, notably the right-hand lane, which has been a little bit more of a struggle. And even the Shiv Kelvin lane, I mean, is a little bit behind the tower damage right now.
Yeah, and this Yamato just keeps hitting these big power slashes. It's going to start to become a problem, especially when the ulti comes online. Ooh. Pretty close to that. And these low players against the Yamato ulti are just food. Oh, I wonder if he's even going to need that. Okay, the barrels barely protect Mirage.
This is tough. It is not often that you see the Holiday Mirage lane get poked down to this extent. You know, Barrel comes on in, but you look at the general health here, it's just Valhalla really playing from behind in the middle, keeping somewhat even on the left-hand side, but it's a lane that usually should be further ahead. But meanwhile, okay, right-hand side, Leffa maybe overextending a little bit. Lord NM though, super low, 30 HP, gonna try and get away from the inevitable trade. Binding Word comes on out, Hydration thrown off here to the side, gets a charge here on the DMB. DMB just goes full last in, thinks it's necessary, takes down Hydration, and gets a save on the Lord NM.
Yeah, he's going to be able to put some Walker damage down too. Those are some nice kills for Valhalla. It's actually pretty important for them, I think. And that's kind of stabilized an early game that, at least right at the opener, was looking super scary. It's just a bloodbath though in that side lane. I think nobody's having that good of a farm game. Everybody's trading a ton of kills. Leffa baits the parry. Should be able to get the easy cleanup now. Beautiful play there against TMB.
I love the Geist quick melee, just the quick little soft tap on the back from the green hand and says like goodbye, you know. Oathkeeper sends his regards. So yeah, right hand side definitely going more the way of Hydration. Aggregate kind of even here overall, but I think for the win conditions Valhalla had, I don't think you're happy with things being more on the even side, as you know, Holiday's essentially about to die to this Calco.
Oh, these melees.
Quick melees as they try to mantle.
Evil AVG. His name's Evil AVG. I love it. Oh, well, yeah. At least he's playing into it. Thanos versus the Avengers.
That's right. Oh, man. But yeah, to the bigger overall point is that I feel like with the lanes that Valhalla was able to put here, especially middle and left-hand side, being even to slightly behind is so far off the mark for what you wanted with this. Like their win condition game plan had them being further ahead here, Jake. I think it really did.
I mean, further ahead, they had them at least even, right? At least able to challenge.
Yeah, at least, yeah, and it's not even that.
We'll say there's no Guardians down yet, though, so we're still a ways from, you know, like the ultis are online. I don't know how much the network lead really matters at this phase of the game. I think it's much more significant how people fight. and they're able to like get big value out of their skills, out of their ultis. And I think especially like something like the Shiv Calvin lane, you know, if you can catch maybe the Vindicta in away from the Viscous in that dome, could be real problems for you. So Hydration, they still have to keep their wits about them, open up these Guardians before they can be super confident with the way the game's going.
Well, even on the left-hand side, Guardian down to about half. Mid Guardian also half. Valhalla behind in middle here so far. However, take a look at Scout, Lasso ready to go. Gonna have the opportunity. Lord NM just getting shut down mid-air. Hydration, pretty low HP. Should fall here to the last stand, but using as much LOS as possible. Not going to be able to juke it for that long, just a little bit much. But also on the same note, DMB versus Left on the other hand. DMB actually getting very low there, Jake. Might get caught by Left before he gets away.
I need it there.
And Lord NM in trouble too. Should be an easy execute there. Get the tether on Shiv, but I don't know if you have the damage alone here on Vegas. Gonna fall back for now.
Luff is getting caught. Luff is super, super low. You just see there the Lash and Warden in hot pursuit, and somehow Luff is alive right now. And Hydration got the save! I'm just looking at the mini-map there, Jake, but there's no other explanation. Hydration came in hot! Lefo is nearly gone, and the charge, the big blue charge, comes on in from Hydration as the save. Oh, man.
And getting that early kill feed to Abrams is huge, because this is I think the issue with this hero is very good with farm, but you are very bad at farming jungle camps. Like, you're just not efficient at it. And so to be able to bring that to the team, he's going to open up Guardian here. And if he can be able to snowball into some kills, this early game could start to be a problem. Hydration looks like he has the ult just to maybe get out of that one. A lot of actions, though, on the side lanes.
Also, Valhalla, they're down 2 Guardians right now. The middle is just absolutely not the plan you want. I mean, you think about rotations here, right? In an ideal world, Valhalla would have Scout just being able to go left, right, center, control the map. And yeah, now Valhalla, the Holiday is rotating to the left, but it's not from the position of power that you would want from the lane 7 they had. And Mirage is going to kind of quietly farm the middle as we see a little bit of pressure right now onto Vindicta. Again, with the Arctic Beam, has to end up mantling and see if this leads to anything.
Yeah, Vindicta is going to be caught here. It's a nice catch. Valhalla now getting active. I think this is what they do need to do, given the deficit. They got to start making plays. But the scary thing is a team like Hydration, you know, even if you do find the kills here, you need to be macroing well behind it, or else it's not really worthwhile. And low main on the Viscous, very annoying hero to try and siege into. That punch is going to be very problematic. And if he wants, he could roll, try to defend this Walker.
Right-hand side also getting very cluttered. AVG went for the last stand, still just got pummeled off in the corner. Lord NM hopping on back. Well, got the frozen shelter out here in the left-hand side. Ball looking for something off, and in Vegas, unable to get away. He just saw Lome knocking at the door with the Viscous ball, and it's like, well, it's a little bit too cold for that.
Still in the center sack, a little bit of value here for Shib. And the game's, I mean, the net worth still very tight, right? So, I mean, my feelings about the advantage of these comps, notwithstanding, this is, you know, on the numbers, still a very even game. I think Valhalla can find a couple team fights. They're very much going to be in a decent spot. What I'm just worried about is how those team fights end up looking. Is the execution clean from Valhalla? I think Valhalla, to their credit, right, with the Lash and the Kelvin, if they can make this kind of a game of urns, that's maybe the weakness for Hydration. I think they're very strong where they can get into close range and, you know, chase down enemies. But in these very wide open parts of the map with the urn drops, maybe that's the spot for Valhalla to stake their claim and fight. And that's also true of the Walker sieges. So Hydration, you know, I as strong as I think they are in their preferred area of conflict, I think they may have some trouble if Valhalla can just force objectives to be the name of the game.
Dan, we're still in the middle of pause, maybe about to unpause as Vegas does his best EU impression, but you know, your thoughts so far, 9.5 minutes in as we're setting up here potentially on the left.
Well, I do think the end discussion, I think that's a really good shout out. I think for the first turns that are going to be spawning, I don't know that we'll have a shelter online for that. And that's obviously one of those key ults that would help Valhalla. So the cooldowns might betray them a little bit. We'll have to see what the investment is from Hydration, but I totally agree. I think there has to be a turning point, an inflection point here where they can start taking the initiative themselves. But now we get the challenge. I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, and you take a look at that. Zerbzy just barely able to ice path out of the way. Guardian, though, still going to go down. Hydration, all 3 Guardians down against Valhalla. And now the Urn is coming on down. So Urn focus coming into play. However, AVG, evil, good or not? Very, very low at the moment, and we'll see if Scout is just going to be able to come over, land the shot. No, probably not. Not a chase down you want to go for here in the moment, but the urn is controlled by Valhalla, and Jake, they will have options to force in. You're kind of mentioned, I mean, when you have a Kelvin, you can just kind of force in the urn given the right circumstances.
I don't even know if Hydration are gonna try to contest, given the Shiv, or rather the Lash Kelvin. I think you may just give it up. But Valhalla not in a rush. He's doing a lot of boxes on his way with the urn, not forcing this by any means, and not really even any players controlling the drop off. So I wonder if he even is gonna attempt it. It could just be a fake. I feel like they should go for it. I think this is where their comp is at its strongest, is contesting urn drops. So for Hydration, they're showing as if they want to contest, but yeah, I think they are going to be looking to go for the contest. If they can just get inside the frozen shelter, but by that same token, playing close to that urn drop, try to counter frozen shelter, you could just get caught in a huge Lash ulti. So this is maybe a moment for Valhalla to even this game up, or maybe pull into the lead.
One thing I don't love here, if you're going to go urn fight, I get he's in left, but I feel like you want Viscous for your urn fight, generally speaking. But okay, the fight is underway. Rokane getting caught early. Shadow Transformation, not going to work out a save. Valhalla up one instead, though. DMB also getting caught. Even to back up here, off on the side. Now Calico chasing down Zerbzy, forces out the frozen shelter. Big force, and still might not be saving Kelvin's life. Zerbzy getting hit from all ends right now. Hydration looking for the fall through, but instead Ice Path gonna clear him out for now. Urn has dropped. Picked up here by Evil AVG. I don't know why I'm saying Evil. I hate you, AVG. Why have you done this? Why have you done this? But it's picked up by AVG, and now clean urn turn in. That's gonna come over.
Yeah, it's big that they're able to force Zerbzy to drop. I think that's a mistake from Kelvin to be caught there, frankly. Should have been maybe backed up harder while the team was dealing with Yamato. But they used so many skills to kill Yamato. I think it's a good call from Hydration to force a fight elsewhere on the map and punish where Valhalla are not. So Hydration only expand their lead. I mean, in the end, it's a very positive trade. Getting that urn done, losing Rokane, absolutely going to be worth it.
But yeah. 64k, 71k, Hydration nursing a pretty decent lead right now. Able to warp the urn fight to their advantage just by getting Zerbzy in a bad spot. So the early pickoff not necessarily leading Valhalla to glory. But yeah, I mean, this is interesting where it's at. Still options here for Valhalla. A lot of ways that team fights can go right, especially in a moment when Shelter is back up online. And, you know, overall, it hasn't quite devolved into a game where Hydration is just relentlessly taking the jungle of Valhalla. So you kind of look at it here, Jake. Next urn in 2 minutes, Valhalla should have at least one more good fight in them.
Yeah, definitely. I think fighting around urns, even at this soul status, I would still say they had an advantage. I think their comp is actually so much better around the even urn drops. That being said, they're doing a little bit of jungle stealing, maybe baiting in some kind of a counter engage, but neither team wants to be the one to make a mistake. Mirage, though, League holding this solo lane on the side is going to create some advantages here for Valhalla since he can come join the fight. Hydration, if they want to punish, they got to be worried. They're going to have to fight all 6 of Valhalla ready to fight together.
For now, both teams settling on their jungle. We'll see if there's a little bit of movement here from Scout. I mean, ideally, when you're running... Okay, as I say that, last one comes out. Scout, did you connect? Is anyone caught in there? It looks like that's the case, but the follow through may not be there. Hydration there with the protection. Frozen Shelter comes on down. It's not enough to save Scout. And just like that, we got a Death Slam coming on in. More from Valhalla. Moving over, trying to equalize. They get Hydration at a minimum for now. A 1-for-1 trade. Key resources haven't been used here by Valhalla. They're down most of their ults. Still got a killing blow. And now we look over here to Do. Killing blow at the ready. Let's see if anyone gets a little bit low. As Low Main that was in a little bit tough spot goes to the other side. Low Main just going to roll away. Not quite past the critical point. Close. Yet not close enough to be hit with that killing blow.
Forcing a purely defensive ball is actually very good against Viscous. I mean, he's probably building quite heavily for the ultimate, so there's maybe a window here for Valhalla to try to get something done, but still, the macro trades, I mean, Rokane was just farming up that whole time. This Yamato is, and Calico as well, are starting to get to a pretty scary point in terms of the soul accumulation. I think Do and DMB are very much on even footing, though, so not going to be the end of the world either way.
Taking a look at right-hand side. AVG a little bit into Valhalla territory.
Keep your eyes on Lash.
Lord and M keeping tabs on it on the Lash. Potentially 3 versus 3. Well, 3v5 brewing here on the right-hand side. Hydration going a little bit deeper in the Valhalla territory here, but also at the same time backing out. Urn meanwhile being dropped, and it's gonna be Hydronation with the control. It's why they were overloading there towards the right. And contest wise, you know, if you're Valhalla here, Jake, do you go for the full contest or try and go for objectives? You know, they got both options, but wait, do they know Hydration's here? No, Hydration's the one who is hunting, goes in for DMB, but also gonna get hit by the Binding Word. And this is gonna be a very close-up fight.
Oh, DMB gets bursted down though, even through the Kelvin heals, the right where ulti's just not enough. Low main rolling inside of that frozen shelter is so powerful. The Viscous was able to slip into that one. And that's 3 kills. Hydronation hunting for more. This could turn into a team wipe right now. You need to cut your losses, Ball. You need to get out of this one. Chiv, it might be too late for him. Remember, he's blocking a lot of that damage, but yeah, the passive is just going to finish him off. And maybe just a mid boss. I mean, that's 5 kills. These are very short spawn timers, so maybe it's smarter to go for Urn and some walker damage. Which, yeah, as I say it, like the spawn timers are so short at this point of the game. It's very hard to do an uncontested mid boss, but that is a very sad sign for Valhalla, right? This shows that the game is really slipping away from you. And the Hydronation draft, the tankiness that it has is like, how do you even come out on the map when things like Yamato and Calico are just gonna hard in you all the way back to spawn? Like it's really scary to play this for the damage dealers on Valhalla.
Also, I'm not sure about this. You just have League coming out here kind of taking a sniff at what was going on near the urn. May have gotten himself caught. It's a lot of Hydronation in and around, but is going to be able to be a little bit slippery with the tornado, get on out. But yeah, I mean, you know, Dan, we take a look at this here about 17 minutes into the game, Hydronation with a definitive advantage, and the opportunities for Valhalla to bring this back, the door is closing.
Yeah, I'm pretty scared. I think that they're getting kind of far behind at this point. I think especially, obviously, you know, Scout's definitely not where you'd want him to be. And the trade-off, the low soul count that we've seen for Scout previously is making sure that his teammates can benefit with those solid ganks earlier on, but none of that work was really able to get going. And additionally, I think, like Jake's already said, if you're in close quarter battles in the underground, you're going to get wrecked by this comp from Hydronation.
They're going to shelter. Like, they are investing everything here just to deal with Yamato. And hey, I mean, it's necessary to get the kill. And map-wise, Hydronation is not there to punish them for lack of resources after. And, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Ult Chain works on out.
I mean, Hydronation don't punish in that fight, but they punish by having all lanes crashing on Valhalla right now. So the map, yeah, like you invest so many players in that Yamato kill, it takes so long, but the map doesn't look any better for you with that kill down. Like, I don't know that you can make it meaningful. That mid Guardian's still full HP, and that's something that maybe Valhalla could start to pressure. Rokane did use his ultimate, so he won't be able to come back full aggro off the spawn, and it looks like this will be the Guardian's opening. They all like the punish from Hydronation. They're here.
They're here. They're looking for it. Down and over. Shiv's not going to get away. I mean, I do feel like Valhalla had to commit there to get flex slot, because we're 18 minutes into the game now, so being down on Guardians with the recent change is pretty brutal with it being over 2. For now, fight still going on.
Oh,
your Hydration just going to the air, and a little bit of refuge here into the subway is Leffa, who's quite low, but also well protected at the same time, and DMB just gonna fall.
It's so scary to chase Geist through a veil on low HP. You just can't take that kind of a risk. Part of the value Geist has such potential to counterplay and turn around situations, allows you to position so aggressively. Low main doing just that as well. This seems like Vegas may have overset the mark, but he dies, he gets the walker down. He did his job.
Leffa looking a little bit low here. We'll see if the punish is enough. There's no more swap. It's a somewhat defenseless Geist, but you don't have the personnel to actually chase it on down. Meanwhile, while you have pressure in the middle, let's take a look over here at the walker. That's right. You got a cat, you got Yamato, and they turn it on down. AVG with Rokane on the right-hand side. Hydronation relentlessly sticking to objectives, and what was just a 10K lead a few minutes ago, Jake, has now ballooned into a around 25K lead at this point.
I see Mirage.
I was like, what is that item? That's the new Hunter's Aura icon, the hydration build. I'm like, what? I've never seen that item. The wolf head? That's pretty cool.
Well, there's at least 2 wolves inside of Hydration now, and one of them comes from Hunter's Aura. But
oh my god, he almost got trapped.
Yeah, he may be very trapped. I mean, the cube's coming in, and there's close quarters here. Like, do you actually want to fight Abrams in the garage in this situation? And Valhalla just kind of says, no. Actually, no, we're good with that. AVG, meanwhile, deep into a skirmish, but it's Calico. They're slippery. Lord NM now getting focused in from both sides. He's going to go down. And the rotation from Hydronation here, pretty decisive, where Hydration does not go down. Got all the support in the world for that.
It's going to be a game-ending fight. Valhalla have to be very cautious right now. They could lose all their walkers if they get cleaned up. with waves crashing on them. But with only 4 players alive, I wonder, can they even defend the Walker? And once again, Hydra Nation, they're never committed to decisively blowing out the game with their existing advantage. They're always willing to fall back and just compound the advantage, make it bigger and bigger, continue to get a little bit more done. And the earn take doesn't seem to be that much of a commitment, but for Valhalla, coming in to contest this mid boss, such a huge risk. You may be feeling forced to take it with a 20k soul deficit. At the same time, down 2 players, I'm not sure I see it.
For Valhalla, even if you wanted to make this a contest, like you can Frozen Shelter the timeout, the Shadow Transformation, but you don't have Frozen Shelter up. You just use the last fight, so the window of timing is very much there. And League is just caught. League is completely caught in the moment.
Take out Abrams.
And it just feels like we've hit the period now of perpetual staggers where Valhalla, I mean, you stop and look at it here, Jake, short of an enormous death slam or, lasso, there's just not a lot of great ways they have to initiate. It's kind of what we talked about at the beginning of the game where Hydra Nation's front line, very tanky. They can just kind of run at Valhalla. The prophecy has just kind of come to pass at this point.
Valhalla, they're close to this drop, but I don't know if you want that smoke, man. This is a very strong Hydra Nation. There are only 4 players here, but 4 is more than 2 ZP. And yeah, Hydration himself just baiting a little bit, but yeah, he's going to get this earn drop. Walker's being pressured on the rest of the map. I mean, the waves are all against you in Valhalla. You have no space in the map. You're falling further and further behind against the region of the TP in deep behind the Walker. This could be a backbreaker. Could be another chance, though, for Valhalla.
Valhalla, you would love Lord NM to be up right now. Everyone's close together, clumped up by your Walker. Can Lord NM, do you hear the theme music? Is he going to be able to come on in? Valhalla, how long can you sustain right now? DMB has last stand. Maybe about to fall. Got a decent amount of damage in. Lord NM coming on in. The Death Slam's going to be ready. Do you have it? How many are going to get here? Off the Walker. Off the top rope. Down. In. Valhalla looking for fall through off that. They're able to get hydration at least one. But Hydra Nation trading out back and forth here. Valhalla, maybe their best possible engagement they could have had, and even then, Jake, it ends in misery.
Yeah, League is going to live, which can allow him to depush just a little bit. It's actually pretty huge that 1 player survives. I mean, you can't go full tilt aggro right here for Hydra Nation, but it's only a matter of time. They're just waiting for these rejuve spawns, getting healed up, trying to sustain what they can. And Lee's taking a lot of damage. Hold on, if he goes down here, oh no, AVG slips into the base there on the Calico. Burst down that background, has 9k souls to spend, and I think they're going to drop the Patron. And this is a scary spot. Scout solo alive, doing what he can to spam and pressure, but wants to avoid the same fate as Mirage. Dying more deaths here, staggering out. The game could quickly fall apart.
It is going to get worse before it gets better. Hydra Nation thinking for a little bit of fountain diving here, perhaps. Scout and DMB both going to go down. The stagger continues. They're not going to get a benefit here from the Patron dying. They're stuck even longer. And if you're Hydra Nation, you can wrap this up right now. Call them villains, call them demons, but right now, still looking like the top team in NA. Frozen Shelter going to drop down to delay this a little bit as Viscous. A ball within a ball, Jake. But the ball that matters most to your team, the Patron, it's going bye-bye. Hydra Nation up 1-0 here in the money match.
Yeah, just a decisive victory from Hydra Nation. As close as it was for a while in the early game, I just, as soon as I saw this draft from Hydra Nation, I just got worried. It just looked like really impossible to team fight into. The players who needed farm got farm, even though Rokane got punished a few times on the Yamato, getting like a heavy commitment from Valhalla players. Hydra Nation played so well around like always macroing well, always shoving waves on that. Like even though they do lose a player in the pickoff, they're winning elsewhere with lane pressure, with jungle, and they felt like they just got further and further ahead. And we were talking about Valhalla having a chance maybe in defending the earn drops and picking them up, but Hydra Nation was so on top of that, they did not allow the earn drops to come in. They kept controlling the pickoffs, even punishing Zerbzi at one moment, like stealing the earn away from him and turning it in themselves. And I think once Hydra Nation had captured Valhalla's best advantage for themselves, felt like the beginning of the end.
Dan, your thoughts? You were watching from the sidelines the entire time, and we just saw the gap grow and grow, even with what should have been a pretty good early laning setup for Valhalla this time around.
Yeah, I think one of the things you'll always run into is we don't talk about it too much, but there's obviously the individual skill check on the lanes. Just because on paper you have maybe like a slightly favored lane, you still have to like outplay your opponents, and there's more to it than just talking about how it goes on paper. And Hydra Nation, we know of the NA teams, they're just jam packed with individual talent and skill, and that's something that they've worked on a lot. It's like really making a great advantage out of those early lanes, because it used to be a weakness for them. Like a long time ago, they used to be all about the solo lanes, way back when. So they're pretty good at that phase, and so Valhalla not being able to get further ahead there, we isolated that as one of the win conditions, and one of the ways in which your holiday pickup is going to give you the value, and then kind of just bringing in the greater context of all of the team comps. Well, that's the value that you really have to find early, and they didn't manage to do that. Then this fight, I think, really encapsulated, I think, a point that Jake mentioned, because this was a really impactful fight that happened. And Jake, I know that you mentioned, like, if you're fighting close quarters in like the underground, you're going to get absolutely wrecked by this hydration comp, and that's precisely what we see in this at this inflection point in the game.
Yeah, I think they really understood their win conditions well, and they played to those outs. Also, this classic great macro. And the lanes, that were maybe supposed to be a little bit more dominant for Valhalla weren't able to have that same level of efficacy. Like, they were pretty competitive lanes, but this, we've seen Mirage Holiday be very, very strong, and yet I think Yamato navigated that lane incredibly well and was a huge problem for the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, Hydro Nation, they came in with a clear plan. They were able to execute it and get through the rough early laning phase. And also, you talk about Abrams, wondering, is it going to be the good Abrams game or the bad Abrams game? Well, overall for Hydration, definitely on the good hand. Some big saves. I mean, I still think we didn't even see all of it necessarily from our point of view, but we saw Leffa get super low and just saw Hydration come in as the Guardian Angel, just likely landing one of the biggest charges ever, saving Leffa from the 1v2 early on. And, just a lot of micro plays like that. But man, oh man, Dan, I'm taking a look at the stats here, and people that were saying that certain dictators were dead in response to the Calico nerf, maybe inaccurate, at least when played by AVG.
Yeah.
Well, at least
AVG...
the breakable stat. I mean, this is just a classic carry game. He's not getting like infinite money from breakables.
True.
But he's just killing you over. He's 10, 0, and 12. I mean, this is one of those games. Like, no matter what the hero is, that's not as good stat line to be going up against.
And the question is, what are the adjustments going to look like? I think there's quite a few that we could probably theorize about, because I think you could argue that quite a few things could be different here to help Valhalla out. Like the fact that Viscous, was like the 10th pick or something. That's wild in and of itself. That's like just crazy.
I think such a late Viscous pick was wild. I would love to see DMB go over the Spirit Warden this game. I think he goes Bullet. Not having the same, I think, especially in this matchup, I would have loved to see the Spirit Warden maybe forcing some of these team fights or being able to stand up to the Hydro Nation overwhelming front line that they were, bringing into these engagements. I will say, I think Do on the Shiv had a pretty solid game. Holiday just didn't do it for me this game. I don't even think it was Scout's play. I think it was just the reality of like trying to come in and get a lasso on the Hydro Nation team comp and live to tell the tale. Just good luck with that, man. Like you catch one guy and lasso him, and the rest of the team is just going to be chasing you down. They have no problem forcing the engagement to happen exactly when you start it.
I can see a pocket.
True. I actually wouldn't mind a pocket there. I think a pocket could have been strong against Hydro Nation's lineup, right? Where maybe they wanted to group a little too much. Maybe they could have been vulnerable.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what gets adapted here, because remember, this is a special money match here. We didn't have a challenging match, so it is first to 3 Valhalla. They're going to get more cracks than usual, more ability to adapt within the series. Will they be able to take Hydro Nation to the distance? Map number 1 wasn't the case, but we still have 2 more maps left to go here. Deadlock Fight Night, number 30 here in North America, presented by Intel. We'll be back soon.
Snipers dealt with.
Deadlock Fight Night number 30 carries on. First game to Hydra Nation. ZP back here with Jake and DDK. And Dan, you know, you nearly broke your record just a moment ago where, according to production, you were actually 2 seconds late getting back on camera instead of right in time. How do you feel about that? If we didn't give you a few extra seconds, that would have been an empty chair.
Well, I mean, I gotta keep pushing it. I gotta push. I gotta see what my limits are. I gotta test.
Some people are just born to dance with death, and Dan's one of them. Dan's one. He's just that's how it is.
Always testing limits, man. You gotta do it. You gotta know, and we gotta see more limits tested here, because what we saw at map 1, it wasn't good enough, guys. Valhalla, it wasn't good enough.
And the problem that I have with what we saw in map 1 is that I don't know if it gets any better, right? Where they had really favorable circumstances in my mind from the very beginning in terms of like 2 super powerful lanes, and one of your like super powerful lanes got a bit bullied. So when you see that, you kind of wonder, what is the mechanical diff today between the 2 teams? And yes, Hydra Nation is super good. They had a draft that really set them up for the mid-late game, but I do think there were opportunities that Valhalla had here that just were not realized. But Jake, the good part here is that it's a longer series, and you know, when it comes to esports games, sometimes a team can start off a little bit slow and get into a rhythm as the series progresses.
I'd love to see either Geist or Calico banned out here a little bit earlier. I just think Hydra Nation got too much of what they wanted. I think getting the Viscous so late was like almost criminal. I think because the Viscous would have also been very good against the Hydra Nation team come up, right? Like, as good as they are in close range, now you're dealing with a Viscous who's disrupting you and countering one of your biggest strengths, while at the same time setting up for the rest of the team. And Hydra Nation, once again, they just think maybe it's also the Infernus ban is like covering for this insanely tanky frontliner heavy draft, where Infernus is maybe one of the best carries at answering that, whether by ulting in and attacking you, or just by like naturally the burn, the toxic, ricochet, inhib, like late game can be a problem for these characters that want to stack up and group together.
Well, this will be telling what Valhalla perceived as an issue, maybe, but they'll actually get rid of the Mirage. And Hydra Nation, do they shoot for the same draft? They might have the ability to just get this similar or same draft now.
Geist first, I'm never going to be mad at a first pick Geist, and I don't know what Hydra Nation would really do differently in terms of the first pick, or why they would change, like given how last game went. And just because you pick the Geist doesn't mean you have to go with the same strat as last game. You could have the Geist and build for a much more diverse, you know, maybe a longer range strat, maybe one that not as committed to fighting in small rooms. But man, if you get that Geist Calico Yamato with a bunch of stuns, hard to criticize. I wouldn't mind stealing the Vindicta away though from Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. I think you talk about comfort picks. There's no greater comfort pick, I think, on Hydra Nation than Vegas on the Vindicta. It's just the hero that he's played a ton of. The Warden isn't going to change, but I think they must have had something in mind when they banned Mirage, because clearly they played Mirage themselves in the last game. So maybe this is kind of one of the plays of, well, we're going to prioritize our actual gun damage a little bit more here in the early game. We're going to take away Mirage, and in response, we're going to take away something else Hydra Nation was playing in the last game. And the most likely candidate there probably would be the Vindicta. So, Jake, we'll see if your guesstimate comes in here. Do they take the Vindicta in the first tune? But no, instead, Dan, they decide they want to protect the Warden with the Sinclair pick.
Yeah. The Sinclair value has been interesting, because obviously we saw that be like there was an opening ban, I think, the last map. So kind of interesting the value they place on it, and that's obviously to protect the Warden. I agree, and perhaps also it adds something to their core of their comp that is going to be helpful for them that we don't know the full picture of just yet. So Hydra Nation, though, because of that, they're going to get sort of whatever they want. And so you're going to get the Calico. They could get the Yamato in here again. I forget what their third pick was last time. Was it Yamato?
Might have been Yamato. Not sure if it was third or fourth Yamato.
I think it was third Yamato,
Vindicta,
fourth
maybe?
Viscous. No, or it could have been Vindicta. Yeah, I think Viscous was fourth.
Vindicta.
I think it was third Vindicta, as I recall. Right. And honestly, I would love to see a Vindicta here. I think this is a great time to pick it up. Yeah, like why not? You know, and for War, I think it's a great matchup into Warden. You can escape away from the ulti with your flight. You can pin Warden down so that he can't chase with his ulti. And I just think Warden tends to not buy debuff remover. It's not a typical item for him, and buying it, you may be forced to just deal with Vindicta, but it never feels good to be forced off your build into a defensive item where Warden typically just goes all greed offense because of his ulti. Potential to keep him alive. I like the haze though. I think this is the type of switch up that you needed to bring out in this game. I am still a little worried for Valhalla though. Like Hydra Nation, they're brewing a similar strat where they're like gonna be way too strong in the close range. Maybe you could ban the Yamato here.
I think
Maybe ban the Mo again.
There's a good reason for the Haze to come in here, though, is that what a lot of people feel like is that Haze is one of the better picks against Vindicta in terms of making Vindicta's life really, really difficult. They're going to take away the Holiday because I think they may not feel they need it if they're running the Haze. So that to me kind of signals that maybe it's even going to be like Scout on the Haze here, and they're not going to go for a traditional playmaker in the vein of a Paradox, a Holiday. I mean, maybe they still consider going the Lash. It's one of Lord NM's best heroes, but, you know, Dan, we'll see what Hydra Nation decides to take away in just 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sad Valhalla didn't ban the Viscous there. I feel like that's that's something that's super high value. There's only one Viscous that exists in the game. You can't really like easily supplement that role. So I feel like this is guaranteed to be Hydra Nation picking it up unless Valhalla pick it up, which I think you can't go wrong with getting a Viscous in any stage of the draft, to be honest. So I would love Valhalla to pick it. Otherwise, they've 100% given away Viscous again.
Yeah, I guess at least you have Sinclair to steal the Viscous ulti, which can be nice. But I agree. I think better just to have it for yourself. Better to deny it here. Can be nice against Vindictus, taking people down, turning around some of these fights. I have to see though what Valhalla end up closing out the draft with. I still feel like they're missing maybe some of those like heavier carries, and for Hydra Nation, they could just grab the Mo here. I mean, maybe the Mo also feels pretty bad in the face of something like the Viscous, so it does kind of constrain your options.
So you need a monster hunter.
I think Pocket could be really nice, especially now that they've got
Shiv Kelvin though. Shiv Kelvin is so good right now.
Get
I'll be
you on
honest,
the
though,
Pocket.
Jake, I think you nailed it exactly. I actually think Hydra Nation is going to go Mo because stop and think about it. They picked Hydration's hero last in the previous game. I think what's going to be sacrificed here is they won't go the Yamato and they'll go Mo last. So they're basically exchanging Shiv. They're taking Shiv as higher priority over Yamato, and then Hydration is going to pick the Mo and Krill because, again, word on the street is that Hydration loves doing Mo and Krill, and it's basically a very similar comp to what they were running last time, minus the fact that you have Shiv there instead of Yamato. So if last pick is going to be Hydration the Mo, I really would not be surprised.
It makes the Infernus ban make more sense to just protecting them, the Mo and Krill against possible Infernus.
I think Kelvin is also a good option for Hydra Nation. I really like that pocket pick actually. I think this is a great time to bring out the pocket. But I feel like giving Hydra Nation Kelvin is so scary with the draft they have, and Kelvin would maybe help you deal with the Lash a little bit better. Maybe you don't care about the Lash. You can just like Hayes dagger sleep him out of his ulti. And feel like, okay, that's gonna deal with the matchup, or just Viscous cube save people and call it good there. And they go with the actually I like the people. That's another way to answer the Lash. The Kelvin Dome maybe is a little too defensive of an answer. But now I think Hydra Nation, I feel like Kelvin is an obvious pick here for them. And I think a good one, but I don't know if this new version of Hydra Nation wants to be a Kelvin team.
Yeah, maybe we see the Mo, like if it's really that stylistically comfortable. I feel like it makes sense based on what CP said. We saw the ban in the last map of Mo and Krill, so there it is.
Yeah,
can't wait to see it.
Honestly, I get the play here is that, generally speaking, you think about, Jake, what fandom Mercy mains got in the Overwatch community back in the day, and that with Mo and Krill potentially being Mercy main community 2.0, with the Mo cult being very vocal, very active. Hydration, this is a career move, man. This is where, if Hydration leaves competitive play, he could be the Mo idol for the next 5 years. That's how I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, I mean, Mo can be good this game. I just also see problems for Mo. I feel like this is a very... I actually don't think Mo's a good pick here. I think if you make it work, it's because you're just executing insanely well. But Bebop can hook you while you're comboing. Viscous cubes people to save them. Warden can trap you, or you can get Rabbit Hex. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you're very vulnerable to when you lock yourself in position here on the Mo Krill. And I feel like Valhalla, if they have the mechanics to compete, this is a draft on which to do it, right? I think Bebop can make those solo plays, Pocket, Hayes, Viscous. Honestly, they have a lot of highly mechanical individual playmaking heroes. And for Hydra Nation, I think this one should be a lot of bit tougher. However, Valhalla, it's all going to be on the execution, right? If their team fighting isn't clean, if their coordination isn't on point, then their draft is going to fall really flat because they don't have any super free combo, obvious easy way to team fight. And although like it's a high level team, maybe you don't need that. I tend to like when people have obvious, easy win conditions. I think that tends to be quite good when something's very simple and consistent to execute. Like, you know, go Kelvin Dome with the Viscous Ball. Like, good luck dealing with that. You know, like that's a really powerful strat. And for Valhalla, it's a lot of individualism, but I'm excited to see, especially what Bebop, Pocket, Viscous Haze, like how these last 4 picks end up looking in this game too.
You know, Dan, as I look at this here, I think the Bebop is obviously always super variable in what to expect. But, you know, as the team names are, you know, be not fooled. It's Hydronation on the left, Valhalla on the right. But TAS is a tough act to follow. When you're talking about impressing the audience right now, they've already seen absolute greatness earlier in the day. Again, you be an effective Bebop, people are like, oh, is that all?
I think with that said, you know, this is a great Bebop game because of the Mo and Krill, like some of the frontliners, like the lashes that you know, lash ults and stuff. Like there's a lot of, and also like Vindicta too. Like, you know, Vindicta's not very mobile when she's airborne. So this is like potentially there's like, you know, a target rich environment for Bebop and the hooks. So I'm hoping that it's like an easy game to get impact on that Bebop. And honestly, I do agree with Jake. Like, I think this Mo and Krill pick, it's got a huge amount of issues in this game. So this for me is like kind of a test as to whether Valhalla can compete with what feels like a way more competitive draft. Because if they can't do it in this particular draft matchup, I feel like it is going to be a 3-0 victory for Hydronation.
A little bit poke coming into the middle here, and you know, Jake, as we're seeing this take place here, it's a little bit of an interesting spot too, because we've been seeing a lot of Bebop middle, at least in EU, and in this case, decided no, we're gonna throw Bebop off in the left hand side, but you also get the Bebop versus Mo matchup where, you know, the reality is Mo is one of the easier characters to hook. You know, big body, all in all.
Yeah, they've also chosen to lane Warden in mid lane this time, so maybe putting a bit more pressure on the Shiv. And this is a pretty aggressive lane in terms of the nuking spam here. Like Splatter plus the flash from Warden could be a bit scary for ABG and Rokane. This is not an easy lane to be playing against.
Also, wait, we have a lane swap? What is going on here? We got Lash and Mo full going over to middle. And this is a new type of lane swap. We saw a lot of teleporter lane swaps, but what if we just did a lane swap where we leave 3 in middle and go for a quick little drive-by? Instead, the swap is full in, and, you know, okay, you stop with it, that kind of makes sense, right? Like, do you want the Mo versus Bebop matchup? Probably not. Whatever. There's a penalty for crossing, and AVG is about to pay it. Gets hit with the bomb, gets hit with the hook.
He's getting dough here.
Out. Is he going to get out?
He's in big trouble. Oh, he's juking well, though, and Shiv is healthy. This is not the easiest tower dive. However, the wave crashed very hard on the Guardian for that wave swap, and he did a lot of damage. So without a kill, I still think it's almost better if you had died on ABG. He's going to be so low. I don't think he's going to be able to really do much to defend this Guardian. He's trying to regen up, but Shiv getting hooked in now. He's in big trouble, and the tower taking massive hits.
Yeah, super interesting, you know, play here from Hydronation. We're prioritizing lane swap. And by the way, you take a look at middle lane. They're paying a penalty for it right now, Jake. They really are, because that middle Guardian has gotten pummeled. It was not a expense-free lane swap. Also on the left, I mean,
both Guardians took massive damage. I mean, this one could really come back to bite Hydronation. And honestly, all the lanes are being really assaulted across the board. Bebop getting active again now. And Lee's getting a lot done. Shiv committing for this. I don't know if you want that smoke on Shiv. Okay,
no.
It's out.
And also, even without the kills there, you got enough damage that they're going to come back in, and have a really good shot of getting the Guardian down early. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting because it has been the day of lane swaps across both regions where it's coming more into play, but we've seen good swaps and perhaps bad swaps. And in this case, you know, if you're not using a teleporter and zip to facilitate, you know, Valhalla right now getting a bit of an edge. Low main, though, able to punish Lord NM over in middle, so first sign of life here for Hydronation.
And I don't know. I mean, the Mo Krill in mid looks a little sketchier than it used to, right? Where there's like a lot less cover to be playing that close range. Although, hold on, this dive could be slamming down on the DMB. Low main's got to be careful, though. Doesn't want to overstep the mark. Wants to play up that Quicksilver reload and try to sustain through the fights.
I think there was a world where I didn't catch the full end there. I think Hydration was maybe like 2 meters away from just dying to a flask also when that went in there. So went in for a score, and then very much on a razor's edge. Of course, we're getting a little bit of look here at the right-hand side lane.
You in trouble.
Yeah. Vindicta up in the
He's
sky.
dancing well on the pocket, but
Vegas
can't
got
quite get
two.
any extra damage in. And they're so low, but so is Sinclair. The range is good from Vindicta. Sinclair just going to back off, get the regen. Mystic regen proving a lot of value. The Crow on Vindicta, right? Getting so many procs of that. And now with the snipe online, you got to be very cautious here in the side lanes. And Hydra Nation maybe eked their advantage back out again, despite everyone being so low. Oh, both those trades going against Valhalla, really painful. The mid lane that started off so good. Hydra Nation,
Jake,
up to a 2K lead.
you see what happened there? They actually both dove to get the Guardian down. They wanted to invest to get it down. They nearly got it, but Hydra Nation just had enough damage to punish both in turn. They just misjudged when they could full commit for the Guardian, and I mean, they're still going to get it on this next pass, but they gave up a bit of farm advantage for it and then some. I mean, you look at the difference between Hydration and DMB, about 1K. They're going to go in now, and I don't think there's a whole way that they keep that alive, but I mean, Hydra Nation made them pay for it in a very significant way.
Yeah, definitely getting those kills is nice. I will say, I think in the end, it's still a winning position here in theory for Valhalla. They're still a little bit ahead, but I don't think you're going to be able to siege much more than this.
Well, now it's about the rotation here, because normally in this situation, what we've seen is that once you get middle lane down with Viscous, this is where Viscous basically goes full Holiday Paradox mode. It becomes the Viscous map-wide Avenger. You use Viscous's really good mobility, and a way to like turn fights in left and right. So I think for me, the focus has to be here. You leave the Warden to take farm, and when does Lord and M say, okay, time to move? It should be soon.
Yeah, I agree. I think rotating with the ball, maybe opening up some of these side Guardians, maybe helping out, and dropping that tower. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a clear here on the side tower. Guardian should be so low. I honestly think you could just go kill the tower on Lord and M right now. You just run in with a melee and get it done.
Doesn't he reload? Had a chance to free reload.
He has a full. I think it's a spec bug, I believe.
Oh, okay. Spectre it is. Now goes in. Goo ball. Looking for the opportunity, and not the most. Oh, wait.
It's a hard place to goo ball.
Yeah. Wait, it gets the turnaround. Still gets two. The beginning was a little bit rocky, but the finish, not too bad. Still enough to not only get the kills here, Jake, but as you were mentioned before, they should be able to just get the Guardian right after.
Yeah, Guardian gonna go down very fast here. And I mean, in the end, that's 2 Guardians down for Valhalla. I wonder if they make a concerted push now for the third one. I think Lord and M could just keep up the rotations now. Maybe you leave Hayes in the side lane to farm up, and combo in the side lane is nice, but the stolen combo could come in. Zerbzy maybe too low to go for it. Has to teleport back, and the trades are good. Vegas 2 snipe kills back to back. And that's the one winning lane for Hydra Nation is being piled on. I think this is a great way to play when the game is pretty contested. Go to your strongest lane and make it even stronger. Snowball even harder.
Makes a lot of sense. Valhalla, again, punched a little bit there, where, by the way, I mean, you think back to the draft, and I mean, look, I get why they're prioritizing what they're prioritizing, but I remember the part in the draft where like, okay, do you maybe take the Vindicta away, where they would have had to do it in the first 2 picks, and the reality is Vegas does get a lot out of that hero, more than the rest of his pool, and certainly delivered just a moment ago. But left-hand side, maybe a bit of a setup here on to Calico, AVG, FHP, but pretty slippery in the moment. I'm just gonna take a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, both teams, I think, content to farm it up. Especially, I would say Valhalla probably going to get a little bit more out of the map in a pure farm trade, considering they've got an extra Guardian down. Shiv, though, Rokane still holding very strong with the help of Vindicta. And if they keep that lane pushed out, it's going to be a scary one to show up to and try and knock that Guardian down. And like, it's what you want to do to open up that slot, but being forced to fight into Vindicta, also a problematic prospect here.
Rotations are going here, there, and everywhere. Now taking a look more at middle, which could be primed to explode. Got 4 up and over, but it looks to be an even bigger rotation off to the right-hand side. Vindicta Shiv going to be on the menu right now for Hydra Nation as they move in and around. Valhalla on the rotation. Bebop not finding it here just yet. So you look at the main map, there's all these near-miss encounters as the jungle is being contested for, but neither team engaging just yet.
And Bebop sitting around this mid Guardian makes it kind of a scary spot to be for Hydra Nation. Being around this mid, being threatened to be hooked under the tower could be problematic. Hydration, though, the lead starting to expand just a little bit here. The Affliction on the Shiv, though, a little bit problematic, and they have the stolen Shiv ulti. Damage coming in on him, and he's going to be dead to rights here. Affliction just going to do too much here.
The Shiv curse. The one ability that he goes, what do you mean my bloodletting won't let me live? It's like, yep, that's just how it goes. Vegas, though, okay, looking for a little bit of avenging here. Takes down Zerbzy with ease. Now, taking flight. Guardian, #1 target here. Oh, we got Lash coming on in, low main. Gonna make something happen. Do super low. Vegas going for a little bit fisticuffs. Lucky not to get parried. Over in at time. Parry's gonna be down.
Try to get that. I mean, he's got a max snipe on Vegas too, so he could get kind of crazy out of control here. It is the 3rd Guardian going down, so a slot has been opened up for Valhalla. See how much that actually plays into their advantage, depending on how long they're able to hold on to their own mid Guardian. Now ABG being collapsed on here in the left lane. Looks like a fight's brewing. Lord and M, goo-balling, rolling around. They don't want to give that urn pickup for free. That's why they're contesting so heavily in this side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla, they turn up in force. Hydronation still contesting. Going back and forth. Meanwhile, back in middle, Hydronation trying to do both at the same time. A little bit urn contest, a little bit of middle. But meanwhile, middle Guardian is going to fall. Low main getting it. And it's Hydration with the urn pickup at the same time. So Valhalla kind of losing out on both ends here, Jake.
Yeah, they need to contest this urn drop. I think this is going to be very important. Teams very evenly matched right now. Hayes getting the scout, though, with the slowing hex. She's pretty powerful here. Could even buy an item now to help out with this fight. I think this is a very important one. DMB just continuing to put a lot of pressure on the Walker. Has the maxed flask, so does do a lot of damage in terms of pressuring. And nice pull off the tower, or off the urn drop now. See if Hydration wants to try it again. He's very low. The Bebop laser gonna do a ton of damage here. I don't know if you're gonna be able to get this turn in for Hydration. Taking a ton of poke.
He's getting absolutely burned. And that was a great step from League. Knew exactly where to land the hook. Hydration decided to go for it. And again, not the thinnest of targets, as it were. So the urn still in contest. Yet to be turned in. League, meanwhile, getting comboed as Mo right underneath. Looking for a little bit of revenge. League super low now. Is League gonna go down? The rocket punch sends Mo away. Leffa gets caught in the crossfire, and now here comes low main in from the rafters. Finally finishes off League. Urn still moving away. Both teams down 1. Rocane is super low here as Do and Lord and M get in on the action. Rooftop here for low main. Getting chased on down here by Sinclair. Sinclair super low. So this is a fight that you can take here as Lash, and you do.
Is he tanky enough, though? Pocket gets a full nuke set there onto the Lash. Now he's being hunted, chased down to the end there. He's so low on cooldowns. Gets a bit of a heal. The QSR is enough, but no. Lord and M comes in with the nuke to finish. And in the chaos, Valhalla comes out from I believe a 2K network deficit to now a 2K advantage. ABG ripping the ulti, trying to chase this one down, getting what he can, but the team is here. I'm not sure you're winning this one. Hydronation getting potentially clean up the parry. So close, no skills off cooldown. Everyone's so low on Valhalla. They've got to back out now. The respawn's coming in fast, but Bebop's bringing the urn back over.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder if they're too drained for that, but also Do has been playing out of his mind. I mean, it was a pocket masterclass in all that scrappy fighting, getting the kill off to low main, still able to go back in, low HP, find a window of opportunity. And I think this is really smart from League to not try and rush it here, because we so often see is that if you get a big fight like that and the urn walks away, and then you still try and turn an urn, the other team's going to come back with more HP, even if you killed them, just because, of course, they went back to base and came back. So the reset is super necessary here for Valhalla. And hey, I mean, when you get cooldowns back, why not do it again? First time really did work out for you.
Yeah, the playmaking seems like a lot more on even footing in this game compared to the first, right? I feel like these Valhalla players have a lot more room to make their plays, and I think Do is a great example of that. Bebop as well started that fight on such a big advantage because they took so much of Hydration's HP away. The urn drop being attempted now. Slowing Hex on Lash, looks to be potentially caught. Okay, the hook doesn't connect, and I think they're happy enough just to get the urn in.
Yeah, Hydronation didn't really love the situation. They were not positioned where they could go in, and Valhalla just, accurately, they zone out a little bit. League's able to get the urn turn in, and just like that, Valhalla up with a little bit of an edge. And, good time here to bring in Dan. Dan, you're looking at, even on an income allocation level, DMB starting to look kind of beefy for Valhalla.
Yeah, it's looking really nice. And again, I think this is one of those matchups where, like, okay, You got D1 pocket, that's already huge. You've got the Viscous this time. Scout on the haste, the Bebop. Like, there is a lot to be said for Valhalla's draft here. That's way better than the previous one, and they're actually able to win out on some of these like really key fights and some of these key clutch moments. You can see it's a lot harder for Hydra Nation to kind of synergize, I think, maybe as they would want to in some of these fights. And so everything's been contested, which is what we want to see in this series. So I'm really enjoying this so far. I still think Do is probably, if I had to pick a player to watch, probably Do on the pocket, even though he's fallen quite far behind compared to DMB, who's actually crushing it right now. I didn't catch if we're seeing a spirit build from DMB. I don't know if did you catch that, Jake?
I think he usually builds gun. He built gun last game. I'm assuming he built it again this game, but I would love to see the spirit build, but I don't know. We'll have to see when we do come back to him. But catching Do there in the enemy team's vault is actually pretty huge for Hydra Nation. They're able to steal that valuable camp away, and at the same time, continue to grow their lead, steal a nice bag away from the pocket, who, you're right, was kind of on a little bit of a dangerous snowball. Let's see what Bebop buys next. Looks like he's going to go for that gun build. Weighted rounds, Fleetfoot. I mean, this Bebop, you can't ignore his primary weapon damage. This is pretty significant.
Vegas also getting caught in the interim, so some of the skirmishy encounters here also starting to go against Hydra Nation. And yeah, I mean, as I'm looking at this game as it evolves, I think the income allocation actually is going to be a big problem, because now we're at the point where if you go for this earn turn in and DMB gets a good engage, it's where you can't disengage. The last stand is just going to rip you to shreds as the Warden in general. So, I mean, Hydra Nation, at the bare minimum, as they go to sit up here, they got to wait for low main to get Death Slam up. It'll be up soon.
DMB is on the opposite side of the map. It is a good time to fight, right? That's your strongest player in Valhalla, so Hydra Nation are going to force this with all 6 players.
Yeah, it's smart. If you know the Warden isn't there, well, yeah, he's farming, but at one end. But also you're chasing down Calico. AVG just in a rough spot. Scout licking their chops, takes him on down. And now you take a look at this. Valhalla. Oh, they got Do. They got in on the Do. I think Do may have gone, nope, wasn't even comboed. That's ridiculous. Do just got outright caught. So you lose your hero of the last earn fight. And right now, it just feels like they're playing the delay, Jake. The real prize they want is
getting the Walker, though.
The Walker. Yeah, they just want the Walker. That's it.
More than them, maybe doing a little bit too much there with the goo ball. Walker goes down, but Hydra Nation, if they find a few more kills here, this is going to start to look like a very good trade for them. They might get a Walker of their own. I think League, though, could be a player to watch right now. Oh, they do catch Zerbzy on the exit as well. League needs to find some hooks deep under Walker, but I don't know if he even has the follow-up to actually do that. And now Hooked in a bit of a trouble spot here.
He's coming. DMB's coming. He just comes out of the teleport and immediately pops last stand. Is this actually turnable? He's so far ahead of the game at 23,000, just getting all the farm from that last Walker solo. Hydra Nation, you look at their HP here, Jake. They're actually really, really low from DMB breaking out there. I mean, that is full Giga boss mode Warden just out and over, and it's only the stake that holds him back.
That tether from Vegas is so big. Scout, though, does find low main on the exits, the value of the haze and hunting down some of those slipperier characters. But in the end, they defend the Walker. It did take a lot of damage there, but that Pocket wants to continue this aggression, right? Continue the snowball. I think Mo, lucky to be underground in this moment.
Jake, think about the economy allocation here, the change hot off the presses in the last patch. 40% of the souls of the Walker go only to the person that was there when it died. And then, you know, you still get an extra cut of the other 60%, like 1/6 of it. That's why DMB
soloing
just
a Walker
spiked.
is crazy. Yeah, you get so much farm out of it. And Valhalla are going to force this fight. This is a super risky move. The Rejuve, remember, that drops a second faster, so there's less time for Hydra Nation to react. And I don't think they're going to get a reaction. Yeah, that's a huge pick of Valhalla making the call. Lord and M as well, getting a big CC here on Calico, is forced to ult and could find herself in a tough spot.
Yeah, Lord and M actually getting tons of value off the goo ball. Mid-stage combo here from Hydration, but Hydration, are they actually going to live? The focus fire is coming in from everywhere, and that's a Mole put right back into the ground. DMB, meanwhile, looking healthy. No last stand used here just yet, but now has it online if it escalates. Death Slam, grabs the Warden. Do you actually want the Warden here? DMB's going to respond here with last stand, ready to go, ready to fire on in. This over-farmed Warden is a huge problem for Hydra Nation. Takes down Rocane, and you got League here swapping over the skies, or sweeping the skies with the Hyper Beam.
Yeah, and I mean, their trades are theoretically okay for Hydra Nation in terms of the numbers. However, the Rejuve spawns are going to mean that there's a significant time to get out on the fight and challenge. And oh, he steps out of the TP, but hold on. Lash is pretty strong there. Drops the LOL, and League was a little bit too slow to be able to hook him off of it. Lash, maybe you can just get out of this one, get back to cover, and you lost a few Rejuve respawns. What else can you make from this Rejuve? Valhalla and kind of getting outplayed in that fight. I mean, just really well executed by Hydronation. To only lose a couple players there and make trades is super solid up against the Reju.
However, the fights are still going on. Leffa pretty low. Swap has already been used, but still healthy enough to finish off Zerbzy. 500 HP though, and clear. No one else around. And you actually got Lomane hankering for a fight, diving deeper in the Valhalla up on the left-hand side. I'm not entirely sure that's a fight you want, as another LOL gets dropped by AVG. You know? Sometimes you fight the battle in the physical and the mental here, Jake.
Definitely a lot of mental battling going on this game. Shib with a very tanky build this game. Definitely worried about, you know, the threat of his opponents focusing him down. I mean, I think with Warden in this game, that's definitely a reasonable thing to be worried about.
I see Calico.
Meanwhile, we get the DMB cam right now, and I don't think anyone for now on Hydronation really wants to take that one-on-one. But there's a window for this here, Jake, where DMB is not going to have this percentage of being ahead of the game for all that much longer. I feel like right now, if you're Valhalla, you absolutely want to take an earned fight, and you want Hydronation to run into that, because if this goes like another 10 minutes or so, you just won't get that level of advantage on the Warden for where they're at now. So I think the more fights you could force right now as Valhalla, especially with Rejuve in tow, the better.
Yeah, it's scary to come out for the earn drop against Lomane, but I think League is going to be particularly important if he's able to find some hooks and maybe shut down either the initiators from Hydronation, whether it's the Lash or the Mo. But maybe it's a free earn here. I mean, I guess you still have Rejuve on. The lanes are kind of problematic for you. Hydronation trying to get some value elsewhere, but creating a little bit of an issue here. They do clear that Walker. I'm not sure the Walker trade is entirely worth earn. Maybe it is. Especially that hook, though, is huge. That's exactly what you needed to find some kind of an opener. Lash ulti, though, catches Bebop in turn, and the follow-up wasn't there. Now, the turnaround is pretty huge. Bebop standing, delivering, doing what he can, but the rest of Hydronation more ready for this macro play.
Yeah, Hydronation able to get a little bit there, but also this could be a... AVG gets one, but you look all around. Is AVG going to get out of the fire this time around? No. DMB is there. 3-kill streak going on here. Meanwhile, right-hand side, you want to talk about getting a solo walker being a big play. Mo's here. A little bit hungry going up here on the right-hand side, but the rotation is coming on in, and Scout's not going to let that be.
Yeah, Scout's going to hold on. I think Scout is another very important player this game. You know, like you said, I think DMB is not going to be able to carry the Ultra Elite alone. And I think a lot of it is going to be on Scout and Dew to be on that similar level. But these deaths on Dew are pretty painful. Here comes DMB, though, charging forward. Wants to force some kind of an engagement, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, he's all in the fight, and what better the fight than landing a hook? League setting the stage here. You know, you get the clone death slam in and out of Zerbzy. Enough to take down Lomane, the old 1-2. Flash versus Bebop and oh wait, it's gonna get caught
around the wall. Lucky for Vegas there. That was a sick hook from League.
Yeah, that was just a millimeter away from being a very, very dead Vindicta. But also, right now, if you're Valhalla, I mean, you just get a few picks, you nearly get the Vindicta. Do you take this here, the mid walker? See how this rotation is around. AVG right now is looking a little bit more aggressive here.
Do you want this smoke? Got silence text there by Scout. Ooh, okay, the hook is going to be dodged. ABG with the ultimate to ensure that no chance of that connecting. Still a very even game here. Yeah, he's huge.
I mean, I want to see more of what we saw there, Dan. When I think about how DMB set this up, with the change they made, letting your carry player, like your late game carry, take a walker solo is one of the biggest benefits you could ever do in this game at the moment.
All right, these Rabbit X's have proved to be a real problem for Leffa, right? The Sinclair has been a difference maker, having a bit more of that hard lockdown. Cube's going to ensure Sinclair still has a lot of HP. And this could be a good fight here for Valhalla. They're up one, they're sieging a walker.
Yeah, AVG right now, again, turned into a rabbit. It's like, you want to walk around as a cat, how about a different animal in turn? Valhalla, meanwhile, putting pressure all across the way. Right-hand side, though, this is a bit of a split. Hydronation is pushing up the right-hand side, while all of Valhalla now coming in through the left.
Yeah, with the player advantage alive, though, Hydronation, I don't think they're going to be able to keep up in terms of the push pressure. Yeah, they're going to fall back onto the defense. Scout had returned back to base, so maybe mission accomplished here from Hydronation as they look to just maybe defend their base guard. It seems like the base guardians will go down, but I don't expect any other objectives to be lost here. But getting those base guardians down, that is nice, right? You amplify the speed on the zip line, improving your rotations. It does open up a future avenue of attack into that base, or can allow you to end the game or drop Patron just a little bit quicker.
I mean, Valhalla's in a pretty good spot. The lead also starting to get a little bit more out of hand. And, you know, I thought the economy allocation might have gone a little bit more to the mean, but DMB has also found more ways of extending it. I mean, that is a hellacious Warden that no one can really deal with single-handedly right now on Hydra Nation. So this is really nice soul allocation from Valhalla. And, I mean, they've been taking the right fights here, Jake. I mean, they haven't really let off the gas.
And Valhalla, this is their comp, right? The playmaking potential. Now that they've got base guardians down, the map is clear of towers. And so Hydra Nation are going to have to stand on their own 2 feet in terms of fighting this one out into the late game. Siphon Bullets online. And, I mean, the scaling potential is looking very real. Unstoppable on DMB. Pretty interesting this game, right? So it's going to be a problem for Lash ulti. You can break out of the Vegas from the lasso. Or
it's a manhunt. It is a full-on manhunt for the police at the moment. DMB is getting chased down by half of Hydra Nation here in the left.
He's getting help. This is scary.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Viscous there with him. I mean, I'm not sure you want the fight. DMB gets the last stand up. Trying to go from here. However, the last stand has been used. The Death Slam comes in, but you end up hooking Lash down to ground. DMB gets some help he needs. The rest of Valhalla rotating over and in. Hydra Nation looking super low. Lomane ends up getting burned down by the time it's all said and done. And this Warden simply does not fall for a very long time. And even though he dies at the end, can Valhalla get more off of that? You're taking a look. AVG still pretty low. Hydra Nation, though, still in and about. They're able to take down Zerbzy. They're making it.
Oh, it's Affliction. Affliction could be huge here. Gets onto the Leffa. Does a lot of damage there to that Geist. And a lot of the players are low on Hydra Nation, but they're splitting that pressure really well, staying alive. A lot is going to be on Scout here to find some of these cleanup kills. There's some very low afflicted players. Viscous as well, hunting, looking for that chance to get more. You don't have the execute. It was failed at some point from this Shiv. Lord M kills Hydration. And now it's Shiv who looks to be in trouble, trying to fight this one out, but Pocket is just dancing on him, diving on him, getting those guild cooldowns. The ulti comes out from Scout. I mean, it seems like Rokane's just caught dead to rights here.
Rokane in danger, goes on down. But I mean, overall, I mean, the decision to go in on DMB there was a pretty good one from Hydra Nation. You get all the farm for taking down one of the most farmed, or the most farmed person on the map. And you decide, hey, it's a good opportunity, even with Lord NM backing it up. I mean, 3 for 3 when you're behind at the start by over 20K, it's not bad. However, Earn Fight is going to be coming up. First control of it going to be taken by Valhalla.
Do you even get a fight here? I think if Valhalla just bring their whole team, this is a free earn. I mean, you just have 2 players dead on Hydra Nation.
They're mid-bossing first.
Yeah, I actually like this call. 2 players dead this late in the game. I mean, Rokane and Hydration are very important as well. Maybe Lomane could do something crazy, but if you try and fail to snatch this Hydra Nation, I think you lose the game. Like, I don't know if it's worth that kind of a gamble.
The scary thing about this too is that they can easy secure. They have Unstoppable for DMB. Like DMB can just pop Unstoppable to secure Rejuve here in the same way that Yamato does with Shadow Transformation. So I don't know if this is the greatest engage to go into just because of the Unstoppable factor here. Like Lomane can go for the Death Slam, but it's not gonna do anything. So yeah, they Unstoppable, they get Rejuve.
Oh, big catch.
They get the hook! They get the hook, Jake!
Yeah, and the ulti, you only got one ulti. It doesn't even have it online, so Leffa is gonna be going down here. And these hooks are a problem, man. League has been really doing exactly what he needs to in this game, punishing a lot of these players from Hydration, going out, making plays in the lanes. They're going to go clear out that side lane and easy earn turn in, maybe an easy patron drop. DMB has used the ultimate, though. It's got to be a little bit careful. These Hydration players, all 5 of them are grouped up. So if you come too close to the base on Valhalla without the team ready to fight, I mean, 5 players is still enough to pop you very, very quickly at this phase of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also just kind of the downside of Warden, where he feels it way more than heroes like Yamato do, where, yeah, Yamato's kind of relying on Shadow Transformation, but it comes back up quicker, and also your kit is more powerful when it's down. Warden is just, even on Gun Warden, like, yeah, your gun hurts, but your true threat is around when last stand is up, so you just have this enforced period of downtime. But, man, oh man, at 41K, when the uptime hits Jake, it is very much hitting.
Looks like he's got a ton of cooldown reduction, right? He's got Spell Slinger, probably cooldown reduction. So his DMB's uptime is actually pretty solid at this phase, right? Once he's gotten this farmed, I mean, that'll cools down pretty quick. Now Valhalla, they would love to find pickoffs, right? And they maybe, oh, that hook, that was a big chance for League to miss. I mean, you find an opening there, start the fight far from the enemy base. You're sitting pretty now. He's gonna look in to get something else here.
Well, he's going on up, looking for another opportunity. Being threatening all the while.
And they're going to start sieging these base guardians down little by little, right? If you hide too much from this Bebop, he just, you know, shows enough presence. That's all he has to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's very simple. And going for the lash. Sees the lash going for the death slam. Lands the hook. Scout, though, taken down in the interim after the death slam. Meanwhile, we got DMB going in. Last stand is used. How much fall through is going to be had there instead?
Oh, he got hooked by his teammate,
Yeah.
anti-synergy,
Yeah,
and Leffa gets a kill back, 2 kills back. Hydration, they're low, but they're stabilizing right now.
Yeah, when you accidentally hook your Warden there in the moment, and now they may get the Viscous for good measure. Binding Ward comes out, DMB trying to support. Don't want to lose another rejuve. Another hook here onto Lash. This has not been Lash's day in the lore matchup versus Bebop, regardless of region. However, out comes Hydronation. Fresh, renewed from the Fountain. Here on the hot pursuit, they don't have to worry about the last stand. The Warden's only at half HP. Valhalla, all super low. The chase down, aggressive from Hydronation. Rokane gonna start chopping some heads.
A couple trades here, though, and this could start to get sketchy. I mean, Valhalla, remember, they're coming back off the fast spawns, speeding down the lanes. Dude's coming back into this one, but I think Hydration have done enough to repel at least the assault for now on the base. Dew gonna run one more urn, but you were hoping for definitely a bigger opening here at this moment in the match for Valhalla. You were really hoping at least to break some shrines, to drop the patron. Instead, you're gonna get some more time to jungle. You're gonna get some more map control, which is not a loss in the end, but I think Hydration gonna be very happy to have stayed alive and protected their base to that effect.
I wonder if we'll see more elements of trying to funnel the urn to someone else here with the ability point change, where, you know, Jason was talking about a lot, where, you know, you can't even max all 3 abilities now without earn ability points. But in this case, Pocket just goes and is like, mine. I mean,
I think Pocket's probably a pretty good character to get all the boons, right? In terms of getting all abilities maxed, you really do use them all in your late game build. And I mean, Pocket's not in a terrible spot farm wise. I think this is what a character that gets a really just unreal presence in the late game. And I think the Spirit Burn is going to be actually quite potent. This is a very large pickup from my perspective at this point in the game, where Pocket reaches this nigh unkillable status.
This is interesting. This is also one of the longest games of the day we've seen, both regions, across all tournaments. You don't get a ton of games now, Jake, that actually hit the 30-minute point. Usually a team has a big advantage by this point, and while Valhalla, they've been working at an advantage for a while, while they've had the ultimate raid boss Warden, Hydronation hasn't given up a fight badly enough to where it's over yet. It is still 25k difference, but at over 200k net worth, I mean, this is still doable for Hydronation.
I think this is going to come down to the next rejuve, and I think both teams know it as well. Lord and them Phantom Strike, another big pickup though. So some of these late game items, very powerful. I'd love to see the Haze items, how Scout is looking to have something like the Silencer online here, or what is he building towards in the late game. I think Haze is going to become another one of these major late game threats. Looks like he's got Capacitor. What is that trying to debuff this game? I'm not sure. Does it debuff Vindicta's Flight? I'm not sure if that's considered a buff. But I think maybe it is just, I mean, just damage, I guess. Multiple charges on stealth is probably nice to have. This is a very highly mobile Haze that's, I mean, I think for the late game, this is kind of scary, right? The prospect of this Haze like always being on you. You never know when you're being scouted out here.
Yeah, I mean, also, it may just be outright the slow in this instance, too, of just, you know, chasing people down. But, you know, right now, this is so tenuous. Fight could break out at any possible moment. The curse gets bought by Scout, and that actually, Jake, you talk about...
This is big.
Yeah, it's a really, really big boost in power here.
You got to be very careful being out alone on the map right now for Hydration. Scout does find Leffa, who is happy to run at him. I think at this part on the map is not a spot you really want to fight, but chasing Scout deep out of the base, you can get into some dangerous territory. Here's the combo, though. Catching on to Haze for all of her damage. She's unable to fight the grouped up enemies.
Valhalla's going in. This is a full commit from Valhalla. Can you land a good affliction and a last stand? Because you have to do this 5v6. They are fully in. The battle goes to the rooftops. DMB already takes down Vegas. Keeps the ult in reserve. Now pops it. Over and in he goes. Dew still hanging on to the affliction. Bombing in from above is Leffa. Not really the target of focus here. Still has a swap in reserve. Now this fight taking place all over. A little bit of an uppercut here from League. Now getting chased down by Leffa. Gonna get the cube in turn. And up
big hook.
from Main. Yeah, the hook comes in at the very end. Swap, seemingly. Maybe something that comes in here. Leffa able to swap. Stay back away. And Valhalla, I mean, they come in pretty hot to avenge Scout, and it ends up being this fight where both teams trade out one. Otherwise, pretty low. Do needs to get out of there in a hurry, and will.
Oof, man, that could have been very explosive. I think neither team wanted to be the one to make the mistakes. They both back off on relatively low HP. But it does show, I mean, that's a fight where Scout gets picked off more or less for free as the opener. And you're not able to see that Hayes ulti. And remember, Hayes is, at this point, Hayes is a carry, right? Like, hey,
Yes.
she's got a lot of catch, but you know, you'd think that fight goes the other way. If Scout finds a curse and an opening kill to initiate, they're in a great spot. 2 Arctic Blasts found from Hydra Nation, though. And a mid-boss attempt with 5-on-5 against double Arctic Blast. This could get a little bit sketchy. You don't have DMB's last stand here. And yeah, Valhalla are going to back off this and maybe just look to take the team fight.
Yeah, they're looking for it. You have the hook early on, goes on the hydration. He may just respond with the combo. Leffa, though, still low, and Leffa also doesn't have swap. I don't love this fight here for Hydra Nation just because of that alone. Lord NM, again, looking for value here on the goo ball. Burst right out with it. HP-wise, bit of an advantage right now for Valhalla. DMB able to take down AVG. Last stand back up online. The front line looking way better for Valhalla. Hydration about to go down. Lomé trying to equalize in from the top. Was looking for League. And now, Valhalla trying to isolate a little bit more. The fight's going way better for them. Last stand comes on in. Do up over the top, looking for the Lash. End up losing on the League. Back and forth, we see Lomé go, but it's not looking great. Ends up getting turned to the Rabbit. Now it's Viscous over and in, taking the Vindicta to task as well.
Oh, the slam goes down into the sewers. He's not able to connect that last bit of damage. And Valhalla gonna be able to get pretty much a free mid boss right now. Some waves looking decent for Valhalla as well. And mid boss already low from that earlier pressure they put on it. So DMB still managing to get the most out of his health in that fight. Lord NM as well, this big disruptor. Is there an attempt to steal? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, just too big of a risk at this point. If you die now on hydration, the game really turns quickly against you. Let's see what Scout can find, though, because remember that curse. It's a little bit scary to be out on the map, and Scout's hunting.
Yeah, I mean, particularly, I feel like the curse is also particularly bad for Leffa because they've really increased their odds if they see Leffa out of just eradicating the Geist. Like,
I think Patron just drops here for free. I just don't think you can fight on hydration. I mean, maybe 30 seconds. Like, these shrines are going to die in 5.
Yes.
So, and an unstoppable undo. I actually kind of like that on Pocket. It's going to be so much harder to catch him now.
I mean, yeah, you see Mo coming at you. What do? You pop Unstoppable and say combo this. Is effectively where we're at, but the first stage Patron is going to go down. They have to be careful at the re-engage from Hydra Nation. Hydra Nation is going to immediately get people back up, and yeah,
I mean, they have to rejuve though. Like, I guess you could do earn and get like even more farmed for Valhalla. You know, I don't hate it in theory. There's always more items to buy, but at this point, the difference in power level it can be kind of marginal. And I'm wondering, are turning in the urn easier or harder than just sieging the throne here? I'm not exactly sure if Hydra Nation gets set up on the map. But also the opportunity to clear an entire map's worth of jungle is pretty attractive at this point in the game, considering how fast the farm comes in.
Also, you know, just as an aside, all these Unstoppables also make Lomain's life a lot harder too, where half the team aren't even Death Slam targets anymore.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, using Death Slam and like getting the enemy team to use their Unstoppables is probably not the worst thing in the world. Hayes scouting this one out though, and it means it's going to be a free drop here, which I may be smart for Hydra Nation. They realize that the disadvantage they're against here, especially rejuves, they cannot afford to take trades. Even if it's, you know, a relatively fair trade, Valhalla are going to win it. It needs to be dominant from Hydra Nation.
Valhalla looking for the win here. They even up the series 1-1. Second stage Patron. They're diving in.
Oh, it's going down.
It is our time. Stop us if you can. Valhalla, they already got down the half. The full dive over and in. Lash getting hooked to ground while trying to Death Slam to even out. They lose Do here so far, but the pressure on the Patron is unrelenting. Valhalla even things up 1-1. And Jake, we got ourselves a series. Valhalla looked great and really did. Man, you just got to go back. The income allocation onto the Warden really was sublime.
This is just a much more confident draft from Valhalla, right? They put a lot more playmakers in the hands of their team here, a lot more opportunity for individual outplay in their matchups. And I think they succeed because of that, right? Like, you know, it's not just about the team fights in the macro. It's also allowing individuals to shine. Even in the series, Hydra Nation still have chances to react. I still think this Infernus first ban is like crazy to me. I'm not convinced about that, but we'll see if Hydra Nation stick with that as we go deeper into the series, or if they want to make change-ups of their own. then again, I think this was still a close game, right? So Hydration might just say, you know what, we're going to keep running it back. We've got this. It's just an execution issue.
Dan, you're watching it all the time. The action was nonstop, but I feel like there are lessons to learn here. What did you take away from this one?
That DMB basically did a Brock Lesnar cosplay for this game. It was like actually so massive the entire match. And what's really interesting is that there were a lot of moments where I think, you know, for both Scout and Do, they fell actually quite far behind, but simply because DMB was so absolutely fat in this game and so powerful and in these fights, it gave them a lot of space to get back ahead. Because, you know, if you looked at, for example, if you were to compare Vegas against DMB, for example, and Souls, like right here, it's like 11k against 13k, but it quickly becomes, like you can see here, like 23, 24k against 38ks, and then it never stopped. DMB was always somewhere between like 14 to 20k souls ahead of Vegas, where Vegas is right now at this point in the game. And I thought that it would kind of slow down, but he kind of managed to maintain that. And in maintaining that, Do and Scout actually catch back up in farm. And that's when things started to like truly look bad for Hydronation, because they didn't have anyone they could easily bully anymore in a lot of the fights. So yeah, really well played. And we did say that this draft had to go well because there's so many answers that Valhalla had out of the, you know, the Viscous, the Bebop, the Haze, that, you know, getting Do onto a pocket, that's fantastic as well. And obviously we also saw Valhalla, like they really value the Sinclair, and we saw so many like key rabbit hexes, and just, you know, the Sinclair was played really well. So this felt to me like the comfort of comfort drafts for Valhalla, and they got a draft against Hydronation, where Hydronation were susceptible. I think Jake did a great job of highlighting the susceptibility in the drafting phase. So well executed by Valhalla.
Of course,
Yeah, look at that objective damage from DMB, man. Oh my god, 21k. I love that, how strong he was when he started going over the page and was like, oh boy, you are in trouble, when the Warden just instant pops everything and goes on the weakened patron. It's like, yeah, good luck with that, man. He's so powerful at that phase, especially with the Frenzy. I think that really interesting build. I don't often see the Frenzy build, but it made him so tanky with all the spirit damage that Hydronation were trying to bring there.
You know, I have to say, as someone that has a vested interest, just because of dealing with the teams on a regular basis, in the stability of rosters in the NA scene, there's a part of me that's a little bit afraid for this situation where, by the way, let's just say Hydronation victory on here. What's going on?
Because the team names are swapped. Yeah.
It's like, hold up. But yeah, I mean, honestly, when looking at this, I'm just afraid for the world where Hydronation loses, because there's been an iron fast rule when Hydronation loses, the team roster gets shifted up. But the team roster just got shifted up, Jake. So I have an existential crisis.
If you just cannibalize another team and then you make roster changes after one loss, I feel like that's starting to look sus. You know, look, they're 1-1. It was still a very close game. I don't think it's time to worry for Hydronation just yet. I think this is still, a slightly different draft. I think this looks very different. I wasn't a big fan of the Mo, even though I think Hydration played super well this game. I think it was solid. I also think the Shiv just, didn't hit its true potential. And so for me, like I'm still, I think I still need to see more from Valhalla to be fully convinced. I think they got a very good draft this game, and I don't know that they're going to be able to continue to secure some of those key picks, especially the Bebop, the Haze, the playmaking from those two was problematic.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's definitely Hydronation's game to be, well, let me put it a different way. They can easily correct, I think, and course correct in this. I think getting to run the Mo is definitely like a big comfort play, and I feel like now they've dropped the map, I feel like they can kind of switch back into a mode of let's just be savages in terms of how we approach the draft, and just really try to ensure we don't allow any of these better picks to actually easily come to our opponents, like they were, because they were kind of able to get what they wanted here in the draft.
Yeah, and I mean, Hydronation, they will make adaptations, but going into this, I don't know if they thought this would be much of a fight, but Valhalla proving that, guess what? It's not gonna be free. This is Deadlock Fight Night number 30 here in North America. Stay tuned, because we got ourselves a big old fight.
magically immortal.
We're back here at Deadlock Fight Night, number 30. In case you thought the new super team on the block in Hydra Nation, powered up by melee creeps, would be going for a sweep, you'd be thinking wrong. Valhalla coming in hot, taking down a map, making it 1-1. Of course, I'm back here with Jake and DDK, and Jake, maybe anyone's match going forward.
Looks that way right now. ZP tied 1-1. Hydra Nation now have the chance to clap back and to change anything they want going into this next draft. But it's a tough one because Valhalla kind of 180'd on you. I mean, they made, I believe, 4 different picks in that game 2 draft versus the game 1. They pulled out a lot of different stuff. The Bebop, most notably, maybe, maybe making a reappearance, certainly in the EU meta, with Taz putting out a show on the character, but also looking good in NA. I wonder if Bebop could look like a contested pick here.
It's possible. It's definitely possible. I feel like you said it's anyone's to win. I feel like it's kind of on Hydra Nation to just draft a bit better, and I think they should be good. I think the first map, what we saw was that Hydra Nation was sort of just like they're better mechanically, and so if the draft is even enough, they should be able to kind of pull away, and that's what we saw in the first game. The second game was kind of like, hey, okay, if Valhalla have like a much better draft, are they going to have enough behind that to be able to skill their way into a decisive lead, which they did. But it wasn't without some issues here or there. So for me, the jury is still out. I still feel like Hydra Nation are still in a place where they should take over the series at this point. That's my expectation, I would say.
But Jake, first ban in Furnace, this time coming out from Valhalla, but Hydra Nation on the same note they've had enough. They don't want to deal with Warden, although to me, Jake, it feels a little bit weird because I don't know if Warden was going to get first picked over Geist anyways by Valhalla, but Hydra Nation didn't want to take the chance. But the problem, Jake, to me, when I look at this ban is that, well, now Valhalla's still going to pick Geist, and you don't get the opportunity to pick Warden for yourself.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think maybe they were just thought maybe DMB with his success in the Warden previously would prio it over the Geist. So, taking it away now, maybe it's a pick that Hydra Nation just didn't intend to take it all in the first 3.
No.
And then that one that they would be scared to let Valhalla have in picks 2 and 3 on their draft. So different options here, but I guess both teams thinking that the second pick team is going to take Infernus, that like Geist is the prio 2 hero, I guess, after, or rather Infernus is the prio 2 hero after Geist. So both teams are the same read on that, maybe looking pretty strong there. Hydra Nation, I think they're always happy to give Lefa the Mirage. This is just such a classic combo for him with his ability to like get hugely farmed, play the map really efficiently, and then show up and be a menace in the late game. They've out macroed a lot of teams with this hero. And so Valhalla, I think this is a scary opener. It's not one that you really hard punish. It's one that you just have to play very, very clean against.
Also, I'll just get ahead of it now before it
You're
happens.
about to watch my greatest trick.
There's an alert in the captain's channel where apparently later on in the draft, a Lash gets picked, but Lash is actually Hayes. So I think the players have agreed that it's fine from the looks of it. But just be aware that whenever the Lash comes in, it is actually Hayes, is where we're at. So don't know
Oilers.
when that's coming in, but
Could have said it when it happens, EP. Now we know Hayes is coming. Like, it's like the whole
Yeah, I mean,
draft
it's
is everything's ruined.
well,
EP.
look, I can't
Today
help.
isn't
I
the
was
day for
added
mercy.
by Lord NM here is where that's at. So in terms of this being a situation,
All
I
right.
can't help it.
So
I'm
when
not looking
Lash
at the
comes
draft,
out,
but
it is in fact Hayes.
yes.
I guess that means no one picked Lash.
I mean, Lash still gonna get picked. I guess.
Real
maybe
Lash? Who picked the real Lash?
I have no idea.
If
where
you
the
pick
draft
Hayes,
is
it's
at.
Lash.
Yeah. Something like that.
But I was going to ask about the Vindicta because, you know, we've seen Hydronation try to get it before the second wave of bans, so get it on the third slot. And Viscous, so aren't these like both of Vegas's picks? Obviously,
True.
like, Vegas can play
Very true,
Mirage as
actually.
well. But
Yeah,
I think
but
Viscous Vindicta.
I think that's a great point. I mean, because I'm pretty sure the
PC man.
Mirage is a Leffa hero. I have only seen Leffa play the Mirage when this team drafts it.
Yeah.
I think he's a player who wants to get hugely farmed, to play the late game, and to be the strongest hero on the map. And Mirage is very much the archetype of that.
Hello,
Valhalla stealing away a lot of Vegas's pick, though. That'll be interesting to see where Vegas goes. I mean, does
They
he
banned
go for the
GT.
comfort GT? That would
They
be
need to
crazy.
ban
if you banned
GT.
GT. No, I mean, banning GT feels egregious. Maybe you do it though, just to really
like-
punish. Hydronation have known to
You
do
will.
that many times in the past, right? To hard punish individual players' hero pools, and Vegas is going to be on like his 4th, 5th best hero if that continues.
Yeah, I mean, no, it would be 4th best because you think about the Vegas picks. I have to think hard to think of a time when Vegas.
I don't know
was
what else
on
he
either
plays
Vindicta,
besides those
Viscous,
three.
or GT. So yeah, Valhalla going GT would be the most just like we hate Vegas ban of all time. I actually think it's a great idea because it's going to be really forcing Vegas out of their comfort zone. Now you always have to balance is that doesn't make sense overall in terms of what else you're giving up because, for example, things like Kelvin are still on board, which should still be potentially pretty good with what you could run here. But instead, they take down the Yamato, Hydronation coming back in. So the GT is still available. But on the same note, Dan, I think about this here. I don't know if you're that afraid of GT right now. I mean, it's just not the highest value pick. In Vegas's hands, it still might be okay, but overall, it hasn't been valued in EU or NA as of late.
We did see it last week, I remember, and it did perform really well when it was. I forget which team it was now, but they did make it look pretty good. The only thing for Hydronation is at least like it's never going to be a world where Valhalla actually pick GT. So Hydronation can just be like, oh, at least we have GT, like we can get 6th pick or whatever. I guess, but so I guess it's fine. We'll see. I guess you know with GT, I feel like you have to build an early game around him. But I think with what they already have, they can easily do that. It's pretty versatile with the bird. So I would have liked to have seen what his extra bonus hero pool would look like.
Slash. Repeat.
So that would be
Wait.
Lash then.
Wait, no.
Wait.
No,
The
no,
Hayes
that
is a
Hayes?
Lash, or the Lash is a Haze? What's
No,
going
okay,
on?
they said Lash
Have we
is
just-
Hayes. They said Lash is Hayes. So yeah, okay, never mind.
Wait.
So I think
The
maybe we
Hayes
just
is Hayes.
fixed it. Maybe we
Well,
just
production-
actually fixed the draft so it looks proper on our screen.
Yeah, it was probably production. Production probably fixed it.
Yeah, I suspect that they have spared us the memes of pretending one hero is another.
Okay.
Hayes here, interesting. I don't see like that easy pickup. I love that they get the Bebop again too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just going back to like what worked for them last game. Like they're making plays, people are popping off, clutching in some of these fights. Feels like now Hydronation, like before you would have said let's pick a Lash right away, but against Bebop and Hayes, it's a little bit scarier. You're not going to get as much value off of it. But if you don't pick it, I guess you don't mind not picking it at the end of the world. You could give it up to Valhalla, and then you still have the Sinclair copy to steal it.
The law for so long.
Yeah.
Holiday. Interesting. I've been less and less a believer in Holiday over the last few days, but we'll see. Maybe I'm ready to be wrong.
Also, I wonder if they go GT here or they go. I'm thinking to Vegas' historical hero pool. If you go far enough back, Vegas did have a Mirage phase.
Yeah, that's when you
And
first joins Hydronation.
Yeah. So in
Maurice
theory,
and I got your back.
I'm looking at this here. I think this is probably Vegas on Mirage, and then it's gonna be left either on Shiv or Calico. I think they are going
be.
to play it in that way.
Who plays Sinclair for Hydronation? I feel like that could be a Vegas hero.
Yeah, it's true. He actually did have a Sinclair phase too. It could.
I feel like
be
just
his
vibes
Sinclair.
wise,
Yeah.
I feel like Sinclair fits more his role for the team, which is like this off-core disabler. Yeah, whereas like the Rokane Shiv would make a lot of sense to me. And the Wraith comes out post nerfs. Ooh, I'm not a huge fan. Perfect chance to pick up McGinnis, by the way.
Yeah, I may have preferred the McGinnis. I mean, it looked good earlier. I
actually think Wraitholt's pretty value here. Wraithold can cancel the Mo ult. You know, it can be a problem for someone like Mirage who tries to TP away. I think if Wraith is playable, this is a fine spot to play Wraith. He's got plenty of front line to protect him. He can split push and get saved pretty hard in some of these fights. And, you know, even Hayes this game, I mean, in the end, I still like the Valhalla draft. Just because Wraith got nerfed doesn't mean I don't think she's unplayable. We'll have to see, though, if that ends up being the case or if she ends up really looking weak in this matchup against Hydra Nation.
Yeah, essentially, because with Wraith too, it used to be the case that, you know, you had the capacity to play Wraith in a multitude of ways, right? Because some teams would, I think it was one win that would do it with their Wraith. They would, was it one win? I'm not sure. Anyway, there's a team that played Wraith very, very far back when other teams were playing Wraith more as like in a more of a kind of like a brawly way. And I feel like with this comp, you know, you've already got the Vindicta that's going to be playing far back. I feel like you can't have too many like heroes at that range. So I would expect, you know, the Wraith to kind of be in the action a lot in this particular game in terms of the play style of it. And you already have also Hayes that's going to be playing around the flanks and around the peripherals of the fight. So again, you need to kind of have Wraith be present in the fight. So that's the only reason why I'm not necessarily super keen myself, just because in terms of like the overall team fight positioning, I feel like it could get awkward here or there, but I guess we'll see how it works out.
I think for me, when I look at Wraith, is that I just think back to patch changes, and I mean, granted, maybe people have overreacted a little bit, but Jake, raw numbers, even something like 10% can be massive in actuality, but an 18% nerf to bullet growth, I mean, that's probably one of the biggest nerfs in Deadlock history as far as like a wide percentage change. So we'll see.
Explain what bullet growth means.
It's how much scaling you get from the stats, or like rather from the level ups. How much your bullet damage scales off the raw level ups, but which hurts, especially like in the late game. It's gonna really be pretty impactful. But Wraith can also just get really far ahead in terms of a farm efficiency standpoint, which can end up being really good for her. I do think this is a scary lane. I mean, Lefa, Mirage, and Hydration on the Mo here is kind of a worrisome prospect to go against.
Not easy to deal with at all. However, looking at the right-hand side here, where you got the Bebop versus the Shiv Calico, you know, it just one of those questions of, okay, you know, Bebop hit hooks, very good. Bebop not hit hooks, maybe not as good, but you know, the question there, see how that goes. League, though, was very good last time on the Bebop. But yeah, I mean, the Lefa Hydration combo, you know, sometimes, Jake, it's not even about the heroes you're on, but the coordination, and this is the lane partners Hydra Nation likes running more often than not. They've done a lot of lanes together over the year. Well, over the half year. We're not like years plural.
Yeah, I think for now, at least this one's going to be pretty passive with just a lot of farm trade here. Maybe we can check out the Bebop lane where I expect to see a bit more action, or Viscous Geist in mid. I mean, I think the other two lanes are probably going to be where we'll see a little bit more early game fighting. Famous last words, as you know, surely that's going to mean Hydration and Lefa find the opening kills. But in theory, I really don't think those lanes should kill each other. Actually, they should both just sustain and hit last hits.
Also, I have to imagine with DMB being on the Geist again and also being in middle, the goal here is kind of much the same, right? Where, you know, similar to before, is that you just want, ideally they want to win middle and then send Lord and M the farm DMB to get huge off the mid lane. But that plane may be running some issues right here because Sinclair Holiday is just vastly better at poking. Like, they're in more of a survival lane here, Jake, and that's going to slow down the process of both DMB getting farmed and the process of Lord and M being able to go to the left and right lanes and, you know, change things up.
Yeah, you pretty reliant on maybe the Bebop lane to succeed. I think this definitely looks like a much scarier laning phase. Also feels like Hydra Nation are playing with a ton of confidence here in game 3, right? I feel like they're being very aggressive in the laning stage, standing and trading in the early game, and they've drafted a strat that I think is a little bit more consistent at doing exactly that, right? Forcing a faster set of tempo and maybe staying in control of the game, where last game I felt like they were a little bit on the back foot in a lot of moments.
Meanwhile, you talk about lanes that can really push up. Bebop, Hayes, off on the right-hand side. The level of respect having to be given over to the hook by the Calco and Shiv is pretty palpable. So Valhalla, you know, they're looking for a lane to get ahead. Right now, they're looking to League and Scout to keep things on their side. But Scout's getting very low. Scout may have been getting caught. Kind of cursed it there, Jake. Just a little bit.
Yeah, this side lane definitely going to get more active. Bebop looking for hooks. 2 kills going in a simultaneous cross 7. All right, it's a 4K soul lead at 4 minutes. I normally wouldn't call it a lead this early, but that's way beyond normal here. Shiv is going to get bullied away from the tower. Nice hook by Bebop to put some extra damage onto him, but it's definitely a scary prospect. All lanes being attacked at once here. Valhalla, you need to weather this storm and to kind of recover and trying to repressure some of these lanes out, but far easier said than done when you're trapped on your tower.
I mean, the problem in Deadlock that we've seen a lot, for example, you know, anytime a one-win Bombshell tournament comes around, is that if you lose laning phase hard, which usually the top teams don't do against each other, but top teams do to other teams all the time, you just don't get back into the game. Like, you actually cannot lose laning phase to a massive degree and expect to have a decent ramp back in, not without massive mistakes on the other side. So Valhalla, they are kind of in the zone right now where they're getting pushed so hard in all lanes that they're in the danger zone of this not being that competitive of a game if they can't find a few things to kind of hang their hat on.
Yeah, I will say that by the same token, there's also very much the chance for Hydration to throw that advantage away, trying to do a little bit too much too early, but diving in on the Wraith, comboing her. Vindicta's nowhere to be found, but not enough damage there. I don't think Levo was quite on the same page with that hard full commit dive. They do get that tornado in. I think Zerbzi, yeah, looks to be caught here. And Hydration, Lefa looking to open the tower post haste right now. I mean, one more wave being pushed in hard here. Some score and heal up here for Hydration. And you're completely zoned away on Wraith right now. He's just hiding in the corner, trying to stay alive. But that is a rough spot to be with the wave crashing on your tower.
I mean, this game may be cinema for Mo players coming on up if they're able to get that Guardian down pretty soon. Because what's going to happen is that Lefa is just going to sit here and get big. And then Mo is simply going to go all around the map, and you know they have the Guardian down. So now you take a look at where it's at, and with the Guardian down, Lefa's not going to feel that pressure. It's still like looking at the Walker in sight, and Hydration's going to roam here.
Yeah, I think Vegas has the lasso too now, coming up off cooldown. He wants to knock this Guardian as quickly as possible so he can progress to starting to roam the map. Doing what he can against Geist as well. DMB has used the ultimate too, so that's another, like this, the first ultimate you use on Geist, it feels like the cooldown is just forever, right? Before you've got levels into it. And while you're not nearly as strong without it. Ooh, very risky dive. Oh boy, what is Lord and I'm doing there? Walking up very aggro on the Viscous and gets absolutely popped. Pushing at her tower, very suspect there with the lasso off cooldown.
I mean, you challenge Holiday in her zone of strength, and it just does not work out. In exchange, they're about to lose mid Guardian. They're already eating some real damage on the left Walker. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen Hydration move out here yet, but, you know, one thing about roaming, Jake, do you need the roam if you're winning every lane?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, Hydration has the Giga Greed build. He's gone first item Torment Pulse, so he's going to do a lot of damage, be a huge problem in the early game. And he's also going to snowball and get pretty farm. We've seen this once in a while from Mo's where they like kill their lane really fast. Like you can steal the enemy jungle like nobody's business because you can often just burrow and run away. And there's not much people can do about you unless they have hard stuns to pull you out of the earth. So I feel like Hydration could really get farmed just stealing enemy jungle. And I mean, this is almost a 10K lead. I feel like this game is actually almost over. I mean, that's insane to say. But like you get like another 5 to 10K lead in the next few minutes, things are going to be super bad. Shiv hooked is nice. They got the sleep follow up on him. There's more players, but oh, look who's coming in to help. It's Evil ABG and Evil Low Main finding kills of their own across the map.
At least they own it with the the in-game names is the most we'd say. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to call him Dan early just because, what in the world, Dan? Like, look at this game. This, you know, we don't like calling it early, but I feel like I'm hearing a bell at the moment.
I hope you can hear me. My mix is kind of going.
You're in.
Everything's cutting in and out, but I think you wanted me to talk, and so I'm talking now. And
yes, please talk.
This is not a good look at all. This is kind of what we were talking about before, like some of the dangers against playing Hydration right now. I don't know, like it's everything that could go wrong has kind of gone wrong right from the beginning. I don't know, like this is just really sad, DP. I don't know.
I mean,
How
you
it's reacting
called this one,
emotionally.
Dan. You said, hey, you know, there's a chance here the Hydration just come back with a vengeance and take control of the series from here. And it's hard to think of a way to take better control of the series than a 15K lead at 9 minutes. I mean, I think over 1K lead a minute is like a super scary threshold in you know, at any point in the game. That's like a reasonable thing to think about. Something you want to worry about. Hydration, the DC from Rokane, gonna get him back in, but man, even Valhalla, no, like this is a desperation mode game. But what do? Right? You can't overreact. If you over rotate, you're just maybe you get some kills here and there on the map, but then Hydration are going to start opening up these walkers.
I mean, realistically, if you're a pub game, you just start flaming your teammates and, you know, try and create a narrative that it's not you. That I don't know if that tactic is as effective in competitive play. Not saying it works in pub plays, but I mean, that's actually the quality of game we're in right now, the quality of stomping that's going on, because it's not looking good for Valhalla here. I mean, when you lose lane this hard, we're getting a first earn up, and, you know, assuming Rokane is able to get back in the game, it isn't some catastrophic power loss or you know, CPU outage. Yeah, I don't really see great ways for Valhalla to come back in without massive throws from Hydration. Or, you know, we have had the 5v6 games at one point. That was won by melee creeps, RIP, back a while back. But the weird thing is, Jake, I kind of look at this, and if it did turn into a 5v6 at the current level,
yeah, like I don't know who. I think you probably still have an advantage 5v6.
yes, exactly.
But, I mean, he should be fine to reconnect, right? He all he is a crash, right? The only reason we had that 5v6 a few weeks ago is because somebody clicked leave game.
that was quick. By the way.
Operator error is the only way that I think that really does happen. So expect to see Hydration come in. I mean, at this point, this is also a test for Hydration. For even if Valhalla end up losing this game, if they can still win some fights and like slow down Hydration, that's going to go a long way towards giving them a bit more hope in the series. If this stays on current course and Hydration just expand the lead from here and end the game in the next 10 to 12 minutes, that's going to be really rough to be going into a game 4 with Hydration on the cusp of victory after getting just slaughtered. You know, like this is the point where you got to fight to preserve your pride on Valhalla. You need to have some clean play, some solid team fighting, and make sure if Hydration get overconfident at any point that you're ready to threaten it, to punish it.
Well, while we're filling here, some people watching today may be wondering, where's that Jason Kaplan guy? Where is he? Why is he not with us at all today? And right now, we're just wishing for Jason's speedy recovery. And it's also good a public health PSA is that you know, Jason was just scratched his ear, and apparently if you scratch your ear, it can turn into an ear infection, which can then spread to your other ear and force you into the ER for emergency eardrops. So Jason right now recovering from that. Obviously, if you're casting, it's not the greatest ailment, but you know, hopefully we'll have Jason back here soon. But he did want to be here today, just health sometimes gets in the way. How it goes, Dan, sometimes.
Yeah, it's definitely sucks. I don't know what he's doing with his ears, or if like in Italy, there's just they have more virulence. I mean, I don't even. You know what? I'm gonna shut up because the game started, and I don't have to, continue trying to save myself with whatever stupid bollocks I was trying to say. So, with that said, we're back into the match, and everyone has connected. So we don't even have to entertain the 5v6 storyline, which is also good because I don't think anyone wanted to be there.
No, probably not.
I don't think even Valhalla wanted to be there, to be honest.
It's actually, Jake, it is kind of bad if you're ever the 5v6 and you're the 6, because in theory your chances of win go up, but the scrutiny if you fail to win at that point also goes up.
And this is a game where I honestly think you're still disfavored, even if you get a DC. So it's like you get double whammy. You're probably going to lose anyway, and it looks terrible. So at least you can, you know, take this fight straight up. And Hydration are being smart. They're just continuing to farm and macro really cleanly. Like you see, they're all split across the map. I think that's something I always look for in the mini map. When a team is full spread and no two players are together, it's a great sign for their efficiency. Leffa, though, still has a tornado, should be able to play his way out of this one. And no one's too far away where they can't get help. So Leffa going for the sharpshooter build this time. And just gonna maybe look like a problem getting into towards that mid game, late game. But for now, everyone's just content to farm, right? Like there's not really any pressure for Hydration to really take walkers or anything. As long as they can keep stealing some jungle camps away here and there, this lead's gonna grow.
Yeah, and all the impetus is on Valhalla to make things happen. I mean, look, still got Bebop, but you're kind of in the ugly situation where, oh, you can land a hook, well, you just get run at. Like, Bebop made of metal? No, made out of shiny paper at best in this situation. And that's kind of the problem, is that even with good initiation, if you end up this far behind, it doesn't necessarily save you. I mean, the stats in Deadlock really ramp up against you should you let the game get out of hand in a certain way. And of course, in this instance here, Jake, it's very out of hand. You get the mark of shame where the other team picks up the urn, and it has to be brought into your territory because you're that far behind at 10 minutes.
Yeah, having the first urn like this is kind of crazy. This is a good way to recover, but I mean, Hydra Nation are just going to control that urn. They know that it is essentially free, I think, for Valhalla. Even with this lead, I still don't think you would contest it for Hydra Nation. So if they just make sure the pickup never comes in, keep that lane constantly pushed away from the urn pickup, that's the way to control this objective. And Valhalla just starved on the map right now, right? Like running out of resources. They can do a bit of jungling. They can get a little bit tricky to find something on the map, but right now they're bringing everyone over to maybe try to deal with Rokane to stop that snowball, but low main's right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla's trying to overcommit to right to get a pick. Meanwhile, Hydra Nation, they only care about the urn so much as they don't want Valhalla to turn it in. They actually drop it, like go back to neutral and go, yeah, this Walker, this looks way, way better than trying to force an urn fight. And in the 2-on-1 here, 2-on-1 with the new Wraith as opposed to the old Wraith, it's not great for Do for many a reason here. And the Walkers just get pummeled from both sides, and there's not really much the Wraith can do to defend here until someone else rotates on over.
Yeah, it's really hard. I don't think there's much Duke can do at all. He just has to soak some Walker damage, defend as well as he can, keep clearing those waves out. But every time you crash a wave on that Walker, right, you're starting to progress. You're keeping Vindicta in, or rather out, to come try and help the other lanes. But I mean, you're running out of jungle camps on this side of the map for Valhalla. Like, they're not going to be able to keep up and farm. And somebody on Hydra Nation, I would love to see maybe like Lefa just start aggressively jungling his own camps. I mean, it's a very passive play at this point, but it's either you do your own jungle camps here on Lefa and then teleport into a fight, or you just force and pressure objectives, which Hydration is continuing to do.
Also, Jake, I'm officially declaring Flex Slot Watch 2025. If Valhalla gets a Flex Slot this game, it may be an act of God. The fact that you have to get 3 Guardians down.
And they're like all full. Yeah. He's going to die for this. He's not even going to get it. Oh, yo, he doesn't even get it. Oh, he gets it with the bomb on his body? Okay,
I guess so.
Whatever it takes.
The left Guardian is still completely full HP. The left lane is completely pushed up to Walker. Mid Guardian is still looking good. It's 13 minutes right now, and while the game may end by 20, I'm not sure you get a Flex Slot at all if you're Valhalla.
Yeah, Walker goes down there. AVG still have high strength there as well. Do you really want to chase into Hydration? I guess they're down ultis, but I mean, that's like the rough spot where even with the ulti advantage, you still can't push. You still can't force any kind of a play. Lord of Nem in some trouble. Maybe can roll and get out of this one. He is going to pop that ball and he escapes, but just every play from Valhalla is just slowing things down. It's delaying things, but nothing is giving me any sense that the game is going to turn or change in its dimensions. And I mean, now it's Shiv's turn to put the pressure on the opposite side of the map. Just really well done by Hydration to keep the pressure on all sides at once. Bebop grabs the urn, but if they do lose this Walker, it's not looking as free as I thought it might to turn it in.
Perhaps not. And still, get DMB trying to harass a little bit of those guys, but it's not a scary Geist at this point. It's like, even if you health swap, you might just die immediately thereafter. Zerbzy certainly going to get punished. Hibernation going on forward with Lord NM. Not going to be durable at all. So you even get the clone goo ball hopping on over. DMB, you've done a health swap. Doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. You get lassoed on top. How do you think they need the lasso there, Jake?
Yeah, it's looking rough here. 3 players down. Oh, and the hook dodge. Well played by Hydration. Gonna get this urn drop. Not even any souls denied, so it would seem. And Hydration gonna fall back. A lot of jungle to clear. Keep expanding this lead. I mean, this is the smart way to play, right? I mean, imagine Valhalla come into game 4 and they haven't won a team fight in like 30 minutes, right? Like, that's the sort of scenario that they're facing off here. And for Hydration, you kind of you almost want to delay things a little bit. You don't really want to try to rush to close out the game. When you're dominating this hard, you kind of want to hold on to that status, keep it in full control, and drag out some of the pain. I mean, a best of 5 can be a long series, and mentally, it's much more taxing, I think, to be behind and trying to recover than it is to be in the hydration seat right now.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. It's not a good spot to be in. But Dan, I need you for some hard-hitting analysis here. Lord NM has called out Rocane, saying, Rocane, look out. You're going to be the kill. You know, in terms of mental battle here, if you're Rocane, does that hit you at all as Zerbzy goes for the reconnect? Do you feel danger being called out when your team's up 32,000 souls? Where are you at? Dan is not here, is what I've learned. Or his microphone.
Dan's dying. Maybe his mic's down. Oh, he's here.
So the mental battle. I honestly, I don't know if we should. I mean, I think there's a threshold where we're beyond the threshold where you can mentally care. At this point, I feel like because you know they're so. If you could forfeit in this game, if that was acceptable, I think they would have done it at this point. You know, I think this game is one where they're like, okay, we've kind of written it off in our minds because they made so many mistakes early on that it's compounded to the degree where it's like you can't even worry about having a there's no tension in performance at this point. I feel like because to them they're so far behind against the best team in North America at the moment. So I don't think it would require so many enormous mistakes from Hydro Nation to give it away.
Yeah, they do get a walker, right? Which is a nice trade in terms of the souls. But I think Hydro Nation are just really, I actually kind of like the decision to give up the walker because they just keep tons of players in mid and ensure that they're effectively protecting the flex slot right now, right? The more that they can camp that flex slot from the mid Guardian, and the more they can, you know, keep the center of the map always rolling in on Valhalla, the better the information game.
Oh, now
my God, that bag.
Yeah,
not the enormous bag.
DMB just dropping the proceeds, as it were. Going over there onto the walker. Vegas able to take down Zerbzy, and yeah, I mean, it's overall looking pretty clean. Oh, you've hooked Shiv. How quaint. Rocane surely felt that on some level, but not actually. So, Hydro Nation able to go in. They're going to turn in the urn, extend their lead, and you know, at this point, Jake, sometimes we go talk about win conditions, and I can't think of any meaningful win conditions other than the meteor.
This is mercy rule territory. We need some sort of we need a GG button for these circumstances.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking here, competitive. Even though like public Dota doesn't have the FF, the competitive Dota
it does. Yeah. Yes. This is nearing that territory. We'll see though. I mean, I think while your mid walker's up, you're not gonna give up. There's still like that big chance for a turnaround team fight around the mid walker. That's why I think Hydro Nation have made no attempts to try to siege it yet, because they know that's kind of the only way they can lose. And I think they're smart to essentially isolate their lose conditions in this kind of a game, right? You don't need to play to win. You actually, when you're this far ahead, can play not to lose, because that's essentially the like diving mid walker with its tankiness, getting stomped or tethered in a rough spot. Maybe there's some kind of a possible team fight there for Valhalla to win. And so for Hydro Nation, they're continuing to split, farm the map, but I think forcing a mid boss could be in the near future. You know, 1 or 2 pickups from Valhalla is, I think, likely going to lead to that mid boss. So they've got to be very cautious here on the defense.
Hydro Nation, the last thing you would want when you've done a new team and you were already unsettled by losing the last map to Valhalla would be to somehow blow this lead. Like we talk about the mental boom to Valhalla from being on the receiving end of this, but it is far worse if you are ahead and then somehow give up a lead that has been this tremendous.
Yeah, true. That actually would be worse. If you manage to throw this game on Hydro Nation, you're going to be giga tilted into the next game. Zerbzy under assault here. Hydration continuing to chase this one down. The cube delaying things for a moment. Lord and M is here though. Knocks Hydration out of the ground. They're putting a lot of pressure on this Mo, and there's no hook as well to get the follow up. So seems the Hydro Nation slipped out of this one. Vegas, hold on.
Wait, hold up, Vegas, under the gun, down you go. Wait, okay, it's not that big a bag. What looked bigger than it was?
Something, right? It's a kill. It's opening up the game a little bit. Maybe now you can take down this mid Guardian. The ulti in immediately. I like the Valhalla are wasting no time, like taking a mile when they're given an inch. Now Hydration's coming into the fight.
Yeah,
you want this one. Hydration brings everyone.
Yeah, Hydro Nation, you have to try and quell the uprising right now. The peasants are revolting. Those with the wealth are oppressing those without.
Shiv is strong though.
Yeah, and they get the combo there towards the end. So, I mean, this is the type of rotation they needed. Even still, though, I mean, Valhalla actually comes out a little bit ahead there. 2 kills to 3 when you're the ones that are behind and you get the Guardian. It may come at the cost of mid-boss here, but, I mean, overall, you got to go bit by bit. If getting back in from a deficit this high, it's going to require time.
I like this ulti from Bebop, actually, to kind of grief the mid-boss attempt. Could be getting punished, though. He has to be able to slip away with his life. And I think League just being really annoying here, maybe finding some hooks, could be good. Hydration is taking a lot of damage from this mid-boss, and it seems like Hydro Nation maybe backing off this. I think they are committing, but it's getting scary. The fight's getting very split, and Valhalla's players are coming back in.
Meanwhile, the mid-boss chamber looks to be mostly clear here, but they're going at the outside corner. League actually gets caught. They will get the Rejuvenator. No steal comes in despite Lord NM's attempt. 2 clean kills for Hydro Nation and the Rejuvenator. And now they're going to look to drop on and contest the urn, where 2 was hoping to get something, but Hydro Nation is just all over it.
Yeah, it's a great defense now. Denying the urn drop in. Hydration going to be able to pick up this mid-walker. I wonder if we'll see much of a contest on that. Maybe Valhalla will throw a little bit of spam at the Shiv, try to slow him down or clear a wave or 2, but it's so risky when Hydration could easily like slip in from a flank angle and just really punish. You see Vindicta doesn't even want to step past those base guards, which I think is wise. You know, her getting knocked out, the urn knocked out of her hands would be a real problem. And yeah, just giving up the mid-walker is going to be the decision here from Valhalla. I think the correct one, as painful and as difficult as it is.
Also, you know, as I kind of look at this here, do you want Vindicta to be your urn carrier in this spot? Like, I do wonder if it should have just been passed off here by now.
I don't know who really should. Like, I feel like there's a lot of, you know, people who need their skills. Like, I mean, I think Bebop and like Scout and League both want to be able to potentially find openers. But the urn's starting to take health damage, right? And not able to heal with that on Vindicta, so she's going to drop it deep in the base. They know that if Hydro Nation gets their hands on this, it's essentially going to be a free one for Hydro Nation. But you hold the urn this long, and I mean, the consequences are pretty dire.
I guess that's one upside about playing Vindicta is that Vindicta, you know, at this point isn't going to be one of the heroes that's going out of their way to take jungle anyways.
Lasso, it's good from Vegas. Easy kill into Lord NM. And without Viscus, it's a big part of your team fight. Lefa's clearing all the flank waves. And I think we could be seeing a game-ending siege very soon from Hydro Nation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised they're taking their time here on the siege. Bullet dance, no, not going to happen.
I mean, Lefa's huge, man. He is so potent right now. He's got the armor piercing, not armor piercing, but the hollow points, being able to break some of that resistance.
Well, moving on forward, inevitability appears to be in play. I think a quick traveler, Lefa, just the teleport in from the back. Rat-a-tat-tatting his way up and over. Not much going to be in his way at this point. Valhalla getting crunched on down. Not even the hyper beam really going to scare a Mirage at this point. The hook actually would have, well, actually maybe not have been lethal. You could just tornado out. So even then.
This looks to be game over. I think Valhalla feel it as well. Hydro Nation going to drop Patron very quickly here. And I mean, the kills just come in so fast. If you just can't really leave the base right here for the Valhalla players. They're hoping to hook people deep inside the base, but I don't even know if that's going to be enough here. They need to find everything all at once, and ABG is going to grab that urn. So once again, Hydro Nation just sticking with the playbook, securing. Maybe they could have stayed, but it's a moot point. They're probably going to spend a bunch of the souls that they've earned sieging the base, and then go for one final back-breaking fight. Still about a minute left on that rejuve, so they definitely have time to use it, and I think they should. With this kind of a lead, I feel like you really do want to just use the rejuve.
I'll be honest, Jake, I just kind of called it from my end. You know what my call is when I feel like the end is inevitable? I turn back on my casting ring light. Like, otherwise,
yeah, right.
Like, the light bothers me while looking at it, but I've called it. I've turned on the ring light. It's over. Hydro Nation gonna go up 2-1 is what I feel here as they go in.
Certainly looking bad. Combo in, 2 players instantly dead. 11 kill streak for Rokain, 4 for Hydration. Valhalla, 4 players left standing, but not for long. Hydro Nation just cutting them down as quick as they can walk out of the base. Do living for just a moment longer. League being assaulted, cleared out of that flank angle on the Bebop. There's going to be no hooks coming in, and the Patron dropping post haste. Hydronation going up 2-1 in the series, going to be on match point here in the next map in the series.
A little bit of double balls over in the pit. Okay, Hydronation, stop playing with your food. Take down the page.
They're farming damage stats in the throw.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you guys actually could have ended this like at least 20 seconds ago. But Dan, kind of a wrecking, as it were. Or as you had said back in with Jason's content, the ass paddling. But you said it in a much more dignified way.
I mean, can they go to Valhalla twice? Because they just got murdered again. Yeah, it's rough. It's a rough one. I mean, it's one of those things where we saw a really good draft for them and they were able to play it well, and then the problem is when Hydronation get an advantage there and there's a few mistakes, it compounds so heavily because Hydronation is really solid on the mechanics, and the early game is really much improved compared to how it used to be. So it's a nasty team to play up against. And one of the things I said in the current draft was like, okay, this is the series where we'll kind of like see if, or rather, this is the map where we'll see kind of how the rest of the series will go. And so I'm kind of expecting Hydronation to continue the dominance now. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but let's run out.
No. Jake,
yeah, I that's a mental backbreaker. It may be a BO5, right? And you may still can bring this one back with the 2 match wins, but losing like that in a BO5 is like, it just feels like it's not supposed to happen. If you're evenly matched with the team, I feel like you should just never have a game that one-sided. And it's just a really painful one to try to recover from, where you basically just lost all the lanes. And you really had no control of the game from there. I think on the flip side, you could say, look, we're fine in the macro environment and we just, screwed up in the early game and fell too far behind and we could write that one off. But there's a lot of teams out there who can't, I think, be as quick to recover from a devastating loss like this, especially in a game like Deadlock, relatively new. A lot of these teams a little bit less experienced. For Valhalla, though, clearly they're going to need to make some changes, going to need to make some adjustments. Hydronation just ran over them here. It's a car crash.
Also, I don't think it's necessarily fair to bring this up as a point of focus per se with the totality of the circumstances, because every lane just got punched in the mouth. But one of the things that I was suspect on the draft, just because I think the nerf may have been too much, was picking the Wraith. I don't know, Jake. Is it
Wraith looked absolutely terrible this game? It's hard to say if it was as much the game, but I do think the hero definitely wasn't making any sort of convincing argument for still being relevant in the meta. I mean, I think the ulti is still valuable, but yeah, the damage stats are pretty bad on Wraith this game.
Yeah, the stats often telling the tale there. Again, Dan, one-sided across the board, but I think at the very least in the next draft, I don't think Valhalla is going down the Wraith path again. That's what I'm feeling.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would expect more of the same. I'm really curious whether Valhalla will be able to come back. I hope we don't see the Wraith again. I do think it's kind of a waste. And obviously, it was a difficult situation because Warden was banned and also Pocket was banned. So I think Do didn't really have too many great options to go to. And I don't know if for Do, Wraith was a previous go-to, like third hero, but maybe that's like part of the problem there as well. Is like just Do also not having someone to go to in this draft.
Well, as we look at this here, the stats pretty darn straightforward. I can't look at this in a way. I don't even want to take too much from it because, well, all your stats are going to look bad when you get rolled this hard. And
4 and 36 is that's a yikes for me, dog. 4 and 36. Yeah. That's rough, man. You're wondering when your last kill was. You have to look deep into the memory banks to think about that one.
That's tough. The timestamp's not lying, but you know what? I'm going to save us from extra analysis here and say it's going to be time to go for a break. This is Deadlock Fight Night, number 30, presented by Intel. Hydronation just laid out Valhalla flat on the mat. Valhalla, do they come back up? The conclusion is next. Hydronation looking to end things here in the money match in North America. It's our special first to 3 coming in here. We're best of 5 that I can cleanly say here in Deadlock. ZP here with Jake and DDK. And look, we thought we had ourselves a close match in Hydronation. The sleeping giant was awoken, Dan. After they lost the first map, they came back and the map we just witnessed was not close.
No. Like, what was it? 4 kills to 36 or something? 34?
Yes.
Something like that. Every single member of Hydronation just by themselves had more kills than the entire opposing team. Yeah, it's starting to get more one-sided than that. It's honestly hard to know where to go from there as well, because there's nothing that we could say, oh, maybe if they did this a bit better, because it was all a dumpster fire, sadly. And they won a map. They did win a map in this series. And they did so off of getting a really good draft. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be easy for them to get a really good draft again. So that's where I'm struggling here, because it's clear that the fundamentals from Hydronation is very hard for them to deal with.
Yeah, they may have hit on something Hydronation had with the Warden ban. DMB also had a pretty successful game on the Geist, but in the end, I don't think you can, as much as it's like really rough to lose a game like that, like the way the last game went, in the end, strategically, it's not the end of the world, because it's like, look, you didn't even really play your strat. You just lost all 3 lanes. Like, your strat might have actually been fine. Maybe the mid-game fights could have worked, but you just lost all 3 lanes. You gave Hydronation full control, and they just never gave it back. It was up to them to make a mistake from that point on. And so you could look at the first 5 to 10 minutes of that game and say, look, we can do things a lot better. We can execute those lanes better. But in the end, you can't, like, after 10, 15 minutes into that game, there's no point trying to think about what you should have done differently, because the game was already lost from there on out. So for Valhalla, if they have the mental fortitude here to shake it off and just be like, look, it's, you know what, it's not a big deal. We lost the lanes. We should have run it back and play better this time. Then you can get to that mid game in a decent position. Then we could see another close match here, as we saw in games 1 and 2. However, that's the test now, is do you have that mental fortitude, or will Hydronation just keep doubling up the pressure? Because you better believe Hydronation is going to be full confidence right now.
We'll see how the draft pans on out, where the priority so far has been the losing team, or the team with priority will pick second. Now, of course, the very first map went on when Valhalla had that advantage, and they lost that. So if we go to a map 5, Hydronation will get their priority of pick. And in this case, I believe we are still waiting for the draft to fully get underway. So, you know, sometimes I was sitting there, it's like, I'm not sure if it's ready. I'll just call, and usually, like, Magic is there, but it could be the NA special players in the bathroom, or just needing a little bit more time. But there we go, Dan. You know, I just had to continue the fill, and eventually I would just peer pressure the draft into appearing.
Well, I want us to pick the draft for the teams one day. That'd be kind of cool. You could
That should
draft
be our
against
show
Jake.
match. We draft the worst possible teams for you.
That'd be pretty sick, though. Maybe for like a special edition of Fight Night, we get like ZP drafts versus Jake drafts or something like that. That'd be pretty sick.
That was Savannah's fault.
Sinclair ban instantly out of Hydronation is really interesting. It does seem like it's targeted just due to the fact that Valhalla clearly rate it, and it was, I think, was it like stolen away from the previous map, right? Hydronation got it like second pick. So Valhalla, this first ban will be telling as well. Let's see what they end up going with in this case.
Well, the interesting thing to me is that I feel like this forces the hand of Valhalla to, well, I would say it forces their hand to go Infernus Warden. But now, Jake, you got the real test. We know Hydronation loves Infernus, particularly Letha is a different player on Infernus. But do you first pick Infernus and then give up Geist Warden in turn? That's what's at stake here.
Yeah, especially with the Sinclair band, it's scary. I mean, they might be the one team to do it.
Let's have
And this is the whole,
darling.
I mean, it's interesting. I don't understand why they would ever change the first band, though. That is really surprising to me, right? Like, given how the series has played out so far, I don't think the Infernus ban is necessary, but I didn't think it was necessary in games 1, 2, or 3, and they banned it all 3 times. So after you're winning as hard as that, why change the draft? It's sort of a surprise to me from Hydronation. Maybe it's a bait. Maybe they have some like strat prepared to deal with the Infernus. But I think Valhalla, if they want, they could get like Warden Infernus here.
Yeah. And then you look at
Viscous would be, I'd like that as well.
True. I think the Visc is very good.
Yeah. I think they have to Warden here, Dan. Or sorry, Infernus here, Dan. I think Letha is too good at it, and it's beginning first ban for a reason.
Yeah, giving it to Hydronation is scary. As much as in theory, I feel like you should be able to beat it. It just hasn't been like game-breakingly good. I think it's a very strong choice, but I don't think it's unbeatable. I think in the end you can control them. So Valhalla, I think maybe knowing though that you're right, ZP, that like the comfort is too high for Leffa to be able to get that Infernus.
Too comfortable.
Yeah.
Like
And it has
like
good
Velvet
matchups against some of the strats.
Velvet Slippers.
Yeah. Hydra Nation have played a lot of strats that have relied on a lot of tanky frontliners, where I think Infernus can succeed in matching up against them and, like whittling them down with those burn procs. So I don't hate it against, in theory, the way Hydra Nation likes to play.
This is interesting. The Vindicta. I feel like the Vindicta pick this. I don't know that it's super necessary, because I do feel like we saw that like Vegas, there's a lot that Vegas has to go to. So that hypothesis, I think, is being burned in that last match. But I feel like it gives some openings for Valhalla to be able to get some decent pickups or bans, to be honest, because Calico still available, Yamato still available, Pocket still available. There's a lot of like, and a bunch of like Haze still available, like a lot of high priority picks, including Viscous, are still available because of the Vindicta holiday pickups here.
I think the holiday pick is a bit of a whiff here. I think Haze being pretty effective versus Vindicta at good at giving map control. I actually would have liked it more if Hydra Nation had picked Haze here, because I think it's very likely Valhalla comes in and pick. Okay, they go Pocket. I thought they were gonna go Haze, but instead Jake deciding, you know what, we want the Pocket a little bit earlier. It is one of Dew's all-time best heroes, so in terms of comfort, in a way, it is kind of hard to argue it when you step back and think for it. Or just,
I mean, you come after a loss like that, I think you have to go back to comfort. You really, it's worth more than it would normally be worth, because you really just need a strong laning phase after that game. You need to just believe again that this is a winnable match, that you can match up as a team, and that's going to require you coming out of the laning phase with at least like a pretty competitive matchup. And a great way to do that is to give people laners that they are just very comfortable with. They understand how to get the most out of the lane. They understand how to trade and play those early matchups with like just a few skills. And so I actually love the choice to prio comfort here. DMB getting the Warden as well is something that he's looked solid on across the series. So overall, I think draft can't disagree with any of this from Valhalla. I'm a little surprised Hydra Nation has made some of the switch ups that they have to prio like the holiday earlier in the draft this time. I don't know if they need that necessarily here, but maybe they felt like, hey, last game we just put that work on with it. Let's just run it back one more time.
Yeah, I think this looks really good for Valhalla again. Just because they get the DMB do combo that was pretty dangerous. Scout did get, I think, Haze last time. They were running a similar lineup. So maybe Scout will get onto the Calico instead then, which is a great alternative. I think actually a fantastic pickup, to be honest.
Might be better, right? I think Scout has looked really, really good on the Calico when we've seen him play it in weeks past. And it's one that we know has a very high top end ceiling, right? Like the threat of the Calico in the ultra late game, when she gets like her Arctic Blast, the Scourge, it's just so hard to fight. It just really pops your whole back line. Hydration's going to get the signature Mo Krell though, which should be maybe trouble for these last three Valhalla picks, right? And even the Warden, right? I think Mo actually looks really good this game. In contrast to, honestly, the last two games where I think, Mo had a few counters to deal with. This game, I mean, the instant stun on Mo, on Warden, canceling the ulti, and then snatching Calico or Pocket before they're ready to escape with their skills. Little scary, especially with the lasso as a follow-up or vice versa.
I don't disagree with any of that, but I do disagree with choosing the Mo here. Like, if you had any other higher value picks in Hydra Nation, why would you not save
Yeah,
the
you could have taken it later.
Yeah. Like, Valhalla, they're not going to go Mo. I think it's probably likely that one of their final two picks here is going to be a Bebop, and also Kelvin is still available.
Ooh.
So you could just Bebop Kelvin as your final two picks here. They've liked the Bebop.
I will say, I don't love the Kelvin this game for Valhalla's draft. I just think it doesn't fit their draft. I actually think a support 7 though does fit their draft quite a bit better. I think the stun catch is nice. Adding more damage, more fuel to the fire here for some of these big team fighting like nuking ults. And Hydra Nation have a comp that wants to group up and maybe pick some people off. But will Yamato and Geist be able to deal with like 7 ulting plus Pocket ulting plus Infernus? There's kind of a lot of AoE spirit damage to get through from Valhalla.
Yeah, I'm curious like who Lee's gonna be playing, because I was expecting to see like maybe a Bebop for that potentially, but the 7 Abrams is an interesting finish. It is pretty rounded here, and they have like a lot of like good objective push. So I think this is an interesting, like, different take on Valhalla's previous successful roster. So it feels like there is that mixture of comfort, but also just a good
You were looking to
practical way to
summon a
deal with a
god,
lot of the
right?
hydronation
Well,
picks.
here I am.
And there's your Lash.
I figured the Lash was going to come out.
It's a good Lash game.
Well, yeah, just after the 7 got picked, I mean, the Lash inherently is going to limit some of the value of Stormcloud. We've seen Stormcloud over the day and over the week have really effective use when you use it as just we're going to Stormcloud preemptively in a really good spot, not because we want to kill anyone, but because we want to create a zone of just you can't enter while we take down a Guardian or take down a Walker. So once you add Lash into the fray, you limit the opportunities you have there unless you know that Death Slam is on cooldown or Lash is actually dead. So I
mean,
think
they have so many options too with like combo and lasso. They have a lot of ways to cancel the 7 ult. So yeah, 7's gonna need unstoppable this game, that's for sure.
So which way are you guys going on this one? I actually, I don't know if this is sensible after the last map, but I'm kind of feeling that, God, it doesn't seem right to pick Valhalla to win, but this map, but I'm gonna do it. Why not? I like the draft. I think it's way better. I think DMB's Warden. I think that was like a pretty convincing factor for me too. That felt like a pretty rock solid game he had previously. If that is in any way replicable, they're in a good spot.
To me, I feel like there's a big blue bellwether for Valhalla. And I'm kind of curious on the Abrams play, because I feel like, yes, you're going to be looking to see if Warden is going to be able to get ahead of the game. But I feel like the thing that's going to kind of dictate if Warden's going to have the space to get ahead of the game is Abrams having a good laning phase and being able to make space in the early to mid game with your pocket, with your Calico. And if they can make enough space to let Warden do that, I think if Abrams has a really bad early game, I don't know if the rest of the roster is going to be enough to like give DMB the moment to say solo down a Walker for a massive payday the way he did back on map 3. That's kind of where I'm looking at it at the moment.
Yeah,
I do think.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I just think Hydronation have a draft that, if they win laning phase, they are exceptionally well set up to end the game very quickly, right? Lash, Mo, and Holiday are all gonna find initiations when they're up advantage and threatening the enemy and corralling them in the base. They're gonna get picked off by all these initiators. Yamato is gonna like chase you down to the ends of the earth and keep the ulti up forever, just cycling a million kills on the enemy. However, if you fall behind, Hydronation, I don't think they have great late game scaling, and I don't think that they have a really an amazing team fight. Like if we get towards late game and everything's relatively even, I feel like the Valhalla team is going to scale a lot better. So Hydration kind of, I think they're planning to just run it back from the last game and dominate once again. But I think they may have slightly overinvested in that. If they succeed, then sure, it's going to be amazing for them, and they're going to, maybe crush this game, just like they did the last one. But we'll see.
Oh boy, the game 5, 12 a.m. being dropped. Wait, with all the talk that was on, does that mean that Lord NM is on the? Yeah, he's on the Abrams. I just looked at the upper left. It was blocked by my light, but yeah, he's on the Abrams, which is kind of funny that it's like I looked at that before his name, Jake. The talking in game is too much of a signature.
You got to get the little mental warfare on. I'm a connoisseur of mental warfare myself.
Dan, you got any thoughts at the opening here?
Thoughts are obviously, want to see. So DMB didn't have like a big game until we got, I think, past the first like 10 minutes or so when we broke out the early laning phase. So I feel like for me here, that the focus is just on, like we say, previous map was it was the laning test, the laning phase test that got failed, and this time we need to see it passed. And the Abrams warding combo in mid, I'm not super comfortable with that against the Geist Holiday. I guess we'll have to see, but for me, Warden needs to not fall behind early. So that's what my focus is just on this mid lane.
Looking off to the right-hand side. 7 under a little bit of pressure. Vegas back, of course, on signature Vindicta. And, it's kind of interesting that Dan talks about the middle lane there, because I do think there's a lot of eggs in that basket, because you want both your Abrams and Warden to do well. And if both do poorly because that lane just gets crunched, it really does limit their options to come back into the game, Jake, as I look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I think for now, Valhalla have played this laning phase at least a little bit better, but still yet to see. I mean, like the echoes of that last game, Hydra Nation players are going to be playing with full confidence, full aggression, and I think that is the right way to play. I think the key for Valhalla, they can't be too passive. You know, if they just try and like fully defend and weather the storm, I feel like Hydra Nation are going to exploit that passivity and punish them. I think they have a very good draft to punish a passive team, and I think Valhalla need to be playing to win this game, not playing to not lose, at least at this early phase.
Take a look at the left lane here, and the pressure has been pretty significant from the Mo Vindicta. You've just been seeing Zerbzi just really in a big health deficit at the beginning. So Hydra Nation able to take a little bit of initiative here at the very beginning. Mid lane, though, is kind of interesting. You take a look, Lord NM pretty deep right now on the Abrams. They're looking to perhaps get in on the other side, but both Geist and Holiday both able to back out a little bit. The pressure on the Abrams continuing, and again, very precarious lane here that has to be played well, I think, for Valhalla to have a shot.
Yeah, Abrams is really looking for these pins, but honestly, this top bridge feels like a really hard area for Abrams, right? On that high ground, it's very open. She's trying to play always around the veils. I think Rokane, Yamato is going to be another very important player in this game. I think maybe the most important player for Hydra Nation in terms of you must get farmed on Yamato this game. I mean, there really isn't a backup carry character here. But that's a nice pin, though. Onto Lefa, pulls him deep from her tower. Although, I'm not sure you would take this trade. Yamato finding kills early is exactly what you need for Hydra Nation. That's, for me, very crucial for their game to succeed. And I kind of want to see Yamato could go like full greed if he wants to this game. I think he's probably just going to go spirit nuking and get active, but yeah, like really, I don't know if you go Torment Pulse or something in this game to farm up faster, but
the scary thing is, not only are they getting Guardian damage off that, but Rokane got those as clean kills. Rokane wasn't even brought low on HP, so there's no
there's not a comeback in there.
Yeah.
And oh, he's dead on Pocket.
So, I mean, lane-wise, kind of brutal for Valhalla on the left and a little bit on the right. The mid lane is actually the lane that's been a little bit of a bright spot here so far. Not dramatically ahead, but, well, as I say that, I look at the health bars, like, how's Lord NM doing? Dead is the
yeah, response. I mean, he got the kill on Lefa, but they did take a lot of damage for it. Now the dive comes in, Lefa cancels that healing right as well. Out of the Warden. It's going to further mitigate him staying in the lane. The life train. Ooh, DMB, do you have the HP for this? I think he might actually get a lot of life steal here.
I think so.
Big melee's coming in. Oh, the parry. The trade. Okay, 1 for 1. But I believe that's a winning trade, right? For the Geist. I mean, Warden used ulti for that.
Yeah, I think that was pretty winnable for DMB. It just didn't work out. Meanwhile, the lasso on Lord NM brought into the Guardian, just able to slip on out. And you know, with Holiday at 300, I kind of wonder if there was a world where Lord NM may have been able to turn there. That little bit, unanswered question. Meanwhile, melee fisticuffs gonna force out the Shadow transformation, and Scout cannot get away. Close, but no cigar, as it were, over on the right-hand side. And Jake, once more, starting to see a gap develop here between the two teams.
Yeah, and especially for me with ABG and Rokane having the games they're having, it's really scary. 7 stuns barely gonna come off. League is gonna die elsewhere. And man, AVG and Rokane are profiting hardcore. And especially this lane, if you can clear this tower, it's like Lash is the dream roamer, and then Yamato could just get farmed up. And I think there's going to be a critical mass from Yamato at some point in this game, and you got to be very worried about that. Lash could blow the mid lane wide open as well with the quick rotation. And I mean, ZB, we're 5 minutes into the game. Like this is looking scary. It's looking like a lot of deja vu right now.
It's feeling very familiar, though. High flying Warden.
Oh, the swap.
It'll take on low man. The swap comes in.
And the parry Lefa's too good.
Lefa, though, still might be going counter parry into the binding word, and dead. You know, we talked about DMB getting some farm, and while the left and right lanes may be a bit of a car crash, the middle lane between Lord NM and DMB, keeping a little bit of hope alive, helps bring down the deficit. But also, these are the two heroes that need the farm most.
It's okay, but if I'm not mistaken, yeah, they've already lost their Guardian, so they get basically a counter kill on Lefa. But yeah, like Lefa's just gonna come back in, and the Guardian HP advantage is really huge here. And Rokane, I mean, that ulti, when that ulti comes online for Rokane, I fully expect him to hard dive here.
Also, Lord NM, think about getting a little bit frisky into the right lane, out of middle. Right now, I think this may be more roaming Abrams mode, even though they're down the Guardian. I think this is, well, also maybe matching the Holiday, because take a look. Low main, on the same note, not bound by the tether of mid lane. Now looking for opportunities there on the right. Love is getting chased down, though.
DB is ulting. He's chasing, but chasing maybe a little bit too deep. I mean, there's a real potential for some punish now. Here comes the lasso. Barrel connection comes in. Low main pulling deep under tower. Abrams. Pin catches on the barrel. He does some damage, but still scary spot for Abrams. 10 seconds from that ulti.
You know, I looked at that as like if there's a little bit more burst.
They're bringing forward to the right lane right now.
Yeah, that's a full commit from Valhalla. They're trying to make something happen here. They go for the Storm Cloud. They're able to take down Rocane. Surely this level of commit wasn't expected, and you know, I wonder if they stay the course and go for the Guardian, but no, they decide, nope, we cannot give up left side for free, which is almost certainly the correct call.
And Lash would just ult you anyway. That's one of those kills. It's like, yeah, you get a kill, but I don't think it's worth 4-player rotation to just kill one. Not convinced. The rest of the team happily farming away on Hydronation. The lead just growing for them. Rocane is an ulti, so maybe there's something to be said here, but now it's this being pressured by Vegas. League does find Left, but Left has been a bit of the punching bag here on the Geist.
I think part of Left is just mad that they weren't able to get Furnace, but Storm stack charge there onto the Holiday. A little bit of Team Gamba going off there on the right. But yeah, I mean, Valhalla, I do kind of like, you can debate some of the map control thing, but they've definitely been scrappy for kills and, you know, being at least a little bit experimental in the rotations and when to overload. It's giving them some life here. Is it going to be enough to turn the gap? You know, I suppose we'll see.
Yeah, they need to make some successful team fights here sooner rather than later, though. And that's going to be the real challenge. Like losing these Gambas, this is a dark sign, right? You're not losing key objectives, but if you can't defend your own Gambas, you can't even clear Hydration out when he's stealing your jungle away, waves crashing on your towers. The network lead is going to grow from things like that. Stealing Gambas, like those take a long time to respawn. This early in the game, if you're not able to control them, you're in a scary spot. Abrams trying to do some counter stealing, though. I kind of like that from Valhalla. They brought a lot of players that part of the map. So they are maybe too hard to clear from that.
It makes sense. I mean, the thing that worries me, and maybe Calico will be able to do a little bit of box running to even it up, but League and Calico are in a rough spot. Also, Death Slam, that's not going to help League, who's already starving to the point that I'm not even sure that there's fire anymore. It's just embers for Infernus.
And Hydration is looking to dive maybe under that walker. DMB gets caught before he gets his ulti off. He's going to be in real trouble. Lefa does have Swab. This is a very scary player to particularly choose to dive down. Ooh, is there follow-up? Swab wants to get one connection. Oh, just not quite coming off.
That was really well played. Like, it's doing just enough damage to return the Shadow to finish off without the possibility of falling to the swap there. And even at times, like, depending on timing, if you go to swap the Calico, you might accidentally swap as Return the Shadow comes out. But Abrams just a little bit slow on the draw, gives up the buff to Holiday.
And some of these trades on the map have actually been pretty decent, I will say, for Valhalla. Hydration and the gang have not been able to find some of the pickups that I think they want. Now bringing the Urn in is maybe the chance to force a bigger team fight. 7,000 net worth advantage is not nothing, but it's not necessarily game winning. And they're bringing a lot of resources now over to that right side lane to force the Urn turn in. Valhalla, I kind of like they might grab some Guardians of their own, which I think is a great choice here. I don't like contesting. I think it's really smart to just clear things off, but Abrams might die for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great if Abrams does die for just being present here. Still has Seismic Slam, eventually get away should the pressure really get overwhelming.
Ooh, and he's low though.
Goes over. This is gonna be close. Gets over the walker, probably fine. And meanwhile, you get a Guardian in return. Look, you don't want to go and be the team that's 15 minutes no flex slot. I think taking time out to ensure you get left Guardian when mid Guardian should be kind of a layup, given how low it is. I don't hate the shot call coming in from Valhalla. And plus, I don't think the Urn fight may have worked out for them well anyways at the current
Yeah,
stage.
I think the Urn fight would have been a bridge too far, especially with the Lash. I think ABG having a huge game on Lash is like way too scary to contemplate coming out and fighting in the open on the even Urn turn-ins. The game definitely a lot closer than the last match. But still, I feel like it is Hydronation with control of the middle area. They're constantly crashing waves on the mid walker, threatening.
We got observers crashing too. Like, they're crashing waves, they're crashing cameras. It's pandemonium out there. But now, Lord NM, no!
Very close,
ambitious.
actually.
Very ambitious Death Slam. Just the vent gets it out of range. So, I mean, look, you're talking about presence on the map. I mean, you know, probably not intentional to get drained out there, but not the worst for Valhalla if they look into the next fight. You had it up here, maybe a dead Inferno. It's the Furnace.
That nuking, I mean, you can't really blame Infernus for that one, man. He just got absolutely popped in a very defensive, safe position. The Lash Vindicta, very powerful. Abram's gonna die too, and Hydration hasn't even used the combo. I wonder if you start to think about pressuring walkers because of that.
I just kind of want to know why Lord NM went over there. It's just like, what happened? Oh, yeah, just ran into the burning room, as it were. But right-hand side, there is going to be pressure here onto Walker. Hydronation trying to turn one advantage into another one. We'll see how the defense is going to be. I mean, spawn timers are a little bit low. You can rotate more over here if you're
what a grab.
They run into the combo. Zerbzy finding the pain. Has a Stormcloud, though. Good to go. Can go up. Doesn't have to worry about it. Gonna do Stormcloud off the lightning ball. Hydration down. And yeah, I mean, if you're Hydronation, going for Walker at this point may have been a little bit too early.
Nice shot there by Low Main. The headshot finishes off Do. The trades, though, are going to be solid for the team that is significantly far behind, but Calico used her ulti to defend that Walker. Doesn't have it for the continuation fight. And this is a full-strength Yamato. This is exactly the engagement Yamato wants at this phase of the game. She is so strong. She wants to force kills.
I won't miss.
Got that early Torment Pulse. And, I mean, the stats are going to get pretty scary. When Yamato gets that max cooldown item, I'm a little bit worried.
Hey, Dan, where did Lord NM's help go to that Power Slash? It was, you know, seemed like there's a little bit left of the tank and it was all gone. One Power Slash.
Yeah, pretty much. It's looking pretty scary there. Nice catch also off the combo kill. So goodbye, lead. That's not good. I've been trying to keep my eye on DMB because in a couple minutes ago, it's kind of like when he started to like spike with his soul generation, and we are seeing that. But DMB's kind of been just alone in this 1v1 on the left side lane against Lefa, so not really getting meaningfully ahead like we saw previously. Forces the hell swap there. That's kind of nice. And actually, we're gonna get a couple players coming in to try to finish this one off, maybe.
Lefa health swap is used it very early there, which I think makes sense given the burst down that occurred before. And by the way, Vegas is out on the hunt again, this time looking for DMB, who is in assassinate range. This is where Vegas could be even more deadly. And what in the world from downtown, going for the Vindicta? Does he land the elbow drop? No, does not bring Vindicta down with him. Meanwhile, DMB super low. Vegas still looking for that magic shot, looking, takes the shot. And Lord NM gonna go down. Rocane able to chase it.
Yeah, once again, Yamato, her ultimate almost online. Looking to chase down some more kills. Calico looks to be the one in the sights for the moment, has used her ulti. And trying to trade it, though, back onto the Holiday. Low Main slips away on low HP. Good back out on Low Main. He's even at the cultist sack on Low Main, so he's gonna scale pretty hard in the game. And now Lefa, oh, maybe he's gone too far. Surely this is too much, but the Lash ult pulls Pocket out of there.
Oh, and now it's all into the closet is where we're at. Fisticuffs and then some. Lash, though, actually enjoying the battle. Takes down Zerbzy, 500 HP. Not a problem whatsoever. Do unable to get out of the melee. And, you know, I'm looking at this here, Jake. We may have just crossed the event horizon. It just feels like Hydronation has hit another level of untouchable within this map. And the Valhalla road to coming back here seems to be a long one.
I gotta say, Hydronation are playing off each other super well right now. I don't think this is a crumble from Valhalla. I think this is Hydronation really hitting a very impressive level here. Chase down from Calico. She's trying to maybe burst Low Main. Gotta be a little cautious, right? Low Main has tons of mobility, so does the Calico, but this is starting to be a very deep chase, yeah, and he wants to just, uh-oh. It's getting awkward. It's getting sketchy. He's kind of deep on the Calico. The ulti could help him play his way out of it, but I don't think you can fight Lefa right now.
No, and Lefa did not want to chase down Mimo Hydration. The combo's back out, and this time around, this is looking much more like a Deadwalker. But we'll see. The counter pressure coming on in. Gun Furnace over and in there, but we got Shadow Transformation in here from Rocane. Stormcloud in over the top actually could be getting a lot of damage done right now. Zergy clearing out, forcing retreat from Hydronation before the Walker goes down. And, you know, Stormcloud usage has felt pretty good, Jake, on the day. Like, when it has come out, like, I feel like people have gotten better at just figuring out, okay, this is when the Stormcloud.
Yeah, it pushes them out and it forces the Yamato ulti to back, but it doesn't get counter kills, right? It doesn't stabilize the game as much as you would want. Maybe Vindicta could be in the sights here. 7 stun hits big, but there's just no damage fall. Here's the Pocket coming in, but
Low main's low
Not
too.
sure Affliction alone is going to be enough. And Rokane continuing to just poke away at this Walker is starting to get low. I think they're wise to back off here. Still had a bit of HP left, and this Yama's just playing beautifully on her ulti timings. Yeah, Vegas eventually is going to go down there. It's a nice counter kill. A couple of counter kills across the map here, and for the first time, it feels like this game that's going to put Valhalla maybe in a bit of a strong position in map control. But I mean, they're down to their last few percent HP on a single Walker. It's a long way back from here, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at objectives, they're ending up in a pretty tough spot. I think the silver lining is the fact that farm-wise have brought things back, and also while it is not a raid boss level warden relative to the opposition like it was back in map 3, I mean, DMB is competitive here at the very least. It's not a non-factor. So depending on the terms of the fight, they can win. I mean, I think really it is kind of dependent on getting a fight where Hydronation gives up a little bit too much value to Zerbzi, where Zerbzi, if he doesn't have it yet, by the way, is probably pretty close to getting unstoppable. He did rush it earlier. So
I worry though, does he have the HP though? Like I feel like Rokane is they're just gonna spirit nuke you to death, right? With Rokane power slash maxed, and he's gonna be getting. I mean, I think probably Rokane's next item is like reverb or something. I mean, he can go full greed at this point if he wants to. Maybe he'll make a more defensive choice. But yeah, I feel like he's so strong. Lefa has Spell Slinger. I mean, the raw shooting damage is pretty serious. I don't know that Zerbzi can rely on being ignored in the Stormcloud.
No, I totally agree. And even still, though, if we could get the Zerbzi point of view real quick,
yes, we're assuming he has unstoppable. I agree with you. I think
if he doesn't have it yet, he's probably saving.
Yeah, unless he went for some more of like the mid game items, like the Mystic Slow. Okay, he has like a much more all around build on the 7 here.
It's probably his next item, but instead of coming in at 18k, he's going a little bit more damage.
He's a ways out from it. He doesn't even have debuff. Remember, he might go Lightning Scroll first with this build.
Yeah. We'll have to see. So 21k, kind of a upcoming break point here for 7. In either
kind
case,
of like the idea of a Lightning Scroll, honestly. Like just YOLO for damage.
Ooh, speaking of YOLO, the insta-interrupted Stormcloud courtesy of combo, because you've gone close scores, but hey, you still might get the Yamato. Rokane is down. Abrams ready to rumble. Gets Lefa. It with the charge. Valhalla with a quick 2, and we'll see. Trade-outs here. I mean, overall, if it's only 2 for 2, it's not the worst for Valhalla in this situation.
DMB wants to get into this. Maybe get some counter kills and making a beautiful movement there by ABG, coming back in, turning things around with the Death Slam. That's going to burst down the Infernus in the pocket, in his sights. Being hunted on the high ground. Great catch with the Flog and Pocket. I mean, you might have a lot of mobility on Pocket, but feels like Lash, one of the few characters in the game with the edge on you. Oh, and the last second Flog. Beautiful connection there from ABG on a 10 streak. I mean, we were talking a lot about some of the other threats, but now ABG is turning into a serious nuker.
Yeah, I mean, AVG is looking pretty good. Also, it's kind of funny we got AVG on the Lash. We didn't really talk about it, but a lot of people thought I'd just generally be low main on the Lash, given how roles broke down in melee creeps, but seeing a little bit of a different look from AVG and low main now that they're mixed up with a different squad.
Defeat me if you can.
We're going to be picked up. Hydronation looking to set the tone. An 18k lead, just on the verge of being something unassailable. All right,
does he go Lightning Scroll on 7 right now? I suspect from this build he's going to buy the Lightning Scroll right here. I mean, it's weird. It's scary, though, because he might just die. But yeah, he does just rip it. And just, you know, maybe those instant stuns buy time for DMB and to do the damage. And I do think Valhalla, they've got damage, right? They might have some issues in the team fights living, but they've got damage.
Oh, comes on in. You're looking for their own scouts, able to pick it up in the middle of the fight. Valhalla with earn control. However, Hydronation all over it here. Mo, though, gonna go down. Hydronation is out of it, or rather, Hydration is out of it. And Lightning Scroll did get some decent value there. Let's see if Valhalla can continue erupting here right now. Take a look at low main, forced out of the fight. AVG also super low. I mean, Hydronation's health not looking great. Valhalla making the fight pretty useful, and, you know, look back to that Lightning Scroll. Not the worst item there, but the cleanup crew has arrived. That's a very healthy Lefa here, and not too healthy, meanwhile, for Valhalla.
Rokane with the ulti, needs to clutch this one out on the Yamato. He's probably the main source of damage. Lefa, though, still has the swap as well. Oh, that's a beautiful swap onto Calico. Was not ready for that turnaround. And just trying to slip away, but that Walker's going down. Yeah, and I mean, this is up to you, Hydration. Do they want to go for mid? Do they want to try and open up some base Guardians? I think there's not really any wrong answers here.
Also, what's going on with Lefa's sensitivity? That was some jerky play. We're just looking for Left there.
TPI switch.
Left, right. Yeah.
Yeah, and he has a reverb on Yamato, man. Oh, this Yamato is hitting so hard. The power slash is like a half your HP on pretty much anybody in the game. That's getting scary when it comes to the cycle. The spirit nuke. I mean, you need a lot of spirit tankiness, I feel like, on these Valhalla heroes, but they're kind of poor, right? They're going to be struggling to afford those items.
Yeah, and at this point, I'm kind of looking at it, what does a good team fight look like? And the options have started to get very, very limited for Valhalla. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but you're just kind of at this point here. You got 3 ults with outsized value between, well, you have Last Stand normally, but DMB is just getting abducted. DMB is getting gunned down.
Oh, that's rough, man. With the rejuve now timing as well, they're going to stumble this into some more. Valhalla, this could be the death now. A huge lasso and an even bigger lash ult. Oh my God, they're dead before they hit the floor here.
It's getting tough out there, and the Soul lead continuing to be piled on here. 21k for Valhalla. Ricochet picked up by League at the very least.
There's an Abrams in the fog. He didn't believe. Comfort. There was an Abrams there. Little cheeky position for Lord M, but what are you going to do here, bud? I mean, how does he even get out of this situation? I mean, I don't know. Can he fight these creeps? It's pretty close.
Can he fight the creeps? It's pretty close.
I mean, those are super creeps. You're low HP.
Oh, wait.
He has a speed. Oh, boy. Yeah, you're in trouble. If you get grabbed by that Yamato, you're in serious trouble.
This almost feels like tactical delays. Like, don't attack the base. Come here and come around.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Even if that charge hits, I still think that.
Yeah, there's no way you're winning that one, man. No chance. Valhalla, first set of base guardians, gonna be lost. A shrine is down. Hydration are a little bit low across the board, so there might be an opportunity. But they've been so staggered on Valhalla, they haven't been able to regroup for the fight. Xerxes just needs to get like the God 7 ult. Hydration backing to heal here is the perfect choice. I think them staying in would have been egregiously greedy. But backing off, taking the full reset, I just don't see the way back into this on Valhalla anymore.
You know how it's a little bit bad right now for Valhalla? When was the last time we saw Lord NM type in chat? I haven't been actually super like attentive to the chat, but I feel like the Lord NM chat like factor has gotten a little bit lower, which, you know, Dan, we haven't checked in for you all. It's not a good sign when your chattiest member has gone dark.
Yeah, it's not a great look, CP. I think, are we getting into a fight though? I'm looking at the minimap, and you may have thrown me into a fight.
It's a possibility that you've been thrown into a fight, and Stormcloud's gonna come out, and the Death Slam's gonna come in. We got the wide angle for that one. Lightning Scroll though, gonna do a little bit of disruption here. Valhalla, can they do a little bit more? I mean, Hydration and Low Main are actually pretty low. So even with the Death Slam, not necessarily as smooth as expected, but here comes Rocane. The big gun has a shout transformation. A massive power slash cleaves through 4. And Zerbzy gonna fall. Hydration may have been a little bit battered by the ult combination, Jake, but they withstand, and knocking him down is Rocane.
Doing DB have ults. If they can heal on Pocket and Warden, and they could maybe pick off some of these low players. DB is so low. He's not reaching. Not in the base. He's just not healing. He's getting poked so hard. And he dies in the base, and he just got sniped down. I mean, all right, at this point, they're diving the fountain. Things are looking really dire here for the defenders. Patron gonna drop, and I think Hydration, it's gonna be close. All right, if League dies now, surely they can end with a Patron drop. There's gonna be 3 players who are not gonna be in this fight. Valhalla have to defend with just 3. They don't have 7 ult. They don't have Pocket ult. I think this is the beginning at the end, man. I think Hydration is once again gonna be our champion.
Jacob turned on the light. That's what I think about that statement, and you could not be more right. Lefa taking on Lord NM. The chat over, at least in the moment. The Patron getting taken on down. Valhalla, you had a moment of glory, but in the end, it's Hydration staying champion 3-1.
Yo.
Ooh, Lord NM.
That, you know what? Respect. I'll give it a little bit of respect, but it doesn't change the inevitable. Hydration, your champions here in Deadlock Fight Night number 30, presented by Intel. Dan, the pause. Was that not a little bit of redemption at the end when all is lost? Because I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like being able to get like your own over them, just you know, in some way right at the end. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. You know, Hydration looks really good here. You know, I think ABG on the Lash was pretty nice, actually. I wasn't expecting that one. But DMD couldn't get kind of going in the way that he got previously on that Warden, and also wasn't able to kind of participate, I think, in some of the fights, in some of the key parts of the mid game, because he's trying to catch up, right? He's trying to expand that lead. So it felt like Hydro Nation sort of had their opposition kind of off balance, even though coming out of the early game, they were able to actually come out of the early game only a few K souls behind, I think. So that was like the first test that we were looking at. Can they kind of make sure that they can get past that phase? And they did, but still unable to really deal with Hydro Nation. And I think the Yamato play was kind of nice, and I think what Rokane was able to do there was I think a big difference. I felt like Hydro Nation were able to be more offensive and more in your face with their playstyle than the previous match, where they did actually end up losing against that kind of Warden Warden play that we saw.
Yeah, I think, just the team play was really solid from Hydro Nation today. I thought maybe coming into this, that them being fresh off the roster change, maybe they wouldn't look as coordinated as Sharp, but that was completely wrong, man. Like, they were very, very solid, very great at splitting on the map when they needed to, getting very, very farmed. And then when somebody does get ganked and get attacked, there's always teammates coming in to bail them out, to turn it into a fight, and to make sure that there's no chance for like a clean fight comeback that Valhalla are constantly hunting for in this series. And on top of that, last couple maps, lane, I wouldn't say domination in this map, but definitely a lane win from Hydro Nation, putting their mechanics on trial, and they're coming out successful, man. Like, really dominant laning phase. It makes them such a hard team to play against. Like, you can think all you want about the strats, the way you play the mid game, the draft, but if you get blown out in the lanes, there's always that chance that Hydro Nation just steals away wins from you.
Yeah, and you think back to lane phase, the hard part there is that only the middle lane was even feeling somewhat competitive, and somewhat competitive being relative to the other lanes, which got demolished because middle lane still lost Guardian first. It just wasn't completely out of hand. So again, in Deadlock, it kind of goes to the idea that if you lose laning phase to a significant degree, the comebacks are rare. And this was not one of those games where it happened. Upsides, if anything, look at Valhalla, decent times where the 7 was able to land pretty good storm clouds. They've had a decent amount of fights where they were defending and got a little bit more than expected from behind. Hey, by the map, nearly 4 times the kills of the last map, which isn't saying much because the last map was a stomp, but hey, better showing, but not enough to dislodge Hydro Nation this time around.
Look, they've been on top for a long time here, North American Deadlock. Melee Creeps took the throne for a while, but the last 3 have been Hydro Nation reclaiming the throne, holding on to it for now. And Hydro Nation, I don't know if they're ever going to be able to reclaim the run of dominance that they opened up NA Deadlock with in the first few months of Deadlock Fight Night, but there's always the chance for them to reclaim that glory. I feel like they're always going to be chasing that for as long as this is a team here.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think on a similar related note, the state of North America now is kind of weird with Melee Creeps kind of getting merged into, or some of the players getting merged into Hydro Nation. We've seen this kind of situation happen over and over and over again, I think, in NA. And so I'm a little bit concerned about that Hydro Nation won't have a challenge for like a little bit, because they keep consuming the teams that are beating them. We joke about it, but then it happens again and again. So we'll have to see kind of how the scene shakes out. But I ultimately do think, though, regardless of how it looks now, when the game gets kind of more patched up and more interest kind of comes over, more players start playing the game, I don't think there's going to be any issue in terms of having a breadth of teams and players. But for right now, it's like, who's there to challenge Hydro Nation again? We're back at that question.
Yeah, and the future question beyond that, if you had the go with the thing is like, if they do lose again, who gets dropped? But who's not going to get dropped here? Our player of the match presented by Intel. Dan, who's that going to be?
That's a great question. Let's see who production pay.
Okay, well, Jake was it. Jake, who is the player of the match going to be presented by Intel?
I had to go. He might be evil, but you know what? He still put up an absolutely disgusting performance today. There's a reason that Hydro Nation wanted this guy on the team, and he showed that today. Really great performances across the board, playing these like aggressive initiator nukers. I think it's a very high skill role, one that's very important at top level Deadlock. And man, ABG just blew quite a few of these games out of the water. great team fighting, great map movement. And he's not even really playing he's not getting a high farm prio on this role. And he's just still managing to be huge and be very relevant deep into the late game. So I think AVG definitely a bright spot for Hydronation, fills a role that I think they did kind of need in the team, and looked amazing across many different picks that he was put on here in the series.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because we have seen Lash get picked a lot in pro play now, and there's a lot of reasons as to why it makes sense. But this is, I think, one of the first times we saw Lash actually kind of emerge out of a lot of other big heroes and big potential performances like a Yamato and so on, and be like, yo, wait, hang on, Lash is commanding our attention, actually being really quite the bully on just getting the kills, having a lot of souls, doing lots of damage, nuking. It's kind of was a really fun look.
Yeah, when Lash is solo killing without his ultimate, that's when you've run into a problem. And honestly, at that point, it's probably too late. I mean, Lash has such absurd mobility. If he gets that far ahead of the game and the spirit nuking becomes that relevant, then by the time the ulti hits in the team fight, man, there's just too much to be done. And it's off the prowess of great laning that you put yourself in that position. So props to AVG, looked really solid. I think as much as Hydronation have changed rosters a lot, I think this could be a really scary lineup, especially considering this is their first outing as a team, and they did look amazing. You got to think about the last 2 games were blowouts, and those are probably, have this team ever played together? They might be maps 3 and 4 of the series might be maps 3 and 4 of this roster playing together.
Couldn't have said better, but that does bring us to the end of the show tonight. This was Deadlock Fight Night number 30, presented by Intel. Hydronation on top, and of course, Abraham still on top in EU. That does it for us this week, and we'll see you next time.